Hey, why have you muted Eco?
Because you're having a conversation, not him. He was asked politely to mute, so you can keep
He
talking.
rudely
Please.
interrupted.
Okay. I'm sorry, Eco.
Okay,
But
so
anyways,
yeah, so
continue.
you said you know what the horizon is. I was just asking you if you could back that claim up.
Okay,
But just
how about
define it.
I don't know what the horizon is. I'll just say that you define it. Go.
You don't know what a horizon is?
No, I'm just assuming I don't know what it is, so you can explain it. Go ahead.
Really? Okay, so on a globe, a horizon would be a
Are you gonna keep
byproduct of the.
shaming me, or are you gonna explain what it is?
I was just explaining to you what it is. You're
No, no,
shaming yourself. You're
no, you
shaming
kept
yourself by
questioning.
admitting you don't even know how to define a horizon.
Okay.
And then
Continue.
as soon as I started defining it, you
Continue.
started
Continue.
complaining about
Continue.
me not
Continue.
explaining it.
Continue. Can you please
Okay,
just
maybe
continue?
you should actually listen instead of.
I'm listening. I'm listening. Continue.
Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, right, the horizon would be a byproduct of the curvature of the Earth, and it would be dependent
Mhm.
on the height of the observer. It would be the point in which you could see the maximum distance over the surface of the water or the surface of the land, depending on the height of the observer. Do you agree or do you not agree?
But what happens if you use the heliocentric force?
What's the heliocentric force?
You know, the Coriolis effect and
What does that have to do with the horizon?
yeah, it just proves why the Earth isn't flat, you know?
Okay, so what does that have to do with the horizon?
Everything.
Yeah, like what?
You know, the heliocentric force?
Okay, define the heliocentric force. How's that work?
These people are dumb as shit.
Oh, can you
Yeah,
please mute
that's
yourself? This is very, very rude. Thank you. It's a good
yeah.
boy.
So okay? Define what the heliocentric force is. How's that
I'm not
work?
too sure. I'm sorry.
What's
It's just the
heliocentric
heliocentric force.
mean? What's heliocentric mean?
Heliocentric means, you know, the flat Earth NASA is all corrupt.
What? How
I'm
many
saying
times
to you,
does the
NASA is
Earth?
corrupt.
Hey, bro. This is we're gonna. I just have to keep taking this down a notch to get to your level. How many times does the Earth spin in one day?
Do you not agree that NASA is corrupt?
Can you answer that question? I'm trying to gauge your level of intelligence here, so I can
Okay.
ask you the appropriate questions. So, in one day, how many times does the Earth spin
In one
in the
day,
globe model? In one day.
1,057.
All
My
right.
Am I
God,
wrong?
dude.
Am I wrong or right?
You're
You
wrong.
think?
Oh,
I
please,
mean, I
please
can't really
correct me.
dumb it down. All right. So, does the Earth spin west to east or east to west?
Well, I mean, you know, that depends on what side of the flat Earth it's on, you know?
No, the globe. Does the globe spin west to east or
The
from
flat, you
east to
know,
west?
you're funny. Flat Earthers across the globe, they all try to claim the Earth is flat, you know, across
Wow,
the
bro.
globe.
Well,
See,
I think
this
this
is why I didn't want to
conversation with this
engage with
one,
you in the
DJ,
side chat.
Do you not
maybe
agree
we
that
could
no,
maybe we
do
could
you not,
step this up to no, hold up before you
no, no,
embarrass
no,
yourself even further. Sim, please, just wait.
Matrix,
How about we switch it?
Matrix.
Okay, I'm just
The
going to do it the
60,
old-fashioned way. Silence, little one.
Yeah,
The
look,
suggestion was going to be,
that
Sim.
guy can stay on the globe side. I don't think we need
Yeah.
that.
How about we have a chat with Akiri? Because I'm hoping he's got more IQ points than the last one. So
I think
Akiri,
that's a
Come on,
given.
don't
I think it
say
would be
that people are
impossible.
stupid. You
Akiri, welcome to the
I don't know how
channel.
you expected me to respond earlier when you had me muted, but I was going to
You
address...
interrupted earlier. That's why you were muted. Nothing
No,
more,
what
nothing
you
less.
did was you muted me and then you said no response as if I meant to respond while I'm muted, which is quite hard.
Oh, prior to that, you were muted for interrupting. Remember the DM you sent me crying about being muted?
Right, yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking
Yeah, excellent. Right, so you were muted for being interrupting other people. Now is your golden opportunity to ask questions of DJ. And because DJ's feeling quite hospitable at the moment, I'm going to let him have the floor.
Yeah, can you explain the FAA stuff you sent? There's links that don't work.
Yeah, it's the links. Yeah, absolutely. Just click the FAA link. It works.
Okay, that takes me to
Regardless.
like the FAA hub. It doesn't take me to A quote.
Okay. Well, I can get you a direct link, or I could show you a screenshot from the manual. But basically, anyone, like all aerospace engineers, when they're designing aircraft, right, they have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary for all of their calculations. Now, they say it's for simplification purposes, but isn't it interesting that they don't treat the Earth as a spinning globe when they're designing the aircraft? And then the pilots themselves also don't treat the Earth as a globe. Right? They also treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane for all of their aircraft training as well.
You just said it yourself. It's for simplification processes.
Yeah, isn't that interesting that they have to treat the Earth that should be spinning faster than the speed of sound at the equator as a non-rotating Earth? Okay, and they also treat it as flat. It's not a proof that that's what the Earth is, right? The validation that the Earth is not a globe comes in the form of consistent long-distance observations, laser tests, high altitude, low altitude, infrared tests. Right? This confirms the Earth isn't a globe. It's just an interesting fact that when we measure the Earth, it measures flat. And then also they have to design planes and architecture and whatnot as if the Earth is flat as well. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's not really compelling.
Oh, really? So long distance tests that validate that the Earth's not a globe isn't interesting?
I was talking about the FAA stuff. It's not very compelling at all as an argument.
Oh, really? Did I say it was an argument for flat Earth? I just said it's interesting, isn't it?
Why'd you send it then?
Because it's
I agree.
okay,
it's interesting.
Okay, because the guy in the side chat called Elko, okay, he was saying that they treat the Earth as a globe or something like that. Pilots, right? He said, "Are all the pilots lying?" And then I posted a 3-hour video where they interviewed 28 pilots who are all flat earthers talking about flat Earth. And then I posted that when they actually design the aircraft, they also have to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. So yeah, they don't need to lie because that's how they treat the Earth. That was why I posted it. Is that satisfactory?
Cool.
How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel any anger or what?
It doesn't make me feel angry now.
You okay?
I'm okay. Yeah. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool. Okay.
Do you have any evidence? Like I got a ton of evidence, empirical evidence. I don't.
Yeah. What was the laser test stuff? I've heard about that.
All right. So, if the Earth's a globe over the surface of water, there should be a certain amount of curvature. So, if you have, for example, say a 20-mile body of water anywhere on the globe, it would have to have about 260, 270 foot of curvature over that distance. So we can test for that curvature. One good way of testing is to use high-powered lasers, and you would basically set up the laser on one side of the body of water, and then you would have a target at a certain height on the other side. And then you could take the height of the laser into account, the height of the target into account, and how much curvature there should be over that distance. And then you could conduct a series of laser tests to try to detect the curvature that would have to be there. And then when we do that, we can never detect any curvature. We've done a huge amount of different tests now. And yeah, we can't find any curvature. And then we go seeking, empirical evidence from the globe side, and we can't find any from them either.
How did you account for refraction in that experiment you did?
Well, some of them, they take weather stations, okay, and they will measure the vertical refractive index by measuring the temperature, the pressure, and the humidity vertically using weather stations, right? Because the amount of refraction that would be required for this to work on a globe is literally doesn't have any evidence that such a thing exists, right? For this level of refraction. So if you did a bit of research on refraction and laser propagation over water, you'll find that there's zero evidence that lasers actually bend down over water. There's tons of evidence that they bend upward sometimes, right? If we have certain conditions present, or they go straight. But to this point, no one's ever been able to provide any evidence that they actually bend down over vast bodies of water.
So those weather stations that supposedly calculated the refraction, were they actually used on this specific test?
Yeah.
And do you have any values or calculations to support that?
Sure.
Okay.
You want to see them?
Sure. Also, could you kind of do that thing in DMs and unmute me?
What do you mean unmute
Just
you?
mute me and unmute me in text, and it might help.
Oh, in text. Okay. All right, give me a second. Right, so the type of refraction that would be required for the lasers to always hit their target over these vast distances doesn't have any evidence to be possible. The meteorological conditions, the way the laser works, right, it doesn't align with how refraction works. There's no evidence that it would be possible. Basically, what you'd be saying is that the laser is perfectly bending around 500 or 600 feet of Earth curvature just to perfectly hit the target. You know. All
So
right.
did you do a calculation to confirm that it wouldn't be able to refract that much?
Yeah, there's absolutely, you can
Okay,
do the
can you give me the
calculation.
calculation?
And there's also absolutely no possible, there's no evidence that it is possible. So you're claiming that it can do it, right?
Well, you said you did a calculation to ensure it would not be possible. So could you give me that calculation?
No. Okay, so what ensures it's not possible are the meteorological conditions, and also the fact that there is no evidence that it is possible. So you're the one claiming that it is possible, right? That's your claim. I'm showing you a test that shows that there's zero curvature, and you're saying maybe the laser's bending somehow around 100 meters of Earth curvature. So that's a positive claim, and you don't have any evidence to validate that that's possible. Right? I don't have to prove a negative. I can, okay, so I can debunk it by just showing you the laser test. Okay, so in
Well,
the
let's
side chat,
go back to
in the
the weather
side chat,
station.
in the side chat, you've got 180 page or 120 page PDF document where they show all of the results, and then there's a video showing the setups. Right, so I bet not only can you not show me evidence that refraction could cause a laser to do this, you won't even be able to show me evidence that a laser will bend downward over a body of water.
Well, like I said, let's go back to the weather station thing. You said there were weather stations that were able to calculate that this sort of refraction wouldn't be possible. But then you have no calculation
No
to prove.
one's streaming the splashdown.
Oh my god.
Rodent circuses. Excellent. Please continue.
Do you hear what I said?
Oh, you can unmute them, Matrix. They're fine. That's quiet noobs. Yeah. Look. Okay, so this is what I've shown you, right? I've shown you a laser test that hit the target from 40 kilometers away. I can show you 20, 30 other laser tests that hit the target from various distances. And now you're claiming that refraction would allow that to happen. I'm saying you don't have any evidence that that would be possible.
Why wouldn't it? What calculation can you give me from those weather stations that you
Because
mentioned?
there's no evidence that it is possible.
You're claiming there's an event, an effect. You have to produce that, not us produce negatives to your effect that you haven't produced in the first place. So your claim is there is refraction. Okay, so what are your formula to guarantee that this effect is there so we can apply it to our measurements?
Yeah.
I mean, you
Do you
brought up
even
the
know?
weather
Like,
station
okay,
first.
so how does refraction happen?
When there's variations in densities and light bends towards the normal.
Temperature,
Okay.
density would do
So what
fuck
would
all.
right? So it's to do with the lapse rate, right? If you're talking about the normal, right? Do you know what the lapse rate is?
I do not.
All right, so we're talking about the normal lapse rate. Okay, the conditions that would be the norm on a regular day. Okay, and normally over bodies of water, the temperature is the main contributor to the density of the air. and it gets colder as you go up in altitude. Right, so light will deviate towards the more optically dense portion of the medium, which will be the cooler air, and that would be the normal conditions. Okay, very rarely you could have an inversion, a thermal inversion, where you get a layer of cold air trapped below the warm air. Okay, but the readings from the weather stations don't show any indication that that's the case. And you can have a look at the PDF document. They go over those readings. And also they did 5 different laser tests in all different conditions, right? The laser is hitting the target. And yeah, there's like every single test that gets done, right? They're able to get the laser to hit the target once they get the alignment correct. Do you have someone in your DMs giving you tips?
I don't. I'm looking through this PDF.
Well, that was an interesting claim. So, Sim thinks the Earth spins 1,057 times in one day.
I'd better buckle in.
So, I would be buckling in if I were you, Jesse. And you also need to be wary of the heliocentric force as well. That was another thing that Sim brought up. All right. So anyone else can keep chatting if they want. I guess this guy's gonna go read through the PDF or something.
Although I'm just curious, you mentioned the laser tests. I'm just joined this Discord for. I was just curious what this flat Earth theory is about. I was just curious how long were the lasers? Like, what was the distance they were traveling?
I think some of them have been done from ranging from 6 miles up to about 36 miles. Everywhere in between those distances.
A 37 mile. That sounds like a good distance. So it's well beyond the horizon.
Even 10. Look, the way I look at it, I actually like the shorter distance ones better because there's less chance of some, refractive conditions or pockets of hot air, pockets of cold air. right? Some deviation in the atmospheric conditions. Also being able to zoom across with a camera and confirm what you're looking at much easier. But yeah, they're all pretty compelling. But the one I posted in the side chat, that was 40 kilometers distance.
Oh, you did? Okay. Where is it?
Yeah, it's
I just joined a minute ago.
44 minutes after the hour. They actually did 5 different tests over different distances, but the longest one was 40 kilometers, and the laser was about 1.5 meters high, and the target was 1.5 meters high.
Where were you earlier along, Zergs? There was a young chap in here telling us about how big the Earth was and we wouldn't see the curvature due to our scale. And here you are saying that this guy filmed a ship going over the curve. That's amazing. I wish you were both in here together.
Yeah, through a telescope, you fucking retard.
Ooh.
Yeah,
He
we did.
sounds
We see
angry.
too far.
Oh, so you couldn't see a ship going over the horizon with your naked eye? Why not?
I think you can, yeah, in clear weather, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, and even in mediocre weather, you should be able to. But yeah, you definitely you can't unless you have certain conditions present, like ocean swells, or maybe certain refraction effects, like sinking refraction. But we can see ships, 15 miles out, no problem, quite consistently.
Hey,
Even
DJ,
longer. Yep.
can you post me a link in the chat? I DM'd it to you. It's a 3-mile laser test I did, but I did it in upward curving light conditions, so it actually...
Jesse, could you do me a favor and go ahead and document for me the path of light between the target and the observer? I would love to see that.
It actually shows the...
I'll give you every 50 feet. I feel like that's fairly generous. Just give me the angle every 50 feet between the target and the observer.
I already told you I don't have it. I
Well,
measured it
then
at the
why are you
endpoint
calling yourself Jesse Path of Light if you don't know the path of the light?
because I'm studying the path of light.
No,
Do
I
you
don't
mind
want
if I
to
just
hear
finish my sentence to
studying.
DJ, man?
How about you change your name to Jesse Studying the Path of Light? I'll tell you
Actually,
what, you
for those
change
who
your
are in,
name to that and I'll let you stay in here. How about that? You change your name to Jesse Studying the Path of Light and I'll let you stay.
you know, it's funny. Actually, years ago, Riggs gave me this name. So
Jesse, I don't really give a shit. So if you change your name, I'll let you stay. If you can't give me the path of the light, then you're going to have to go bye-bye. And this is not me being some kind of tyrant. I'm just hoping to get an answer to the question that I've been asking. How do you know what how do you know what the light is doing between the target and your eye? Because if you call yourself Jesse Path of Light, I would like to know what the light is doing on the path. So, seems reasonable. In the meantime, we have someone in here that thinks we're, crazy. Lil D, do you believe that you live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
Yeah, I do.
Terrific. How would you prove that?
I mean, it's a vacuum. I mean, your claim is that it's a vacuum. It can't stay on the sphere since it would fall off, right? Like, you don't believe
That's
that.
not my claim. That's not my claim.
So why
The
did you say
vacuum.
why did you say it like that?
Well, that's the heliocentric claim. That's not my claim.
So okay? So yeah, I think that we're on a globe and there's water in it. We have an atmosphere that keeps that ball in the water. Have you ever put water on a tennis ball and see it stick to the
Terrific.
outside of it?
Can you show me how atmosphere makes water stick to the outside of balls?
It's not the atmosphere. It's just imagine something so big.
Isn't that what you just said?
Have you seen water, how it works in
You're
like
asking me a
a
question.
low gravity
I'm
space?
asking you I don't know why you're asking me a question. Can you demonstrate atmosphere holding water to the outside of a ball, please?
Put water on this outside of a tennis ball. Have you seen? Search up a video of water on the outside of a tennis ball. You can see how
Yeah.
it sticks to it.
The Earth, a tennis ball?
No, but I'm saying it's in a low gravity
Oh,
space.
okay. So
Imagine water being shot out of a low gravity space. It forms into a ball. Search up water being shot out in a low.
Weird.
How about you post that up for us, since it's your claim and it's backing up your whatever you want to call it. Just chuck it in the side chat, kid.
Thank you for muting that spasmatic individual.
Yeah, Lil D, we're trying to keep things really concise and to the point. So if you're making a claim that the Earth is like a tennis ball, well, then that would mean that you would need to measure some curvature on the surface for the ball part. We'll get to the tennis and the water and the atmosphere later. But just get me the ball part measurements first.
So you want the tennis ball part?
No, just the ball part. So where's the curvature on the surface of the Earth? Weird. On the surface of the Earth, where have you or anybody else in the beginning or, of all of mankind's history measured curvature consistent with a ball?
I mean, have you, okay, so how?
It's weird. Don't ask me questions. Just tell me who measured the curvature, Lil D.
Repeat your question, please. What did you say? I couldn't hear you.
How many times do I have to repeat this?
Sorry, if you talk instead of taking the fucking flat.
Who measured the curvature of the Earth? How, when, and who? Pretty simple.
I don't know who exactly. Who measured?
Okay, so you don't know who measured it. Okay, then are there any measurements of curvature of the Earth?
Yes. Have you seen?
Don't ask me a question. Tell me how it's done.
Tests with lasers being shot through at different distances.
Perfect. Post it in the side chat for me. Somebody with a laser over a distance measuring curvature consistent with a sphere radius 3,959 miles.
I'm sure you're very familiar with this video.
Show us in that video where they were using the laser.
I mean, I guess
requested.
Okay, not a perfect laser. Sorry, it's a form of light. My fault.
So it's not
But
a
you
laser.
can see they.
How about this? Before you, how about you don't explain yourself? How about I be really generous before Sezu jumps on your skin, and I'll say, go and get another test, kid. Don't worry about that one. You're gonna get wrecked on that one.
Just go get another test. Okay, let me take my time and find another test for you.
Excellent. And while you're doing that, if you cared to watch that video at all, they did start out with a laser. They broke a component on it. The little piece that goes on the end that focuses the beam. But anyways, and when they broke that, because they'd invested so much time, money, and effort into making said video, they decided to continue on with a flashlight.
I mean, how embarrassing is it as a globe believer that the only individual in all of mankind's history to measure curvature is some washed up flat earther with a flashlight? I mean, that's pathetic. Do you feel good about that, little D?
I'm fine with that. I mean, it's just funny that he proved his own point.
So
No, he
you feel
didn't.
good that the only man in all of history to measure Earth curve is a washed up flat earther with a flashlight. Is that right?
It's not the only person. I bet there's many.
No, I don't want you to bet. That's the whole point. Who else with a laser, as you have described, not a flashlight, but you've described somebody with a laser has proven Earth curve other than Jeranism, who was a washed up pothead flat earther? Who?
In history's text, like Aristotle, I'm pretty sure positive that he
Did laser tests.
Aristotle did laser tests, little d.
laser test, but he proved many.
Aristotle, he didn't do a laser test. So are you saying that there's nobody in the history of all mankind other than a washed up flat earther with a flashlight that has measured Earth curve with a laser? Nobody?
I mean, not that I know of. No, I
Great. So you don't know of anybody who has measured Earth curve in all of mankind's history from point to point, drop over distance?
What did you just say? That made no sense. Repeat that, please.
From point to point, drop over distance, who has measured that in physical reality?
Have you seen the tests with boats going up the horizon? That's point to point. They slowly disappear over the
Okay,
horizon
great.
due to
Give me
curvature.
one. Terrific.
Give you one
Thank you
test.
so much.
Okay.
Give me the point. Just give me the point to point measurement. That's all I need.
Point to point measurements.
I don't think he knows what a measurement is.
I don't know the exact point to point measurement. Sorry. Do you know the exact point to point measurement of the horizon?
Dude, this is your claim. Is the horizon geometric Earth curve?
No, you're changing. My claim was just the Earth is ball, and the Earth is a globe, and I started explaining that, and you keep changing every one of my claims. You're like, oh, can you prove that? Can you prove
No,
any
I'm
one of your
not.
claims? Can you prove
Bro,
one of your claims?
I really hold on, bro. You claimed that the Earth is a sphere. No problem. What you would need to prove that sphere, because the weird thing about spheres is that they curve everywhere from point to point, no matter what, there's going to be a curvature in between those points that is measurable. So if you could prove that from point to point on the physical Earth that we have a drop over distance, that would really kind of like make your claim solid, and we would shut this server down and everything. So if you could show that to us, that'd be great. Don't reverse the burden. I'm hoping that you will prove your claim.
Yeah, sure.
We've been
Give me
waiting-
time to
we've
prove
been-
my
we-
claim. I don't have. I joined here just.
I don't really need to hear all of your excuses and why you joined and all that bullshit. Just get me the measurements and the method so I can verify them. Thank you.
Okay, let me take my time and get the measurements for you, and I'll be right back to you, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
We've been waiting a few years now.
I'm curious, in your community of the people who believe in the flat Earth, do you, any of you have a plane?
It's not a belief, it's an understanding and a knowing. Thank you.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to offend. In your, like, you think it's true. I get it.
Oh, no, I wasn't offended, sir. I wasn't offended.
But anyone has a pilot? I never flew a plane. Just curious, because in theory, if
No, I
any one
jump
of you have a plane,
out of them I jump out of them as a hobby. No left to right curvature, no matter the altitude I jump from. Does that help you?
sorry, you kind of jumped with a parachute. Is that what you said?
Well, I would certainly hope so. I'm talking to you, so I must have had a parachute on. The mind is like a parachute, sir. It doesn't work if it's not open.
Zurge, I'm curious. You asked us if we had a claim. Is that right?
No, a plane. Like some people have a pilot license. They can fly a plane.
Hey,
Like a
Zergs,
cheap,
in the
like
in
yeah,
the side
cheap
chat there,
private
man.
one.
Yeah, in the side chat, there's
So-
a video, 3-hour video, 28 different pilots being interviewed that are flat earthers. You might want to check that out at some stage.
Yeah, again, I just joined, but because there was a way to prove the Earth is a globe if you fly in 19 for a long distance and then turn 90 degrees. Then on a long distance, if it's a flat surface, then you would make a rectangle, a square. But in reality, if you fly for a long distance and then turn 90 degrees, it's going to be a triangle, which is only possible if it's a globe. And it
Okay,
was
Sorry.
proven by pilots.
so
I've
something that
heard.
nobody's ever done. Right? No, you're not going to be able to present a
No.
test that someone did that confirms what you're saying.
Okay,
I don't think it's even possible to do that with a plane.
Plus, the ultimate claim is whether or not the Earth is curving, not about the coordinate system or the triangle that the plane could fly. A triangle is a triangle, but is the Earth curving? That's the ultimate question.
Yeah, but if you just fly straight,
How
for
would
a
you
long
fly
distance,
straight on a globe? I'm just curious. How would you fly straight on a globe? There's 3 axes. So let's pretend for a moment that on 2 axes you have a straight vector. On the 3rd axis, which is the elevation, would that be have to be curved?
you're breaking up. But if you fly straight, you're supposedly flying along the Earth's curvature. So really, of course, it's not a straight line. It's bending
Okay.
with the curvature of the Earth. That's the assumption.
Right. So instead of the assumption, do you have any examples, especially according to the instruments that are on the aircraft? If the aircraft is flying along a curved path, or any way to validate that the airplane is flying along a curved path?
The plane itself doesn't really have anything like that. No.
Yeah, it does. It's got an artificial horizon, which is essentially a gyroscope. Gyroscopes maintain their position fixed within free space. So if you move forward along a curved path, the gyroscope will tell you that you are augmenting your path according to the plane that it holds. And it would reflect that, especially in the flight data. Well, we've looked at the flight data, and there is no deviation within any of the instrumentation showing that the Earth
That's
is
a good
curved
point.
or that
Yeah.
the plane is flying along a curved path.
Right. So if you fly along the curvature, along the long distance, the gyroscope should kind of point to at an angle after you fly for like 2,000 miles or more, right? It's a good question. I think it should show it, but I'm not sure it should. I don't. Gyroscope. I'm just
The
Googling.
interesting thing, yeah, the planes have what's called an artificial horizon. So I'm sure most people that have played video games or even seen the cockpit of an aircraft can know what knob shows them the artificial horizon. It's a gyroscope with a little flat line in it. And then, according to that little flat line, there is above horizontal and below horizontal. Let's say that you flew all the way to China, because on the globe model, China is supposed to be essentially 180 degrees from the United States, right? So if you get in a plane and you start out and your artificial horizon is level with the aircraft, When you make it to China, you should be 180 degrees. The horizon should be essentially upside down when you make it to China because the gyroscope holds its position within free space.
Right.
That
So in
never
theory, you could
happens.
just have a gyroscope in your suitcase, travel to China. I assume you're in North America somewhere, right?
Yeah,
So that could be a good, easy, relatively cheap experiment. I'm curious
right.
if you could do that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, relatively cheap. There are planes on the Earth flying over it every day, and you want to know what the artificial horizon shows them? The relative
Oh,
pitch of the aircraft to the horizon every day, and it maintains its level throughout the course of flight, whether they go anywhere Europe, Asia, Africa, I don't care where you go, it's always flat.
I'm just reading. It's AI, Google AI. Of course, it
Well,
does
that's got to
say
be
that.
reliable, right?
So I assume it's sarcasm, and you don't think it's a reliable source. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I find
But
reality to be the most reliable source, not what some kind of tech company tells me.
okay. But let's say, and we
He's using
buy.
an advertising agency to search for his
Yeah,
research.
yeah. But okay,
Well, that's fair. Let's see what it says. Go ahead.
I
Tell
mean
us
that.
what it says.
Oh, I already closed it, but sure. Okay, it's the first thing I search for term gyroscope after long distance showing a curvature of Earth, and it's AI generated slop, but I'm just read it. High precision gyroscopes such as a ring laser gyroscope can detect the Earth's curvature over a long distance by measuring the rotation of the Earth. Contrary to some beliefs that they show a flat surface, these devices
What if it
actually
was a
prove.
what if it was a spinning cube and not a ball? How would you be able to tell then? So contrary to what your AI just told you, it's wrong.
Yeah, I'm just reading it, but I think the cube should still be like a gyroscope would still
Detectable. You
show.
should be able to tell that if the surface is flat or curved. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
if
flat.
it's even. Yeah, you would travel along the side of a long cube. It would not show anything, the gyro, unless actually it would still show if the gravity points towards the center of the object. It would still show it even on the flat surface of the cube. No, actually, no. Yeah, I'm wrong. Yeah, no,
Gravity points
scrap
to
that.
stuff
Yeah,
now.
gravity. It has nothing to do with gyroscope. You're right. Never mind. But I have an idea. What if I don't know if it's possible to buy a commercial gyroscope on like on Amazon, get it working, and just do an experiment and see what happens.
What do you use gyroscopes for normally?
To measure the well, I don't know. I'm just assuming it maintains its relative position no matter how you travel. It kind of
Okay, yeah. So what do you
yeah.
use them for?
Well, many things in aviation. I guess that's one to
Well, they
maintain.
wouldn't work on a ball. If you took a gyroscope, a little toy gyroscope, and held it over a basketball, and you were on the top, and you went zing and pulled the string, and the gyroscope was zinging along and just didn't want to move, and you tried to move it down the side of the ball so that its axis still pointed towards the center, the gyroscope would not do that. So you can't have gyroscopes on a rotating ball Earth. Figure that one out.
Also, gyroscopes cannot be used to
Nope.
prove the
No, they can't be
curvature.
used to do it. No, they can't prove. They cannot prove something is curved. That's correct.
Mhm. But why did we? I'm sorry. I think it was somebody else who brought it up. Is it Flatman or says who? Because it was mentioned just now as a kind of proof that the Earth is flat because on planes the gyroscope shows somehow
Yeah,
that.
gyroscopes only work on flat Earth, correct? Not on globes. I didn't say anything about flat Earth it not working on. I said it doesn't work on a ball.
Mm.
So here's what I'm proffering to you. I'm not saying that the gyroscope proves flat Earth. The Earth being measured flat and water always finding its level, that proves flat Earth. But you were appealing to some kind of triangle flown across a pre-assumed globe and the curvature of that path. That was supposed to be your proof of curvature. I'm wondering, is the Earth curved in the first place before we invoke any kind of coordinate reference system like a globe?
Yeah, that's a good question. But suppose it's not curved, right? It's flat,
Uh-huh.
right? Then if you
I'm not
travel,
supposing that. I'm not supposing that. That is everybody's base reality.
okay, let's say it's a base reality, and we just want to prove that the base reality is the Earth is flat.
Uh-huh.
If you travel a long
Let's measure
distance
the
straight, I don't know how long, let's say
You lost me
8,000
at
miles.
if you travel, dude. You lost me at if you travel to prove something's curved or flat. You lost me at if you travel. No, you can't. That's not how you do it.
No. Okay, so if you want to travel just straight, like take a compass, I don't know, whatever the way you like take a
compass.
stick, yeah, take a laser, and keep extending it further
Okay.
for 8,000 miles. Is
Okay.
that fair? And just keep traveling along the way that the laser shows you.
Okay. For what ends?
For what ends?
Yeah.
Just keep with me. So keep traveling straight, right? And then after 8,000 miles, turn 90 degrees, right?
Okay.
And continue traveling, following your laser for 8,000 miles.
All right. For what
So,
ends?
well, you'll see what. Then you keep doing it, and you keep turning 90 degrees every 8,000 miles.
Okay.
So after you do it, after you complete this square, you should end up in exactly the same spot.
That's nice. Can't we
Right.
just measure the surface though to see if there's a rate of change of slope?
I
Can't
think
we
I
just
don't.
measure the surface to see if it's curved or not?
Yeah, we probably could.
Okay, we should probably just do that because this sounds like it's going to take an awful long time. 8,000 miles with a laser. My goodness me. We should just measure the surface to see if it's curved or not, my friend. We should do that. Oh, we have done that. We measure the surface to be flat.
I have a small question for you. If you were to follow a laser straight for 8,000 miles, how do you get it to bend around the ball?
I see. So you're probably referring to
What you
the
just
laser
said.
pointing up.
You follow it straight and go 90 degrees. You follow it straight, go 90 degrees. So how do you do that on a ball? How do you do that?
So
how does the laser bend around the ball?
Well, if it's on the ball, then you wouldn't be able to follow it.
So you can't do that pretend thing.
Supposedly, no. But on the flat Earth, you definitely can do that. So if you do it and turn 4 times, you should end up in exactly the same spot you started at, right?
Yeah,
Supposedly.
you're just drawing a square. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And was that done?
No, we just measured the rate of change of slope on the surface and measured the surface to be horizontal. No need for 8,000 mile long laser transits to 90-degree corners to make squares. Just measure over a section of the
I
Earth,
just
let's
don't know
say
what would be the
15
reasonable.
kilometers, and see if it's curving or not.
Yeah, I don't know if you need 8,000. Maybe I exaggerated it quite a bit.
That's fine. I mean, we can just measure over a distance of 10 kilometers to see if it's curving over that distance or not. Don't need to go 8,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000. 10 kilometers far enough.
But supposedly on lower distances, the even like a huge ball would appear flat.
Yeah,
10
but over the
kilometers is
distances that
very
I've mentioned, there should be a rate of change of slope. There should be curvature over 10 kilometers.
yeah, on
You
the
measure over distances where there should be curvature, and then you're surprised when you don't find any. It's stupid to measure too small a section of the Earth and then declare that everything is flat. Now you measure over a
Yeah.
section of the Earth that should, according to the mathematical claim, show curvature. And when you don't measure that curvature, you understand it's flat.
Mhm. And so if you take all the, let's say, countries, and you have about 200 of them, give or take, right? Is there at least one country that officially says that the Earth is flat, or somehow there's a huge conspiracy theory that every country in the world somehow
Countries don't have vocal cords to be able to speak. Countries don't speak. People do.
So every country has people who think like you do, right? So
Yeah, in every country of the world, there's people that take reality into account and might communicate with their vocal cords that the Earth is obviously stationary and flat, obviously. But the country overall, not everybody is gonna say that, obviously, right? Or people in the country, because the country itself doesn't speak. People speak. People say stuff.
yeah, and I'm sure you already answered it a billion times before. I'm just curious because I just joined, but what's the benefit of keeping this how would I say, this reality from
Who's
everybody
keeping
else?
it? Who's keeping it from you? Who you're suggesting knows that the Earth's flat,
Well,
but
I'm
they're lying
assuming
about
it's
it?
the NASA. Like I see somebody has.
How would NASA know? I think NASA's lying about like space
So
travel.
they don't know, or they lie on purpose? Because
Well,
if they do lie, why
okay.
would they do
Well,
that?
I don't have any. I can't provide a list of names of people that would be lying about flat Earth at NASA. Can you?
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone who works for NASA believes that the Earth is not flat. So I can pull
Well,
up
so
any
they wouldn't be
name.
lying then about it being a globe, would they?
I see. So the whole thing is about misunderstanding, not a conspiracy. Is that?
Yeah, most people that believe the Earth's a globe have believed the Earth's a globe since they were small children when it was first told to them. And then it gets reinforced throughout their life. And then they get rewarded throughout the education system for just memorizing and regurgitating information from textbooks. Now, I don't think
People! Hi.
Hey, bro.
What's up, man?
Yeah, don't just jump in on conversations. Interrupt.
Sorry, man. I just got here.
Thanks for announcing yourself. Yeah, look, I don't think most people are lying. I think most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Most people have never tested it. Most people have never questioned it, and most people have no idea about the technical details regarding the globe anyway. Like 99% of the people we talk to don't even know the basics. It's just a belief. More educated people in specific fields, yeah, they might know a bit more about certain specific areas, but it's not like they're going and questioning the core fundamentals of their textbooks with their university professors, right? They're just taking it as a fact. What we're doing is going out and actually empirically testing to see if the mathematics that we're told about the globe matches reality, and it consistently doesn't match reality. Like we can't find that Earth curvature over distance, and then when we go looking for it from anyone throughout all of history, we can't find it from them either. But we've got a huge amount of empirical evidence, right? Long distance laser transit tests, infrared photography, all sorts of different tests, hundreds of them, if not thousands now. And we're not finding that curvature. So
And it's mostly speculation when you think about, who's lying and who's not. I will agree with DJ that most people just believe it, like it's cultural for most people. But I will also add up that there's definitely a scam going, and there's definitely some people that do know and just benefit from it. But who is it? Good question.
Are you guys coping about Artemis?
Woo!
Artemis, look at them. Went to the moon. Went back to the moon.
Yeah, yeah.
It's horrible, isn't it?
You're very easily you're very easily tricked. I think. I think you're just getting trolled.
Victory for the globe, yeah.
Would have been victory laps right now.
Really?
Is that BritNet? That's BritNet, isn't it?
Yeah. Can't wait for Artemis 3. Yeah, it's gonna be.
This is BritNet. Listen, BritNet and his boyfriends. They always join together, and they are basically representatives of the
Just
globe.
mute them all and kick them all.
Mute them all. Kick them all.
Yeah. They join together and they promote the Globe scam as a community service for the
that's Fligagigoo. That's what's his head? Rainbow Boy. I can't remember his name now. That's how Yeah, that's how insignificant he is. That's how unmemorable he is. I can't even remember his name. Oh, that's right, BritNet. That's right. Moon. I remember now.
Yeah, sorry. And the moon is also flat, or I think it's a...
How would we know?
How would we know?
Yeah, we say the Earth is flat because we're on the Earth and we can measure the Earth. But none of us are on the moon.
Like you'd say.
But what
if we want to figure out the shape of the moon, we'd have to go to the moon and measure it, wouldn't we?
Like
yeah, but what about the guys who just did the Artemis
You're so
travel?
cute. You're so pretty.
Even if they think...
Don't be a rooster, okay? Can you be a hen? We want you to lay all kinds of eggs.
Can someone mute that idiot?
From that egg so that you could lay eggs.
Sorry, I
All right.
just...
Yeah, here we go. I got a fun little test that I've been doing recently. Okay, so if we have pictures from Artemis that they're showing us, I'm asking Globe Earthers, like, how can you tell the difference between whether it's CGI or whether it's real? For example, Zergs, if I put this picture in the side chat, right, see the one I posted?
Yeah, with the engines, yeah.
Yeah. Like, are you honestly going to be able to tell me whether that's a legitimate picture or if it's just CGI?
Looks very pixely, like distorted.
Right, all of their footage was pretty low quality, though. That's the thing, right? Like with all of this amazing technology that we have now, they produced very unimpressive footage. Now, I would argue that can you tell the difference whether this is real or CGI? I mean, do you think that that's a real picture, or do you think that that's CGI?
It looks like two images copied together in paint or something, but hard to tell.
Right. So what if I told you that's a real picture from Artemis? And you can do a reverse image search on it and find the picture yourself.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not keeping track of who is saying what, unfortunately. But are you, DJ, are you saying as well that whoever works for NASA, they are genuinely mistaken, or?
Yeah, I'd say most people that work for NASA are genuinely mistaken. I think most people that work for NASA aren't even lying about going to space. I think that would only have to be a very small amount of people. I think most people that work for NASA, just have a very specific job to do. They compartmentalize just like they compartmentalize in the military. And they have a non-disclosure agreement, and they don't know what the people in the next room are doing, and so forth. Okay, so they have a small job to do, and they're doing it.
So what do you think they saw? Like if the Artemis guys, the 4 guys who went there, like what did they actually do if they didn't fly around the moon?
Well, I don't know. We can't confirm any of it, can we? This is what we saw. We saw the people jump into the rocket, and then we saw the rocket take off, and then we saw some escape hatches come down from where the rocket is. We don't know if there was people in that or not. We can't confirm that. Interesting that the 4 escape hatches came down when the rocket launched. Once again, we can't prove anything there. Then we saw the rocket go off up into space, allegedly, right? Much footage of the people. Now, they could easily fake that if they wanted to, right? They could easily pre-record or post-record all of the interviews in the little capsule. All of that can easily be achieved. I mean, they can do that in the movies. They could do that in TV shows. On a small budget. Now they had $92 billion worth of budget for Artemis 2. And they could easily have faked it, right? They didn't show impressive footage. They weren't showing, 8 megapixel video footage of the Earth rotating from space and all that kind of thing. They showed extremely limited bits and pieces here and there, to the point where there's so many people making videos on TikTok saying, oh my God, I cannot believe how much of a letdown this was. Now I'm questioning NASA's integrity and whether they actually went or not, because I was expecting all of this amazing footage, and it just didn't happen. So yeah, we can't validate. It's faith-based. What we can validate is that there's no curvature, there's no drop over distance when we go out and test the surface of the Earth. That's the easiest thing that we can go and check, rather than just believing in space agencies.
Some nice modern day 4K images would have helped.
Yeah, and that picture that I put in the side chat, I mean, that was just made in ChatGPT, by the way. This one here is the NASA one. And it doesn't even look as good as the ChatGPT one. My point is basically with that, you can't really tell. They could easily trick you if they wanted to. I mean, they even tricked people. Did you know they tricked people over 20 years ago into thinking that they went to space? Have you heard about that?
It's weird they did it on April Fools both times.
Both times?
Yes, both times.
Oh, did you hear
haven't.
McToon debunked?
1968.
Sorry, Fight the Flat Earth. Radwin, Fight the Flat Earth debunked that.
And why was that picture why is there a picture from back then dated April 1st?
Apparently they did it just after midday. So wasn't April Fool's. So we can't use that claim.
April 1st, April 2nd.
Sure
same
about
thing.
that. You can look it up.
But during the Cold War, Soviet Union had all the incentive to say that the US faked it. Why would they know
They
that?
did say we faked. They did say we faked it.
Yeah, they did say that.
They did?
Yeah, the head of Roscosmos actually said that they faked it. Yeah.
No, I mean in the Soviet Union when there was a man supposedly on the moon.
Yeah, have you seen the?
Newspapers
Okay, so all right. Think about this though. Have you seen the Soviet footage? Because they said that they landed something on the moon, right? They have footage that is even worse than NASA's crappy footage. It looks twice as fake as NASA's footage, right? That's pretty bad. So why would they say, oh, NASA's faking it? Wouldn't people then say, oh, hold on a second, your footage is even worse than NASA's footage?
So you're saying the Soviet Union faked it first and then they played the game?
Yeah, I think that was it's kind of like a the space race. It was like a show of superiority. Like our nation can do what no other nation can do. We've conquered space travel. It's a huge
But then
thing.
the US should have done it first. If they saw the Sputnik launched, they could have said.
Russia was the first people to put someone in space, weren't they? The Soviets.
Yeah, Sputnik, they did it first. And
Yeah,
then
the footage is, look, at the end of the day, that stuff's not difficult to fake, and you can't really confirm it. And the height that they're putting people up in low Earth orbit, that's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. You would only see 2.9% of the surface area of the Earth from that high.
Can we just get a moment's silence for the cameraman
who filmed them leaving the moon for home. Thank you. I remember a few years ago there was a guy jumping like literally from space with a parachute, like a Red Bull thing.
Yeah. So these are
think it-
scams. This is big companies scamming people. Even that scam even pissed off some of the the globe earth scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, and he went and he did a presentation on it. It's a scam.
I
They
watched
just used
that
a
video. It looked like he
right.
filmed it
You
from the
need to
very
watch it.
beginning.
Right. So you can see the same amount of curvature when he's on the Earth than when he's in the sky because they're using a fisheye lens.
Mm.
So
Okay,
if
so
you have a
because of the
close,
lens,
if you
it
have
gives
a,
you this effect that it seems like a globe.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it seems like a globe, but if you look closely at the footage, you'll see it turns into the opposite of a globe when the camera pans around.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. He used the eyefish lens to make the curvature. At 2 millimeters, at that height, you cannot see the curvature. This stuff is flat. So
Yeah, that's right.
for him to say that, right? Why don't you use your brain to think? Hold on a second. If this guy that is the head of the so-called communications of the globe, right, is saying that this guy who jumped from the Red Bull jump, right? He said at 2 millimeters, right, he cannot see the curvature of the Earth. Right? So, are you still believe that he jumped and he was able to see the curvature that doesn't exist?
Also, when you look at it, all you see is like
the International Space Station.
Sorry, Jamesy.
No, go ahead, play that. I want to hear it.
All right, this is the clip.
We'll be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
Yeah,
so there you go.
that's right. It's a lens effect. Yeah.
Yeah, he even came out after that, and he said even from over double that height, you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth because he was
you
talking
can get
about
this effect literally standing on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a global high priest
triple that,
telling
right?
you this.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the footage, you see all land. It's all Nevada. So is it planet Nevada that he's going? Is it like like planet New Mexico or something? It's all land that you see below him.
Yeah, and it's not much land he can see.
And another funny thing is, on that jump, right? It took him 2 hours to get there to the point he was, right? And he landed on the same place. So where was the rotation of the Earth at the same time on that day? Did the rotation skip from it, or what?
Well, I can try to explain it, because I'm still. Again, I just joined, and I'm just joined with the notion the Earth is still a ball, but
You can't
how they
explain.
explain it is it rotates, yes, very fast, but the air and we, like on top of this Earth, where we still have the same momentum with the air. So if this guy,
So now you're throwing out Coriolis effect. So you can't. You see, you can't. This is the problem. to explain one thing, you have to deny that another thing within the same paradigm, vice versa. So now you've just thrown out your Coriolis effect, for Earth-based Coriolis effect.
Right.
Yeah, like if a sniper, this is another one of the arguments they give for the globe proof. They say when a sniper shoots his bullet, the time that the bullet travels through the air to the time it hits the target, the Earth moves underneath the bullet by a certain amount. So they have to adjust for Coriolis effect.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, in other arguments, they'll say, well, the Earth is actually the atmosphere is moving with the Earth due to the conservation of momentum, etc. So there's a lot of contradictions when it comes to the globe side.
We're told storms form. We're told right. We're told storm formation is due to the rotation of the Earth. The way they appear to us is because of the Earth rotating. That's literally in the air, but now it's not independent. Okay, in one breath it's independent. The air is independent of the Earth rotation, and in another breath it isn't. You just have to make up your mind.
Yeah, good point. You know, sir, when you said that you could explain it, obviously you're talking from the globe belief perspective, but that's what the globe is made of: explanations, but no demonstrations. Because an explanation without a demonstration, what is it? It's just a story. You cannot verify it, show it, demonstrate it. The globe idea is a man-made story. It's a doctrine of men, fantasy that cannot be shown in the physical and natural world. So it's faith-based, basically. Go ahead, guys.
Zurge, I realize that what you're being presented with here is pretty intense and unbelievable. I can completely understand that position. My only hope for you is that you don't argue with us from a place of incredulity, like, how could it be that a nation or NASA or whatever, my elementary school teacher is lying to me? Number one, we're not claiming that everybody is lying. Number two, that's not how we prove things. Just asking questions like, how could I possibly have been lied to? The ultimate way to prove things is to go ahead and examine the claim or the thing that you're trying to prove. In this case, it would be the Earth being either curved or flat. And your experience is of a stationary, flat, existence. And it turns out that everybody around you, even in the major industries, nation states, whatever, they also measure a flat and stationary Earth. So never mind what people tell you. What is reality telling you?
I was wondering, I'm just curious. I think in this, let's say, community, you have a very rich, how would I say, collection of categories which, like, I didn't even know existed. Like, you talked about, like, laser bending upward because of the air and gyroscope not working, or the opposite. Actually, I've got confused. But you all agree internally with each other, or even, because I heard, I think, potentially contradicting.
Which
When
was
you
contradicting?
for example, some people say, let's say NASA stage things. Another opinion was that they are just genuinely mistaken. Are
No.
they both, or
NASA,
which one
NASA
is
as
it?
a whole, look, we all agree on this. NASA as a whole is deceptive, right? Like the actual, what they're doing, what they're putting out is faking space. But that doesn't mean that everybody that works there is in on it. It's not like you get a job at NASA and they pull you into some room with a bunch of guys in suits, and they're like, "All right, this is what we're doing. Okay, we're lying about space travel." I don't think that's the case. And if you look at government agencies throughout history, you'll find things like, I forget the name of it, but Project Mockingbird it might have been. But when they were working on the atomic bomb, for example, I mean, there was over 100,000 people working on that project, but only a handful of people, maybe 100 people, actually knew what they were working on. The rest of the people just had specific jobs that they were doing. They had no idea that they were working on an atomic bomb, etc. Right? There's Pearl Harbor. There was tens of thousands of soldiers that were tricked, and they didn't know exactly what was going on. And these government agencies do this. It's all compartmentalized. So I think we can all agree that NASA's doing some shady stuff, but that doesn't mean that everybody that works there is in on it. Makes sense?
Right. So the biggest how to say the biggest guys in the hierarchy, they are deceptive, but everyone below them at a certain level, they just genuinely mistaken. Is that
The
Well,
followers.
let me address this really quick. Zerge, we could never pretend to know who knows what and how they know it. We don't spend a whole lot of time, and I know that, like, if you're speaking to us and your mind is running through this gamut of thinking who knows what and who's ultimately lying, because if you think that you've been lied to, you would probably want to know who is doing it and why. But we are at the stage where we don't really care who is lying and why. We can only deal with what is empirically validatable. Meaning, is it observable? Is it testable? Is it repeatable? Is it falsifiable? Does it bear out in reality? So the thing that we do the most is point to the reality, which is the physical realm in which you live, which is the earth. Is the earth curving measurably or is it not? And in reality, the earth measurably is not curving, not only according to us, because we've done our tests, we've done our observations, we've busted out really expensive lasers, we've done all these things to go ahead and check. And yes, indeed, measurably, the earth is flat. But you mentioned a second ago, internally, are we consistent or externally, are we consistent? Well, actually, now we're beginning to refer to our external sources. We go beyond this quote unquote flat earth community and we go, well, what is NASA saying? NASA tells us by definition that gas pressure is defined by the collisions or the force of the collisions of the gas pressure on the walls of its container. They also have documents where in their flight models and how they model flight is according to a flat and stationary Earth. Same with JPL, John Parsons, blah, blah, blah. Lockheed Martin, CIA, FBI, you name it. All of these external governmental entities, they verify and they describe the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. The navigators, the surveyors, everyone measures the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. So not only is it consistent internally with as far as the quote unquote flat Earth community is concerned, but every other entity beyond us is verifying what we are claiming. Now, what they measure and they claim, and also we claim, is completely different than what is going to be claimed in the news media, the rocket launches that you see on TV, and what your high school or elementary school teacher is going to tell you. So whatever you are told is one thing. Whatever is actually happening in reality is another. And the thing that's happening in reality is the Earth is measurably a flat and stationary realm. I hope that kind of sums it up for you.
No, I mean, if there is an empirical test you can do, and sounds like, I don't know if you personally did any of these tests or you mean the community did this, but I like this idea. As long as you can devise a test that proves or disproves your idea, then yeah, that's the right way to do it.
Sure, we have many ways. I think, in my opinion, we have exhausted every possible avenue that we can as human beings on Earth to do what we can to see if it's curving physically in reality like a ball. And so everything that we've done has shown us that it is not. And the thing is, in my mind, the truth is a simple thing. And some people, I think, have been trained to think that to get down to the base level of a matter, you have to do all kinds of complicated, crazy things. And I just that is not borne out in my reality. So the reason that so let me just give you the most simple proof, right? That the Earth is flat. And we tell this to most people, but they don't accept it. But I'm just going to give you the bottom layer of it. You and I both know that water seeks to find its level, right? So even if in a small scale you pour water onto something that's kind of misshapen, it's going to flow to the lowest possible point, and then on the surface of that water, it's going to have this nice flat level surface. Well, in reality, the water cycle that we experience on the Earth is, the oceans evaporate, water sources evaporate, even in the dry land, quote unquote dry land. Humid areas get heated up by the sun. The water and the water vapor in the air rise. It moves because the wind pushes it in a different place because of pressure systems. And then when that water or that humid air gathers and condenses, it creates clouds, and it rains on the surface of the earth. And on the surface of the earth, at the high points, the water flows downhill all the way to the ocean, and it forms this completely level surface because we know that water finds its level, and all the water ends up in the ocean. Well, guess what? 70% of the Earth's surface, supposedly, is water, and the surface of all that water is flat and level. So there's no way you could have a flat and level ball in any way, shape, or form. It's very simple.
But do you all what do you think about the gravity? Is it
okay
real, or what do you?
Good question. So when people think about gravity, because you seem like an honest guy, so I'm going to give you what people are going to argue about as far as gravity is concerned. And there's really only two schools of thought when it comes to gravity. Number one, there's the Newtonian idea. Okay. Now, the Newtonian idea is that mass, which is sort of an ambiguous term, it's not really clearly defined in physics, and usually mass is conflated with this idea of weight. Okay. So weight and mass are interchangeable, but two large masses, mass attracts another mass. Okay. That's the very base level understanding of Newtonian gravity. And we don't have any experiment that we can point to that proves this is actually true. Weight attracts another weight, or mass attracts another mass. There's no experiment. The other one is Einsteinian gravity, which is supposed to have replaced and superseded Newtonian gravity. This idea is that there is a space and time fabric. And I don't know if you've ever seen like a Discovery Channel special, or your elementary school teacher got out this big sheet and then they threw a couple of balls into it, right?
Yep.
And they said, "Oh yeah, no, let's see how it all kind of flows towards down the fabric of the lesser medium, or the lesser weight goes towards the greater weight. There's a space-time fabric, and the unequal distribution of mass causes gravity." That's the new one. Here's the problem. Both space and time are just concepts, okay? So when you're dealing with something that is conceptual, meaning immaterial, It's just a mathematical proposition with no physical evidence or experimentation that can validate this idea. So it's a mathematical concept which they are telling young children all the way up to college grads that this is their reality, when in all reality, it's only a mathematical concept. There is no space time fabric. It doesn't exist. It doesn't have any weight, charge. It's not made of cotton. There's no space time fabric. It's just an idea. So when people tell you, right, that, well, when I pick something up and then I let go of it, it goes down. All right. And you would agree with this, Zurge, and I don't want to monologue. You agree with me, right? You pick something up, it drops. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So here's something that they kind of like leave out of the entire story. You and I, we are both mammals. We spend most of our time in the air, right? So we can pick something up, like a block of wood, and we can go, look, I picked this up, and I let go of it, and it drops. We kind of take for granted that you and I are in a medium called air. And so if we lift something solid in the air and we let go of it, the air doesn't support it, and so it falls to the ground. Now, what if we change the medium? What if you and I are fish, right? And we live in water. So you and I as fish, we're going to go and we're going to grab a piece of wood. It just so happens that it's floating at the top of the water. Never mind. We grab it. You and me, we're a team of fish. We're going to swim this bastard all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. And we're going to let go of it. What is the block of wood going to do?
It'll just keep floating, no?
Yeah, it's going to go straight up, right? Because wood floats in water. So now we've realized that in the air, wood is dense, and in the medium that it's in, it goes down. In water, wood is less dense than the water, it goes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's this medium and object relationship. So any time that we try to test this, if the medium is less dense than the object, it will go downward. If the object is less dense than the medium, it will go upward. This is all we can observe. I could not give you a cause for why that happens. I could not even pretend to tell you why this happens. This is just what occurs. So we have a medium and object relationship, and everything is dependent on the density of the object in the medium, determining whether or not it's going to go up or down. So the idea of gravity is kind of blown away by what we observe. There is no space-time medium. It's only conceptual. There is no mass attracting mass. We can't prove that, whatever mass is. And all we observe is in the air, the heavy stuff goes down. And if I have a helium balloon in the air, and that particular object, that balloon filled with helium, which is less dense than the surrounding medium, if I let go of it, it goes up. So gravity has been totally nullified by what we observe. And by the way, the air that you breathe is moving freely and randomly in all the directions. It's not being drugged down to the surface of the earth. It's going everywhere. Everywhere we go, we can breathe air. Even to the highest heights, there's air up there. So gas debunks the entire idea of gravity. I hope that kind of shines some light on the topic.
Yeah, I mean, I to be honest, I had no idea this community does not believe in gravity. I just Googled it and I was very surprised. So that's interesting. But you also say that
How did you
don't
take
know.
that from does not believe in gravity? He never said that. He simply
No?
explained we don't know exactly what gravity is.
Oh, okay. So it exists. We just don't know why things float, up and down.
No.
Not the other way around.
No.
Oh,
What I'm
what he's
telling you
saying-
is that this is what I would tell you. I don't know if you use the word gravity. What do you mean?
Well, I just would regurgitate to like what I learned in school and university, and
Right. Right.
I mean, you don't want to hear the citation, but yeah, I guess that's
No,
the
totally.
What you learn
But
in
math
school is a
tracks,
theory. What
whatever.
you learn in school is a theory of what
Right.
gravity is.
Right. But at least in theory, it could explain why it's kind of wood floats up, not the other way around in water.
well, I'll tell you what.
No,
I'll tell you what.
that's still Archimedes' principle.
Well, before we get into too deep of it, so you can take whatever gravity that you get from Google AI or whatever physicist website that you want to visit, and I will debunk it with gas every time.
Okay. But I'm just curious. So if so you say the gas moves around freely, air, which is true.
Yep.
Like on a small scale. I'm just assuming, like, if gravity existed, right, that on a very small, like, air molecule, it would be extremely low force. So a separate molecule wouldn't notice it. And this force would be minuscule. So it would just still float any direction it wants randomly.
Well,
But
then let's do this. Before you continue to describe to me or explain to me what would happen, quote unquote, why don't you tell me what gravity is?
It's a good question. So nobody really knows, but it's something related to mass, and that supposedly somehow
Okay.
distorts the space or space-time, and
Right.
two objects that have some kind of mass that kind of fall within, like, towards each other because some distortion of space and time, something like that.
Right. So what
And I'm
is
just repeating
space?
what I heard. I mean, that's
I know.
not.
What I'm trying to do with you here, Zerge, is to kind of bring you back into reality because you're going to tell me what you were told. And at the time when you were told it, it sort of made sense to you, right? So let's dig down into the depths of what we're talking about. What?
Hello?
Hello?
Was I the only one who DC'd?
No, everybody got DC'd. So anyway, Zerge, if you didn't hear my question before, let's
Sorry,
just
no,
go
I think
step by step.
I've lost the internet or something for 10 seconds.
Yeah,
I don't
me
know if
too.
it was me.
No, Discord kicked us all off, so it's fine. So let's dig down into the minutia of what we're talking about. What is space?
Ooh, that's a very deep question.
Right,
Well,
right.
it's a very kind of Newtonian explanations, like distance between objects. But if there is no objects, there is no space, something like that. I don't.
Right, isn't that weird? So between you and me, we could describe the length of that distance as one of the dimensions of space. So space is essentially length, width, and height, right? 3 dimensions, right?
Right.
So, and at the same time, if you don't have any defining boundary, space is still something that we can describe. Like if I look above me, we have this open area that we call the sky, and that would be empty space. Would you agree with that?
The empty space, like from what I heard, I could say just for the sake of the argument, yes, I agree. But like from
Right.
what I heard, like empty space is almost like impossible. Even like space has some stuff in it, some whatever they
Right.
say, dark energy, whatever, dark matter.
Yeah, people are going to say that, but ultimately, you and I both know that if we look up at the sky and we go, it looks like it's probably full of air and dust and pollen and maybe a bird here or there, right?
Right.
Okay. So we call that open space, length, width, and height. No problem. Now, is that a physical thing, that empty void that has stuff in it? Is that a real thing, or is that how we describe
that area?
Well, an honest answer, I think that still would be measurable space, because you could even like trap the air that's between these objects, and you could try to do some physical stuff with the air. You could detect its presence,
Yep.
its density and whatnot. Yeah.
Yep. But is the emptiness, let's say, between the gas molecules, is that a real thing? The nothingness?
Apparently, yes, because in theory there is some weak forces still affecting the molecules, and these forces kind of have diminishing force with the distance. I forgot how it's called, like reverse square root or something like that.
So,
Keep
so
in
you're telling
mind,
me that the emptiness that has nothing in it is a thing?
and just keep in mind, you are always using the word theory, right? That it ain't no fact. It's always the theory.
Yeah, but everything is a theory. Like the only difference between theories, some theories can be very useful to make predictions, and some are
Sorry. I'm going to help you out with something really quick, Serge. There's something called a colloquial theory, which is essentially a just so story. Like, I can make up a theory on something and have no basis in reality for it. And I'll give you an example. If things fall, my theory is that magical fairies grab the thing and pull it towards the earth. That would be my theory. Now, is my theory any good?
If it's useful, then it's good. If it's breaking when you try to maybe design something or live your life following this theory, then
Right. So if I'm constantly calling on the magical fairies to do things for me and they don't, is that theory any good?
no.
Right. So I can make something up about a scenario, and yet if it really doesn't actually, if it's not real in physical reality, my theory's no good. So it's more of like a story, isn't it? Like if I say the reason that the gifts end up at the bottom of my Christmas tree at Christmas time is because of Santa Claus, and you and I both know that Santa Claus doesn't exist, my theory is no good. Correct?
Right, yeah, it's not useful to
Okay.
believe it unless you're a kid. Right.
Right. So now, if we move on to something called a scientific theory, that's a whole nother ball game. Because in science, there are theories. A scientific theory is like the highest tier of evidence that you can ultimately get. The reason that in science they're sort of afraid to use this idea of proof is because they're really scared that one day, for some reason, something could upset or supersede their theory. So they always call it a theory. But in science, a theory is something that is proven by multiple excruciatingly detailed experiments that prove the same thing over and over and over again. That's a scientific theory. And a scientific theory is proven, or at least exists, because somebody did a lot of experimentation. So you can't have in science a theory without experiment. Here's what you are not told. When it comes to gravity, absolutely zero experiments were performed. When it comes to dark matter, zero experiments were performed. When it comes to black holes, zero experiments were performed. These are stories given to you by people that call themselves scientists, but they never tested any of it. They just told a story. It's as good as Santa Claus or the fairies. Did you know that?
No. Well, I heard a lot of experiments on gravity, but you're
Okay,
saying
give me
all these
one.
experiments give you one. I just joined randomly. I hope you agree. Like, I'm not here to kind of prove my points. I'm
That's
just
fine. That's fine. But if you told me you thought of an or heard of
yeah, just
experiments, I'd like to hear one.
randomly. Yeah, I would have to Google it, but the apparatus or whatever you call it, device that measures the gravitational waves by, I think they use something like lasers or something.
You're
Pointing
talking
to
about
mirrors.
LIGO.
Oh,
LIGO.
probably you're right. Yeah, that's the one.
LIGO. Perfect.
Yeah.
So let's, when it comes to LIGO, people may not be aware of this, but this particular machine didn't detect anything at all. And if it did, if it's detecting a space-time continuum or a fabric, then I would like to know what that fabric is made of. Is it made of space, emptiness, or time, a concept? How can two empty and conceptual things be material?
How can conceptual things be material? I heard that. To be honest, I don't know how to be exactly what you're. How can it be? So you're basically saying the theory exists, but there is no material proof. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So if LIGO is detecting anything, and I'm not even saying that they haven't detected something, they're going to call it a gravitational wave, right?
Yeah.
What in the world does that even mean? Does that mean that the space-time conceptual medium is waving? Because I don't care how hard you try, something that is conceptual will never wave.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a very deep question. I don't know. I heard that it's just somehow proved that there are like waves going through the gravity, that it didn't distort the space itself, but it affected
Right.
the gravity, which was somehow detected. And I don't
Right.
really know exactly how. I would need. They use lasers, I guess, and somehow.
Yeah, and that's fair because you and I out here you and I would be considered laymen, right? Like we don't actually understand all that much, so we don't actually dig that much. But if you just go ahead and examine the claim, they detected some kind of thing, and they're going to call whatever they detected a gravitational wave. Now, I don't know what it is that they're actually talking about. I don't know how they detected it. I don't know what they used. And at the end of the day, I don't actually know even what they're describing to me. They're saying they detected gravity. So is it the space they detected or the time they detected? And I would like to know how, because both of those things are not material. So how do you detect something that is immaterial?
I see what you mean. That's a very good question. Maybe there is. I'm just guessing, speculating. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but maybe we just didn't detect the matter that, um, or energy that makes up gravity, if it existed, right? I know you say, I forgot if you said gravity exists or not, but I'm confused. But in theory, just because we cannot see it doesn't mean there is nothing there. It's just hard to detect.
Fair enough.
Can I jump real quickly? I posted a video a few seconds ago. I'm gonna post it again on the main wall. It's from Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Again, your astrophysics,
Up.
talking about what is gravity, right? Again, it ain't us, it's them, right? But go ahead.
Yeah. So let's pretend for a moment that LIGO detected something. Okay, let's just pretend. If what they detected, is it going to have any bearing on whether or not the Earth is stationary? Is it going to have any bearing on whether or not the surface of the Earth is measurably flat? So, sorry, excuse me. This server exists so that we can help people understand one very simple fact. is that no matter who you talk to, no matter who you ask, is what they can prove is that the Earth is measurably flat and stationary. And we can prove this all day, every day, in every way that we can possibly imagine. And we can use hostile witnesses, NASA, surveyors, navigators, builders, you name it, government agencies. We can prove that the Earth is measurably flat. Okay? Everything that comes after that is going to be a different topic. So I'm hoping that you'll understand that why we're here is to talk about the Earth. Water finds its level, all that stuff. If we end up going into things like gravity, that's going to be a whole different topic, and we can sort of handle that with you if we want to. But there's no way that you on your end is going to be able to prove that whatever it is that LIGO detected has anything to do with whether stuff goes up or down. It's not going to help us understand at all why gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. It's not going to help us understand that there is no movement to the Earth.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
It's
I think this whole experiment, I'm guessing, was already, it existed on top of the foundation that assumes gravity exists and it works. It was already proven. Otherwise, this experiment wouldn't make any sense to those who doing this experiment. And yeah, I didn't really mention it as a proof that I just said, I just randomly remembered an experiment that did something with gravity. Maybe I could come up with a few more, but I definitely don't see how it has anything to do with water, not directly.
Right.
But
so, listen, I would encourage you, as a layman, to do every bit of research that you can. If this is something that puzzles you, to look into LIGO, to look into gravity, to see if there's something there that you can hold on to that you can prove, and anybody can prove, as to why gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. And come back and let us know what you find. I always encourage people to go out and do as much research as they possibly can, because we're not afraid of it. Like this particular community, quote unquote, that you're referring to, we love information. We love research. We love research papers. We love experiments. We love measurements. We love all that stuff, because the more that we know, the more that we can prove, right? The more that we can understand about our reality. Totally.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Isn't the Atmos? I'm gonna leave out the sphere for obvious
that's fine.
reasons. Isn't it more dense further down and less dense higher up?
Yes, that's the observation.
I mean, wouldn't that then explain gravity and gas? The relation between how that gas is also affected by gravity?
No, I'll tell you why. Because it's not even necessarily fair to call it a density. It's more fair to call it a pressure. The pressure is greater at ground level than it is up high. So pressure and density can be related, but as far as I understand, they're not always related. So let's put it this way. You can have a really dense air mass and it won't have as much pressure. Does that make sense? Cold air is very dense, but there's not a lot of pressure. Hot air is less dense, but there is more pressure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if it's confined.
Right.
Like,
but how else would you gain the pressure unless it was confined in the first place? So on the Earth, if there is a pressure gradient, where did the pressure overall come from? It would have to be contained. Isn't that correct?
But if you have like a bottle that is contained, the water bottle with a glass container, for example, there is nothing. The external pressure does not penetrate the glass. And
Right.
the water
There's a
still
physical barrier.
somehow sticks to the bottom of the bottle, not like floating up. I know you said we don't know why, but
Whoa, 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 whoa! Did you say that the air inside the bottle is just at the bottom?
no, the opposite. It's the water goes down.
Wait, are you talking about water or gas? Liquid or gas?
I see. Well, the water bottle contains both.
Yes, it does.
So I think that's your catch right there, right? So the gas goes up. I see. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, right.
Do,
So
do
You
molecules
thought of
in
everything.
liquid do molecules in liquid act the same? Do they also move freely in all directions?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question. When it comes to liquids, you have things that are in liquid state. It's hard to describe what exactly the molecules are doing, right? So if we see a flowing river, we obviously know that the liquid is moving. In a water bottle, could I describe the water molecules as moving? I don't know. If I apply more heat to it, are they moving faster? I don't know. It's an interesting question because eventually when we heat water or any liquid up to a certain point, whatever that point might be, they move so much that they begin to separate, and into the molecular bonds separate, and those liquid molecules turn to gas, and then they move freely and randomly in all directions.
Can I ask you again? I'm pretty sure I'm just googling almost everything I can come up with, and this community has answers to all of these questions. But one of the most
One thing
fascinating one is
before
yeah
Surge,
yeah. Go ahead.
with the liquid and gas, wouldn't you find out the same way in liquid? I mean, if we have let's say a bottle of water, there's no flow, and then we have an empty bottle with air only in it. Wouldn't it be the exactly same behavior of the molecules?
Well, okay, so let's say you and me have a water bottle, right? And we take the lid off of it and we just let it sit for a few days, maybe a few weeks. What's going to happen to the water inside of that bottle?
It's going to evaporate.
Right. So would it be safe to say that even in the liquid state, the molecules do move because of the energy being put into the system?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yep. Yep. So they do move. Even if we call it stagnant, they'll still move because of the energy. Yep.
Yeah, of course, they always move. If they don't move, it's freeze. It's because it's frozen. That's the only
Right.
time it doesn't. And even then, it moves. It's only at absolute zero it doesn't move at all.
Yep, and we have not been able to create that yet. That absolute zero, that's a tough one.
What? We haven't?
No.
How do we know then which exactly temperature it is in Kelvin and in Celsius in all measurements?
I think it's just
Well, we
zero
create
movements.
an arbitrary scale for ourselves, right? So, and everything typically is based on water, interestingly enough. So, absolute zero for water, that's what we describe it as, right? Where the liquid turns into a solid. We call that 0 centigrade or 32 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's when the liquid turns to a solid. They essentially don't move. But that isn't
that's
even
not
a zero energy state.
No, zero energy state would be minus 273.15 Celsius.
Okay.
That's absolute zero. That's where the molecules don't move at all.
To me, if you were to create an environment where there was zero energy, then you would have a perfect vacuum. Since we cannot create a perfect vacuum, I don't think we can also have a perfect zero energy state. That would be zero energy, zero matter.
What do you mean? Why would it be equivalent to a vacuum? I don't understand that.
So a vacuum is zero matter, zero energy. We can't achieve that.
I'm pretty sure we have measured reached, we have measured absolute zero. The point of absolute
Okay, well,
zero.
if you can find me an absolute zero energy and matter state, I would like to see it.
Let me Google real quick.
Hello.
Hello.
First of all, I'm not here to arguing. I'm just want to ask.
Wow, no, we haven't actually.
You haven't what?
We haven't reached on Earth absolute zero.
Yep.
I was
No,
right about the temperature, though. My memory works.
I just
We
have a
have
question.
we have
Did Google tell
absolute
you that?
zero, absolute
Yeah,
zero
Google
globe
told
proof.
me. Sorry, say again?
You'll take Google's word for some stuff, but not other stuff. It's kind of strange.
No, it's okay.
Or wait, yeah, I suppose.
What was the you
Topless
guys?
wants to say, topless. He wants to say something.
Yeah. So why all the nations agree on the same idea that the Earth is round? Why they all agree on that? All the nations around the world.
How do you know they agree? You got on a first name basis. You're ringing them all up. Hey, do you agree the Earth's round? Yes. Oh, cool. I'll call Australia next. Hey, Albo, do you agree? Like, how do you know they all agree? Interesting how such a basic question can make you stop and think. That's what this room's about. You thinking for yourself, not just blurting out the same crap that you get fed off the internet.
Yeah. True that.
What about the expeditions towards the edge of the flat Earth? Was it tried before, and if not, why?
Who says
Well,
there
that's a
was an
good.
edge?
I'm just asking. I have no idea.
Yeah. So let's kind of tackle this one really simply. Number one, if you're talking about an edge, because everybody has in their mind like what an edge would be. So I'm just asking you, Zersh, in your mind with a flat Earth, what would the edge be? Is it a place that you would fall off?
Well, I imagine a picture, I saw on the internet of the stereotypical flat Earth. It's like more of a disc, right?
Right.
So if you keep going and somehow you can reach the edge,
right?
And that's actually a very good question, how thick the edge is, because that's important. But suppose it's, I don't know, 100 kilometers. So in theory, at one point you can, if you believe in gravity and you assume gravity works, then if you just stand on the edge, you kind of will be able to see. Well, you would be able to see the whole side from one side, and you're gonna go along the ring, like the rim
Yep.
of this thing.
Yep. I understand what you're saying. However, and I don't want to cut you off. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I just want you to understand something. The idea that you've been given by somebody else, well, that's not your idea. So if somebody else says to you, "Hey, flat Earth is this thing, where it's this disc and it's in outer space, and you can get to the edge of it and you fall off, and it's probably like a circle." Nobody here believes any of that nonsense, and nor would we claim it because we ultimately don't know what the Earth as a whole would look like and if it has that kind of an edge. Here's what I will tell you and this is just you talking to me, says who, right? So this is my idea. I believe that the Earth is a contained realm, meaning that the water and the gas are within a contained system and there is nowhere that we can fall off of. I don't even know that the Earth looks like a disc. I don't know if it's an oblong shape that we couldn't even describe. I have no clue. So all I can tell you is since I breathe air and I know that there's water here, I believe that this is a contained system, meaning that there is some kind of physical barrier keeping all the material within it. Outside of that, I have no idea. But the idea of a vacuum of outer space and that solar system that we've all been trained to believe in, and the zillions of galaxies and all the light years and the ever expanding universe, I put no stock in any of that idea, because if you asked me where the edge of the earth is, I would say to you, where should I go to find it? In the same way that if I said to you, where is the edge of the heliocentric universe, you would say to me what?
Heliocentric, so meaning it's a globe, right? Just to confirm.
Essentially, the universe that you've been presented with that expands in all directions everywhere. And I don't even know what that universe is expanding into. But if I asked you to find the end of it, where would you tell me to go?
Well, from what I heard, again, I'm just regurgitating, obviously, you would, even if you start traveling at the speed of light, you will never reach the edge of it.
Right.
Somehow.
So
but,
it can't be found, right? And it doesn't matter what direction I go in.
Yeah.
I would never find it.
Or
And so
some say
the
you will
reality.
return back somehow to the, it's good kind of, if you are in a three-dimensional world and the reality somehow is more than 3 dimensions, you will just never be able to leave this kind of bubble, no matter
Right.
how far you travel and how fast.
Right. So we share this. I don't know where to tell you to go to find the edge of the earth or the edge of this realm, in the same way that you can't tell me where to find the end of your universe. And I know that that's not very satisfying. When people start thinking about the flat earth, they go, well, that seems a lot more approachable and understandable and even possible that I could find the end of the realm. Here's one big problem, though. For you and me, as laymen, just as normal people on the earth, it turns out there's a lot of places that we can't go. We actually have to ask permission to go anywhere. Like if I want to go to Europe, well, shit, I got to have a passport. And then, hopefully the TSA agent doesn't stick their finger up my butt and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of things that we have to do just to get from one landmass to another. Now, you ask me, where is the end of the earth? I'm going to tell you, number one, I don't know. Number two, I don't know how to get there. And number three, I'm not even sure I'm allowed to go look for it.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if somebody maybe has a plane. Have you thought about, maybe not you personally, but I'm sure some people in your community have a plane and they did some flying a long way just to see what's there, or
Well, there's a logistical problem, Zurge, because you and I both understand that fuel is required, right? So if I want to go a long ways away from all the land to see if I can find the outer limits of the earth, how far am I going to make it? And is there a filling station between here and the end of the earth?
Could you do a balloon, maybe like a meteorological or just unmanned balloon? You don't need to even travel there.
Cool.
Maybe.
Let me just say something. You are talking about traveling, right? I already travel a lot of places, including my own country that is 600 kilometers wide, right? So on that distance, I should be able to see the curvature of the Earth. Still, I went further than that distance. I never saw no curvature whatsoever. Again, so if you are asking to us, right, if we are pilots or not, and still, where is that curvature that we should be able to see it, or we should feel the plane, bending over to that curvature that doesn't exist, right? Because we don't see it. So I'm gonna give you my experience of life traveling all over Europe and zero curvature whatsoever on any flight that I did.
Okay. But yeah, I was not asking about the curvature. I'm saying assume it's, and I know you know like you think it's the flat, right? But if it is flat, you should still be able to go. I know it's expensive. You'll need like a passport, or you need to get lots of fuel, food, and all of it. But you're probably a huge community. Can't you just like what's preventing you from going further? Is it the weather? Like
No,
what's this?
I'll give you two things. Two big obstacles in our path. Number one, which way do we go? Number two, who's going to fill up our plane?
Okay, so that's I know it's a kind of big question. I know you. I think it was you. You kind of hinted there is a problem in the term kind of going straight. So is that like I
No,
assume it's
it's
not
not even
possible
a
to go
matter of
straight?
going straight. It's not even a matter of going straight. We could go straight in a direction or a heading, right?
Right.
Which way do you think we should go to find the end of the Earth?
Well, I would maybe need a map because you should have a flat earther map. Is it something agreed on, or if I
Oh,
just
there's a
Google
lot of flat maps out there. I mean, there's a
flat
lot of flat
earth
Earth maps
map,
out there. In
but
fact, all the Earth maps are flat.
are they all more or less, how do I say, do they overall agree how the map
No,
looks like? No,
that's
but
that's the problem because every map that we have today is a projection, and it turns out that every projection that we have is still inaccurate. Even the best maps that we have for navigation are inaccurate. Isn't that fascinating? They're all projections.
yeah, of course, because it's easier to see on the flat surface.
Right. Well, even if we wrap it around a sphere like the globe that you see on your teacher's desk, that's not accurate either.
Yeah, of course, it's
Right. So if we don't have any accurate maps and we don't know where to go to find the end of the Earth, what should we do?
But I think we should. Well, so I have a question. How many maybe years or like how many years, let's say, you personally been into this? Because I
10
feel like
years.
10 years. So you obviously thought of a lot of things. So I'm not asking anything you were never asked before.
Probably not.
Probably not, of course. But like, can I just like I'm just googling flat Earth map. I found the first one. It looks like a typical projection with I don't know if it's Antarctica in the North Pole, whatever, Antarctica in the middle of it, right? And on the
Well,
edges.
it should be the middle of it should be basically empty, maybe an ocean or maybe a few continents kind of stretching into the center of that. And then the outer rim should be Antarctica. That would be your stereotypical flat Earth map. But I don't claim that.
Okay.
That's just
No,
an
that,
azimuthal equidistant projection.
right. So okay, so it doesn't matter what's in the center because I assume it's easier to get to the center than to the edge, right?
I suppose so, but we're even kind of barred from going too far north. That's also protected by a lot of different nations for military purposes. Isn't that interesting?
Interesting. Yeah, I heard about that. But you could still get on a cruise or something. You can send a weather
Wait.
balloon.
Is that
No?
also true for the North Pole?
Yes.
I heard about that. Yeah, it's
Is there a treaty there as well between
Yeah, I
No,
think
there's
so.
no treaty. There's no treaty for the North. There is a treaty for the South. Now, the North, interestingly enough, if you look at some maps from maybe 500 years ago, there are some land masses at the North that don't show up on our most recent projections of the Earth.
I
And I
just put
think
it.
that's just interesting. That doesn't prove whether or not there's anything up there. Or when I say up towards the north, that's what I mean. But sometimes there's stuff up there, sometimes there's not.
I just
So
put
I
it.
don't know what's up there or not.
I just put it the link of the urban map so that those who have some doubts to check it out, comparing to the new ones maps that you guys are all talking, including my logo that it's UN logo, right? So you can compare it.
Okay.
Yep.
But like, let's say if you have an expedition with several ships, you get a community, collect donations, get food, whatever you need. Anyone will prevent you from going because
You better get on it.
international waters should be free to sail. No.
Okay, so Zerge, I totally appreciate the inquiries that you're making, and believe me, everybody in the quote unquote flat earth community has thought about this stuff. What would be the purpose?
I think just question. I know you don't probably like question with a question, but are you a proponent of the scientific method or no?
Yeah, but this doesn't have anything to do with science. Now, you and me, we're talking about our curiosities. We are
Yeah.
curious about finding out ultimately what the Earth itself is constructed like, where we are on this place, all that stuff. I totally agree with you. I am just as curious as you are. However, to figure out what this place is, what its limitations are, all that stuff, is sort of beyond the scope of what you and I are able to do. So you're looking at us as flat earthers and you're like, well, it seems like a fairly large community. Certainly you guys could pool your resources together and then come up with a plan with a plane or a boat, or maybe just all of you get like pitchforks and like torches and just go for it and figure it out. And I'd be like, yeah, that's sort of true, except we run into this major roadblock, and that is international law and the guns that come along with the international law. So, you know how, like 5 years ago, there was this thing that occurred, 6 years ago now, where they all of a sudden told everybody to just stay home and shelter in place? You remember that?
Right.
Right. Well, that shit exists everywhere. That machine, that entity, it's all over the place. That entity with the guns and shit, they're like, there are certain places on the earth that we are not going to allow you to go. So you and me as laymen, and along with the rest of the people that know that the earth is flat and want to do more discovery, we would probably be very likely to do something like that. We would like to go, ultimately, I think most people are very interested in going south. And they want to figure out how far south they can go and what's beyond the South Pole or whatever the hell it is, right? The problem is that you got to have a lot of money, you got to have a lot of resources, and then you have to ask permission. And after you've done all that stuff, when you ask for permission, they say, no problem, but the only way that you're going to go beyond a certain point is that you don't get to take anything with you, no fuel, no food, no dogs, no sleds, and you also have to get the approval of at least 50 other nations. So it's like, yeah, we have the ambition. I'm willing to bet that we have people out there that even have the money for the resources. At the end of the day, someone's going to show up and say, well, that's great. You guys have everything all together. Your bags are packed. You've got tankers of fuel. And we say no. So there's a problem that we experience. The entity that controls where you can go and what you can do, the same people that told you to shelter in place and stay 6 feet away from your neighbor, those are the same assholes that are telling us there's only so far that we can go on our gosh damn earth. This place belongs to you and me, and I think you would agree with that. And we shouldn't be barred from exploring how far it goes, and yet there are some assholes out there that say, no, you cannot. And I hate that, but that's the way it is. I don't really want to get shot. If that's, like, if you're asking me ultimately, most of us just kind of don't want to get shot. That's the way it is.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry. Of course, it's not what you accept, but I've just Googled the expedition and looks like somebody did it in 2024. somebody
what'd they
from your
do?
community.
What'd they do?
I'm just reading what happened, and I'm just reading of the internet. What happened when they finally went in the late 2024? A group of
Excuse
flat
me,
Earth.
Zurge. If I swear to you, if you try to compare a dozen people at most going to a prescribed area where they couldn't go any further and taking elevation angles to the sun versus freely exploring, I'm going to get really upset with you. Okay? So, did the people that you are describing in December of 2024 who took elevation angles to the sun, who were on a very specific camp and weren't allowed to go anywhere else, are you comparing them to freely exploring the Earth?
No, I'm just
No, so
literally
why did you bring it up?
Why I brought it up? Because I heard that it's not possible to go for all of these constraints, people with guns and seek the
Excuse me.
country's
What did
approvals,
I
and then
describe? Zurge, are you trying to piss me off? Tell me if going to a prescribed area where they also told them that they couldn't go any farther than where they were, how is that the same as you and me freely exploring the outer limits of the realm? Tell me how that's the same.
But if you look from my standpoint, I have no idea about like what you're talking about. You imply that
Yeah, you're talking about the final experiment, which was not an experiment at all. What they were trying to debunk was an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe, and what the sun does on that particular projection, which is a complete straw man, versus freely exploring the realm to finding the outer boundaries of it, wherever that may be. And those are two completely different things.
But did they? I mean, I just googled the fact of going. I didn't really know why they went. Right?
Did they go exploring the outer limits of the realm to find the end of the earth?
Yeah. Did they? How were they prevented from going by the
Yes,
government?
you said that they did. No worries. Tell me where they went, because how far did they go and they found the edge of what?
I just started reading. I didn't really finish reading, but
Oh, so you didn't even actually finish reading. You just decided, oh, well, there was a handful of people that went to Antarctica, which I'm totally aware that is possible. Shit, you can take a cruise to the landmass called Antarctica, go to a ceremonial South Pole and take a picture. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about finding the outer limits of the ultimate realm of the earth. You're talking about something completely different and telling me that I'm wrong. I don't really appreciate that.
did I tell you that you're wrong?
Yeah, you said actually you're incorrect because these guys went down to Antarctica and we're not even talking about the same thing.
Right. In fact, several flat earthers did go to a major expedition to Antarctica in December 2024. So what is incorrect here?
What were we talking about? Finding the outer limits or taking an elevation angle from a prescribed area in Antarctica? On the very rim of it, by the way. What were we talking about, Serge?
So from my naive standpoint, I was just trying to inquire why the expedition wasn't done before and you started.
What were we talking about, Zurge? Finding the outer limits of the Earth, or finding or going to Antarctica and taking an elevation angle? What were we talking about?
Well, first, I was curious about the shape of the Earth, and you said you don't really know exactly. It's somehow.
No, I didn't tell you about the shape. I said I don't. Yeah, I don't know the ultimate shape of the Earth. Then we were talking about finding the outer limits of the place, the edge of the realm.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about people finding the edge of the realm or just going to a place and taking an elevation angle?
Well, apparently, it sounds like it's two different things, but which I didn't know.
Right.
But I was asking, and I know it's probably not what I feel like you don't want to talk about this. To be honest, I don't quite understand why. I'm asking
I'll
it because
talk
I'm
about it
curious,
all day.
because
I just don't like being strawmanned. You telling me that, because if we're having a conversation about finding the edge of the realm versus
Yeah.
people just going to a landmass and taking an elevation angle, those are two totally different things. By the way, you should look up what it took for those guys to get permission and the amount of money it took to get to that one place where they were told not to go any further to do one simple thing. So, like I said, I didn't say it was possible to not go to Antarctica. I said it was not possible to just freely explore, to go wherever you needed to get to the end of the realm. Most specifically, I said people that want to go south, which is where most people want to go, run into a lot of red tape.
Okay.
And they did
But
run
if-
into a lot of red tape, by the way.
Just a question. Again, I'm not trying to fish or anything, but if it's the shape of the disc, does it really matter? Why would you go south?
I
Why
didn't
not?
say it was the shape of a disc.
Okay, it's not a globe, it's some kind of a flat surface.
Yeah, it's a flat surface. That's as much as
So
I can claim.
why specifically south? Can if there is a lot of bureaucracy and red tape, why not go north or west?
Well, like I said, you're going to have to find where people are going to get. Like, here's the thing, bro. I'm going to start asking you questions. Who do I have to get to go far as I want to go north? What do I have to do? What do I have to do to go as far as I want to without any restrictions to go south? What do
Well,
I have to do?
Well, from my naive standpoint, because I don't know, I would first of all Google, but likely you might need to get some kind of a permission, get a ticket on a cruise of some sort or expedition, wait for many months, maybe get lots of vaccinations, sign lots of papers. Maybe you might not need to take photographs. I don't know if there's a rule, but I heard there was some kind of a rule against photographs.
All the boosters.
Right.
Yep.
That's a
So
very
there's a lot of
high
things.
level.
And then, by the way, am I still subject to somebody telling me whether or not I can't go?
There is a good, well, if you're going on somebody's national ship, I'm sure you need to get at least their permission.
Right. Let me ask you this question. Do you think it's fair that I have to ask someone's permission to explore the Earth?
No, I meant just the captain of the ship. You know what I mean?
I'm
they
asking
don't-
a different question. I think this is for most people, even the people that are listening to us having this discussion. Do you think it's fair that I should have to ask somebody else permission to explore the Earth, which I'm born into is the same as they are? Why should somebody else determine whether or not I can explore it?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's fair, and I'm kind of surprised there is a rule against that. If there is a rule,
Right.
it's not fair. Yeah.
Right. Why is there this oligarchy or this control structure that tells us whether or not we can do things that we should be able to do? That's a bigger question. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with this topic, but at the same time it does, is because if I want to figure out ultimately the nature of the reality in which I live, its outer boundaries, its limitations, its full breadth and width, right? Like in length and depth. Why should I have to ask anybody to do that? Now, fair enough, maybe something that I do may cause a problem for other people. I totally get that. And I should probably take that moral responsibility onto myself and go, well, if I'm going to do anything, I better make sure that I'm not actually hurting somebody else. Totally. That would be fair and moral. But at the same time, if I actually just want to keep moving and see if I can find whatever the end of this flat plane that we live on measurably is, why should anybody stop me from doing that? That's my ultimate gripe. I don't think I should really have to be told whether or not I can or can't do that thing. That's probably the biggest problem with this world in the first place, is that why are people like you and me that take a crap every day, that have, our own personal issues, that, maybe struggle with certain mathematical concepts that have relationship problems. All of us that are totally normal people that just do what we do, no matter what happens. Why are we at the mercy of somebody else, some crazy asshole with a gun and a lot of money? Why are they telling us what we can and can't do? And why are they the ones telling us what the earth looks like when they can't prove it?
They doing this, you think, because they mistaken, or they have a malicious reason to?
Well, listen, this is, once again, you're just talking to says who. Don't take what I say and then make it every flat earther's or every human being's point of view. I ultimately believe that yes, there is a malicious malicious intent or controlling intent by a certain group of individuals that have trained another group of individuals, useful idiots that only do things for money. They give them guns. Those people, those useful idiots that have the guns, tell everybody else what to do because they're too stupid to figure out that what they're doing is completely immoral and unjust. I think they do have malicious intent. I think they are wrong for telling me what I can and can't do, especially if I want to explore the earth and I'm not hurting anybody. And I actually just want to figure out what's going on everywhere if I can. I think they do. And I think the reason that they have that malicious intent is the other reason why they tell me that it's a ball and you might as well just give up on it because we've already explored it. This is what it looks like. It's very limited. You can't go anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, I go, well, okay, well, if that's true, then how come it's flat? And how come you're telling me there's places I can't go? All of this math, if I'm
they benefit from this, if they try to do it, there has to be an incentive for them. Like, what would be the benefit for them?
The incentive is that they get to control people. They're power greedy, money grubbing assholes. This is the way that governments have been since the beginning of mankind. This is the way that wealthy and greedy and powerful people have always been. Anybody who looks or reads a textbook about history will understand that there's always been crazy, weirdo, whack job people out there that are hell bent on controlling people. Now, you could ask me, why do they do it? And I would say to you, well, why do you do the evil things that you do? Why do they do the evil things that? Well, because there's a part of them that's just crazy and greedy and overall cruel. But that's the way it's always been. It's as if in this age people have all of a sudden been convinced that power structures are always benevolent. And yet they've never been that way. Ever since there's been a power structure, it's been more and more oppressive. And they become so oppressive that they ultimately collapse in on themselves, and then everything has to start over again. But you're asking me a question that we kind of already know the answer to.
So they on purpose prevent people from traveling and finding out the information because they just like controlling people.
Yeah.
But themselves, are they mistaken? Like, let's say the richest oligarchs that do this controlling, are they aware? Let's say the Earth is flat, or they know it's flat. They just don't want everyone else to know. So what's the? Or you'll say you have no idea.
You're asking me for an ultimate goal, right? The ultimate goal about telling people that the Earth is a ball. I actually can't tell you the answer to that. But I do know that there's always been slave masters and slaves. And slave masters tell their slaves whatever they need to make sure that they're quiet, calm, and good workers. That's why back in the old days, back maybe about 100 years ago, there's a quote from Rockefeller that says, "I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers." So they will tell people whatever they need to. And this is, by the way, about the time that he created the modern day education system. He was already telling you, I'm not really interested in whether or not you know the truth. I just want you to know enough to make sure that you keep working for me.
And it's easier to do on the round globe than on the flat one somehow.
Of course, because on the round one, you have this great setup story. The Earth is just this byproduct of a huge explosion back in the old days, 4.6 billion years ago, called the Big Bang. Nothing exploded and created everything. There is no God, there is no purpose to your life. You live on this ball, you could get hit by an asteroid at any time, and your life could be over. You could get cancer, blah, 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 but your life is ultimately meaningless. So you might as well do everything that you can while you're here to work, make lots of money, which, by the way, they'll take from you, and then they'll take that money, create more control systems to keep you enslaved. That's the way it's been. Now, you're going to ask me, what is their ultimate goal? Their ultimate goal is to have control of you.
See,
But why?
I'm just reading. So apparently, I wasn't aware of that at all. But the community is like you're very religious, or just say you're religious. You're.
I'm not religious at all.
Not at all.
No.
No. Okay.
No, religious indicates that somebody is following some kind of system and a process of earning their way to an ultimate, euphoric or idealistic state called heaven. There's no way you could work yourself to a heavenly realm.
But let's say I'm not sure if there was a Big Bang or not. But in general, do you believe? I know maybe you personally in the like intelligent creation or.
Of course. This realm operates according to a bunch of supernatural laws. You cannot get those supernatural laws without an authority that is supernatural, right? Right. So there is ultimately a supernatural governing authority over this realm, whether you like it or not.
Right.
Ask a question about predictability within the flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model. You have to go somewhere else.
So can I ask a question about what people would see if they are in two different spaces and they look up?
They'd probably see the sky.
Would they see the same sky?
There's only one sky, dude.
But like, let's say like the constellations above them, would they see the same ones?
Probably not. They're in two different places.
So if they were on the same night, let's say 12 hours later or whatever, from like Patagonia to Madagascar, and they look up at the night sky, would they see the same constellations in the same orientation, or would they be flipped or inverted?
Why are you asking silly questions that we can see in reality for ourselves every day by looking up at the sky and understanding that we don't all see the same stars in the south and the north?
Okay. So would you be able to predict what you'd be able to see tomorrow?
Yeah, of course. We have predictive models because they're postdictive. We recognize a pattern, so it's always going to be the same way. It's been that way since mankind has first always lived on the earth. The same repeating pattern every year is the same thing that we see.
But how do we predict them?
It's called postdiction. It's pattern recognition. Does this have anything to do with whether or not the earth is measurably flat or not?
I'm trying to figure out like how, like if I was planning to go somewhere, how I'd be able to predict what I would see, like if I wanted to see a specific, like the Southern Cross.
Well, just go ahead and look up the Soros cycle. That'll tell you.
Look up what?
The Soros cycle.
Soros?
Yeah.
It's
the same system we've been using since the beginning of time. Babylon recorded it. We still use it. Even NASA uses it. for them to, predict all kinds of things like eclipses and the night sky and meteor showers and all that stuff. It's a cycle.
Same way with the moon calendar, right? It's a cycle. It's already.
It's just, yeah.
Why does the sun rise and set at the different times in different parts of the world at the same time?
It doesn't.
Really?
Yeah, no, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west for everybody. It just depends, on the time of year, where they're at, all that stuff. But it's different all the time for everybody. Like tomorrow, the sun will rise 2 minutes earlier than it did, or like a minute and a half, sometimes a minute to a minute and a half earlier than it did today. So it's not going to be at the same time. It's always different.
The sun now is rising in my country.
Okay, great. Was it earlier today or later today than it was yesterday, depending on what time of year it is? Why do you guys always think that like the celestials have anything to do with whether or not the earth is actually measurably flat? I don't get this. Have you all lost your gosh damn minds?
I have a question about that actually. Let's say the moon is what shape is the moon? Is it also not? Is it flat, or?
Why are you asking, dude? Okay, look, I'm going to do my best to not get frustrated. When you see the moon at night, if it's not cloudy out, is it always a circle?
At night, well, due to the shade, it might appear like a crescent, might appear
Right.
like a circle. Yeah.
So sometimes it's a crescent, sometimes you guys are asking me questions that you already know the answer to. Sometimes the moon is full and we call that a circle. Sometimes we look at it and it's not full. It might be a quarter moon. It looks like a half a circle. It looks like a crescent sometimes. Sometimes there's no moon at all. And here's the funny thing about the new moon. No one can detect the moon at all with any device that we can possibly use. It's almost as like it vanishes during a new moon phase. Actually, nobody pays attention to that because they don't realize that the moon just vanishes for a couple of days out of a 28-day cycle. But when you see it, it's the shape that it is. Why are you asking me a question you already know the answer to?
So what kind of a question you want to be asked?
I want you to ask a reasonable question about the topic itself. Is the Earth curving or is it flat, and how can we prove it? Not what gosh damn shape the moon is.
I can explain why I'm asking this, because depending on, because let's say I assume that, again, because of the education, right, that most planets, or planets basically somehow in the sun, are globes.
I just posted it.
Right.
Zerg, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just posted a video. Wait 2 minutes to watch the video, okay? Then come back and tell me what is the shape of the moon. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. But you can just tell. I mean, I'll watch it in a second. But you can just tell me that you believe it's more of a flat object, right? That's what you.
No.
Look at the video.
My goodness, man. Here's the thing. It still does not have anything to do with the Earth. You're asking me about the moon. Let me ask you this question. Is the moon the Earth?
It's two different objects.
No, whoa. Are you calling the Earth an object?
So what is it?
I mean, I can't really find another word for this. I mean, it could be a thing, if you wish. Two different things.
Okay, a thing. Yeah, fine, but they're two different objects. So you're asking me questions about the moon. Let me just explain to you right now a few things. I've never touched the moon. I've never visited the moon. I've never smelled it. I've never heard it. I've only seen it from the Earth. And I see the same thing that you see in the night sky above my head. Sometimes it looks like a circle. Sometimes it looks like a crescent. Sometimes it looks like a half a circle. and sometimes that sumbitch ain't even there. What does that have to do with the Earth?
I can explain why I asked this question.
Okay.
Um, I wanted to know if you think, or you know, if the moon is round like a globe or more flat, and the same question would be about the planets supposedly that exist and stars. And I was either expecting you say it's also flat or they don't exist or something to that
Why?
nature. But
Well,
to be
sorry,
honest,
sorry.
yeah,
Why would you expect us to say that they're flat?
I can explain that because depending on that question, the answer, let's say if most objects are globes, you would also expect the Earth to be a globe just because of the statistics and how like
Okay.
rare it would be not to be a globe.
Okay. So let's see if your reasoning holds up. Okay. So in the sky, sometimes we see a sun that looks circular. Sometimes we see a moon that sometimes looks circular. We also have stars. Those stars are twinkly lights, and there's a handful of those. Those are all above my head. Now, also in the sky, I see birds. They're bird shaped. Sometimes I see clouds. They're all kinds of different shapes and structures and blah blah blah. And they have more dimension than the moon, by the way. Sometimes I see airplanes and contrails and chemtrails. Sometimes I see shooting stars. Right? I see a lot of shit in the sky. Do you think I should also assume that the Earth is a bird, a cloud, uh, an airplane? If I see something in the sky, should I just automatically think that that's the same as what's underneath my feet?
No, but massive
No.
objects.
Well, then why in the hell would I think that the Earth has anything to do with the sun, moon, or stars?
Well, I'm just curious, but I think I explained why. If depending on what you
No,
think
I'll
or
tell you what
know,
you're doing.
yeah,
You're projecting onto me what you were told, and the same thing that I was told is that the Earth is a spinning water ball in a vacuum, just like all of the quote unquote other planets. You are trying to project onto me your belief system and then ask me a question about your belief
yeah,
system
no,
having to
that's
do with a
exactly
solar
right.
system. Right.
Yeah, yeah,
And that
yeah.
doesn't make any sense because the earth is measurably flat. So there is no way on God's green earth that it would be anything like the objects in the sky.
Okay, well, but you could just okay. I could be wrong, and I guess I can Google it. But it sounds like the moon is also flat. That's
Why?
what
Why?
I'm
Why
hearing
would you even think that?
because it looks like a disc, or what? What
I
is
mean,
it?
Looks
kind of.
sometimes looks like.
Okay,
Sometimes. But why
but
would you associate the two? This is the thing. I'm trying to like Zerge, I actually think that you're here in good faith, and I hope that you are. But here's the thing. I'm trying to help you. Why would you even associate the two? It's a sky object. You're on the earth. They're two totally different things. They're essentially unassociated.
mhm.
You've been trained to think this way. You've been trained to think that the things in the sky have anything to do with ultimately the construction or the nature of what's underneath your feet, and that's just not true.
Okay, okay. But
You don't wander
I'm
around
asking
thinking,
it
look,
because I want to. I mean, I can Google it, of course. I'm just it's not going to be that interesting, but
What are you going to
well,
Google?
um, what's the world like? Because I think I can visualize the way you imagine the flat Earth looks like a disc, if you will, with some
no,
kind of a sphere
No,
around it,
no.
no,
right?
I already
No.
told you this.
no.
Now, Zerge, you're starting to piss me off. I already told you that the Earth is not a disc shape because
Okay,
I
okay.
have no idea.
It's not it's flat, but the shape is not necessarily disc.
Yeah,
Sorry, but
yeah.
is okay. Is the moon we see is part of that thing? is it within the bubble you see, or is it kind of outside
I
it?
have no idea. I have no idea, man. That's the crazy thing about this. And this is the part that for you probably is going to be super unsettling. Is that there are just some things I have no answers for, and nobody does. Nobody has
So,
the answers.
why does Earth's shadow appear curved on the moon during the lunar
Gosh
eclipse?
damn it, dude. If you're going to
That's a
bust in here with a
loaded
non
question.
sequitur question, I am going to lose my shit. Number one, I'll tell you
Yes,
what I'll do.
wait your turn.
I'll answer that question if you can show me that you have evidence that the Earth, and this is a big deal, that the Earth is blocking out the sunlight that's reaching the moon. If you can prove that, then I'll answer your question. What a dumb question.
Actually, good question, to be honest. Again, I'm talking as a
Why?
visitor. Because a next question would be if the moon looks like a crescent sometimes, is it the shade that makes it look like this, or is it something else? If it's a shade, then whose shade is it?
My goodness. You're asking me questions according to your previous paradigm. And I know it's difficult for you at this stage of your inquiry into this topic to not separate the two. But according to heliocentrism, can you tell me, and most people don't get this question right, why are the moon phases the way that they are? Do you know why?
Phases of the moon. You mean like a 30-day kind of ish phase?
28 days.
20 days.
Yep.
Okay. And why it has like crescent shape on the left and then on the
Yep.
right and then it's like,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
That's a good question. I never thought about this. I don't have an answer, to be honest.
Okay. I'll tell you why. All right. And I'm just going to give you the information according to the heliocentric model because it's amazing. Most people actually don't know how the heliocentric model works. But what it's supposed to be is our viewing angle to the moon, right? And the moon's relative angle to the sunlight. So let's say you're hanging off the edge of the globe Earth. You know, you're sticking out sideways, but somehow you're looking up and you're looking at the moon. And that face of the sphere, quote unquote, sphere moon, that side is exposed to the sunlight, right? So you're only seeing the side of the moon that's being exposed to the sunlight, and the other bit is in the shadow. It's in the darkness of space.
Yeah.
That's where the moon phases come from. It's all about the angular relationship of the moon to the sunlight and your viewing angle to the moon. That's essentially what it is.
Oh, I thought you would have a more in-depth explanation. Yeah, that's
No,
what
that's
I
it.
imagine. Yeah. And you could see the
Right.
dark side with a powerful binocular or telescope and see the dark side as well.
Yeah, sometimes. It's interesting. Sometimes you can see that kind of outline of the moon when it's like a quarter moon or a crescent, and then there's some times that you can't. It's very strange. Now, what do you think happens on the new moon where the moon is nowhere to be seen? What do you think happens then?
Well, I assume like nowhere to be seen, or like not even the completely dark moon. Is that what you mean? If you don't
Well,
see
I'm
it, it's
saying
probably.
that typically during a new moon phase, it's actually supposed to be during the day. Okay, so it can't be detected during the day. However, there's also times where there's a full moon during daylight. So it's very strange. There's all kinds of weird shit happening. But it turns out that no matter what kind of device that we use, we can't detect the moon during the new moon phase at all for about 2.5 days. It cannot be found. I don't care what instrument you use, it's gone. It's essentially disappeared. Isn't that strange?
I never heard of that, but interesting.
Yeah. Now you can get on Google and they will tell you this. Oh, well, during a new moon phase, that's actually correct. We cannot detect where it is. It kind of disappears. Except the very first stage of the waxing crescent, where it's like this tiny sliver where you almost can't detect it. And there are like oh, but that's still sort of the new moon, even though you can see it, and then you can see it. But what they actually are telling you is during a new moon phase, when no one sees the moon, it cannot be found at all.
Oh, I'm just
That
reading
is very
about.
mysterious.
Yeah. Interesting. So basically, according to the heliocentric explanation, if I understand it correctly, it's completely in darkness, so you can't easily see it. But you also say there is no way to detect it using
Nope.
any technologies?
Nope. Every bit of technology they can use, moon's gone.
Because in theory, the moon would hide behind it the stars, so you would at least see the blackness with no stars behind it, so you can indirectly tell it's there. No.
Right. That's the whole funny part about it. It's like if there was an object, right, a physical object that was blocking out the starlight from zillions of light years away, it would block it out. Like you'd have this kind of silhouette of a circle, or a sphere, or whatever you want to call it. And it would just kind of keep blocking stars out and shit. Not there.
Do you mean you could see through it?
I don't know
Or
how
it's
you'd see
supposed to-
through a physical object, a big giant dust ball in space.
So, okay, interesting.
Very interesting. So that kind of like, bro, I understand you're asking the question, as to do you think that the moon is flat? And to me, it's like, certainly you understand from my position that I'm describing the earth and the earth only. And you're asking me about a celestial light, a moon, or whatever. And you're saying, well, is that also flat? As if somehow the moon is associated with the earth in shape or nature or
If
anything at
the
all.
Earth is
And it's
flat,
not.
is your ass also flat?
Oh man, what a great question. Probably about as flat as your mom's chest.
Yeah, and that question would be odd because how would you be able to measure the surface of the moon to know whether it's flat or not? I mean, how would anyone be able to do that? Amazing question.
Any other brilliant questions from the peanut gallery?
Wait, so
I'm
if
still
the
trying to
Earth
find
is
a
flat,
model that
why
will
is there
predict
a H
celestial
in
bodies
hydrogen if
outside of the
the
moon and the sun.
chemical is not connectively bind?
Hold on, Sheik, you're going to have to wait. I'll tell you what, Shane. I'm going to give you all the time you need. Can you help me understand how anything about a predictive model, blah, 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 is going to help the Earth being measurably flat?
How it's going to help measure it to be flat?
Yeah, or debunk it or
Yeah.
whatever. How would it even help your position? What a dumb question, Shane.
How's it?
Wait,
I
I
guess I'm not
actually
seeing how
think
it's a
the
dumb
Earth is
question.
flat, but what are you arguing?
Maybe you should go to a different server where they're talking about predictive models and what good they're going to do when you're talking about geometric claims of the Earth's surface.
Don't understand, or is this a defensive mechanism, or are you answering a question?
This is not a defensive mechanism. You've been in here for days kind of hanging out, and you finally uncorked yourself and asked the stupidest question of all time.
Why are you coping so hard right now?
No one's coping. I'm just talking to somebody asking a dumb question. Do you have other dumb questions that you'd like to
How is that a
present?
dumb
Like,
question? I think his questions are very
okay, great. You tell me how
speculatively,
his
like,
question
funny.
has anything to do with the topic. I'll give you 30 seconds.
Well, it has a lot to do with how the Earth is flat because the moon is also flat.
The moon is flat? Great. Do you have any moon curvature or non-curvature measurements that you can give me?
No, but if you just look at it, it's just
No,
flat.
wait a minute. You just told me that the moon was flat. How did you get that information?
Well, if you just look at it, it's just flat.
It is flat?
It's not flat. If you look at it, it's not flat.
It's not flat? Can you help yourself out and tell us which one definitively it is? Is it flat or is it not flat?
Do you think it's flat?
Why is he asking you a
I'm
question?
asking you. You made the claim that the moon is flat, and then all of a sudden you made another claim that the moon is not flat.
Why are you trying to cope so hard? I'm just asking a question.
This is not a coping mechanism, friend. Your weird ass burden of proof reversal fallacy coping mechanism of your own is not working. So, is the moon flat or not? Yep, back on mute. You should just stay on mute, friend.
Yeah, he didn't really help me, but I'm just trying to figure out like the consequences of a flat Earth. Like if it is what it is, then how would we be able to predict the sky? That's all I'm asking.
Why would a flat Earth be able to be? Hold on a second, dude. If the Earth is flat, what would that have to do with the sky at all? Why would you even ask that question?
Because I'm trying to figure out how you would predict the sky on a flat Earth.
How would you predict the sky on a flat Earth? You would watch the patterns. Go ahead, Jedi.
Yeah, nice. And you're absolutely 100% correct. We've kind of been having this chat in the side chat, and dude, we've been trying to point out to you that it's an observer-centric system, right? There's no geometry involved. We literally have observed the sky do the same things that it's done for thousands of years. And based on the things that it's always done, we can predict what it's going to do in the future. That's why I brought up the sun earlier, right? Over its yearly cycle. Guess what? It's going to do the same thing next year. Saros cycle with the moon and moon phases as well. These are observations of what this thing does over periods of time. And guess what? It repeats those cycles. Same with the wandering stars. Jupiter, Mars, XYZ, these things, they do their repeating patterns. Now it's, like I said, them doing what they've always done and us remembering what they've always done and noticing that they're going to keep doing the same thing.
Wait,
no
so what
geometry.
zodiac sign are you?
Yeah, and this is a silly question, yeah? The fact of the matter is that the Earth measures flat. So what we see in the sky, what we use for predictions, postdictions, asking, that's happening over a flat surface now. So there's no use asking how's that going to occur over a flat surface. It's happening every day in reality over a measured flat surface.
I just want to know what zodiac sign are you guys?
No, we don't
Another
subscribe. We
question.
don't subscribe to that. That's not something we subscribe to. And let me just make one prediction. In
If you know your
2028,
zodiac sign, you could.
hang on. In 2028, Japan will be having a good summer because the sun will be in the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, that's my prediction. Thank you.
So Shane, you understand what we're saying, right?
I'm not sure how like this it keeps going back to sun and moon and to planetary bodies. So, but I understand what you guys are saying. I'm trying to figure out what model would I use to predict. Like, is there
Celestial
a
sphere.
math I could use, or is it purely observational based on past? So I wouldn't
I
be able to
posted one,
predict forward.
Planisphere.
Okay, I'll look at Planisphere. I'll go back on mute.
For Allah.
That's a basic model that you can use. I used to have one. Apparently it expired. I don't know if that's true or not, if it's not accurate anymore after a certain time. But you take it out, take it outside at night, and I think there was a time. So you'd align the time with your time. So the timer as and it'd spin with a window on it showing the star field, and you'd rotate it till the red arrow matched the time on your watch, and then you look at it, and it should show you the star field that's above you at that time.
But those
It
only
was
work
for
in a
this.
specific. They only work in a specific latitude, right? Like you can't buy the same one and use
I
the
think
same
that
one.
one was supposed to be Australia wide or quote unquote Southern Hemisphere wide.
Yeah.
Sounds like it exceeded its tell by date.
I used it for a few years. It was pretty good, pretty accurate.
You know, I use Google Sky Maps sometimes to, just kind of get an idea of the constellations and stuff. The weird part is that Google Sky Map shows me that I live on a flat Earth. And so I was curious if anybody had a globe Earth model that could predict for me what the sky does, and where the values came for that globe Earth model. I've always been asking globers for that question, for that evidence, and they haven't been providing it. It's weird.
Bunch of links, or what would you prefer?
No, I just want the model itself, and then I want the value, where they got the values for that globe Earth model.
Would you want a bunch of links, or you just want
No,
the
I want the
values?
model.
You want them?
No, can you show me the model of the globe Earth model where it can do all these predictions and then where the values came from?
Yeah, I can do that. You want me? I'll drop it in chat.
Okay. Sweet.
The suggestion seems to be that if you're looking at the celestial bodies in the sky, you can predict the shape of the Earth. Is that possible?
Negative.
I'd say you can get really pretty close. You can actually get really accurate, but it's hard because we stand on Earth. It's hard for us to just put down a tape measure. Like you guys, I mean, you got an extremely strong, valid point that observationally, it's very hard for one human to just stand somewhere or even move somewhere and prove that there is a curvature or anything else. It's just, and
That's
none of
not our
us,
claim.
at least I don't think there's any astronauts on here. None of us have been up
Shane.
to have any other opinion. So we can't
Shane,
prove
that's
that.
not our claim, bro. Why are you strawmanning us right now?
Oh, I thought I was saying what you guys have said. What am I saying
What
wrong?
have we said? Have we said that the Earth is measurably flat, or have we said that if you just stand somewhere and look at it, it kind of looks flat? What did we say?
You guys have
You've
said
been in
a
here long
combination of
enough,
both.
right? So measurably flat. What are we talking about? You've been in here long enough that we're posting the links and stuff. What have we posted to talk about the measurements?
Yeah, I'm gonna focus on the other question I was answering.
Oh yeah, you're going to avoid that question hardcore, aren't you?
No, I don't know what you're asking. I honestly don't.
I'm asking you, what have we posted since you've been in here multiple days? I've seen you in here. What have we been posting?
What have I?
Have you not been
posting?
paying attention, Shane?
What have I been posting?
What have we been posting? It's weird. I keep asking the same question over and over, and you pretend like you're not hearing me.
No, I just don't understand. How am I supposed to tell you
What
everything you
have we been posting in the side chat? Claims that we've made, evidences that we've presented. What have we shown?
Surely you've been looking
bunch
in
of
the side chat
videos, a
at the
bunch of
material.
documents. I've been looking at those documents.
Laser
also enjoy you
tests,
guys'
long
sense of
distance
humor and candor.
observations,
Yeah,
surveys,
long-distance observations,
elevation
yeah.
angles, all that stuff.
Okay.
So all the things that we've been presenting which is measurements of the surface of the Earth being flat. What is your gripe against those things?
I don't think I necessarily have a gripe against every single thing
Oh,
you
okay.
posted.
So terrific. Then you agree that the Earth is measurably flat.
I don't see those things as being equivalent.
Measurements are not equivalent to measurements? Sorry?
No, your question of what you posted and me telling you what you posted does not mean that I have formed an opinion.
No, I'm not asking
like
about your
telling you what
opinion.
you
We're talking
personally.
about measurements. Have we presented to you measurements using especially lasers across the surface of water, looking for drop over distance? Are you not calling that a measurement? What would you call that, Shane?
I just don't understand what you're asking me.
I
I'm
know
really trying.
that's the best way to kind of weasel out of this situation is to just go, I don't know what you're talking about, even though you've posted many laser tests and long distance observations and drop over distance measurements. I guess I don't understand what you're talking about. That's a great way to
Let
get
me
out of
help
it,
out,
Shane. Good
Larry.
job.
Let me try and help him out, yeah? You've just strawmanned us by saying that we believe or we think the earth is flat, yeah? Now, what Larry has said to you is, when have we ever presented this as a belief? Because we haven't. We presented you direct measurements. So our claim is not that we believe it's flat. Our claim is we know it's flat because there is direct measurements to prove so.
That's fair. That's clear. I understand that.
Shane, I'm still waiting for that globe Earth model with the values and where they came from. You haven't posted that yet.
I have not posted it because I've been dealing with the whatever this question is I'm being asked. So I'm trying.
Great. Well, then, no worries. I'll let you go. You go
I'll
on mute and you
I'll go
find me
do
that model and where those values came from, please, right now. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that'd be great. Yep.
Well, I'll do it. As I'm bringing it up right now, I'm trying to put it together for you. It isn't something I readily have available.
Why don't you just shut the hell up and get it? I don't know why you're talking. You should probably be finding.
Cool. Thanks, man. Great approach.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Because remember, I said that is it possible to know the shape of the Earth by looking up and measuring those celestial bodies? Is that a thing now? Is that what we're doing? Is that the most accurate way? Or is it measuring the surface of the Earth?
How is all my fellow Earthlings doing this day?
Jesse, do you have the measurements of the path of light between the target and the observer? Non-answer gets a ban. Fair enough. See, this is trolling, Jesse, what you're doing. You're hanging out in here, and engaging when you want to, and then just going totally silent when you don't.
You already
Especially
asked
when
me.
one of the questions come to you that you do not want
I
to
answered
ask.
it. You asked me earlier, and I already answered it.
So the answer is no, you do not have any measurements of the path of light. Is that correct? See, once again, just total silence, which I guess is all the answer I need.
I mean, it's a fair enough question he's being asked. I'm surprised he doesn't answer it.
I did answer it. I've answered it
What was
multiple
the
times.
answer again? One more time. Was it affirmative? You do have it, or you don't have the path of light, Jesse? Path of light. Just for everybody, for the record, please.
I don't want to have to go back and learn second hand to what you've already said, Jesse. What did you say? Do you want to? So?
Done.
Yeah, I think when somebody comes in and they don't present their case properly, and you ask them to present it, and they continue not to answer, I think they deserve a forfeit for sure. You know, a short break so they can go and find the information. Because we afford the door is wide open, provided you're going to be complying to the skill of speaking to one another, the normal rules. You ask a question, you answer it. That's it. Normal discourse.
Okay, so Shane, is this supposed to be the globe Earth model? A bunch of speculations based on pre-assumptions? Is that the globe Earth model?
Only gave you things that are observationally based. Nothing that is based on speculation. I only gave you things that were based on observational science.
Observational science? That's not even a thing. That's like a married bachelor.
Okay, so we'll say that term was not even available in 130 AD, and the first thing is Ptolemy's Alchemist star catalog.
Okay, so he measured. I'm asking you for a globe model.
That's what I gave you.
No, it says sidereal day, the rotation rate. What else we got here? Ptolemy's. Yeah, okay. Star position, yada yada. I'm asking for a globe model. What's wrong with you?
100% what I gave you.
Okay, so where do these values come from? This is a globe model, the globe being the Earth. The Earth is a globe, yes? Is it a big sphere?
These all come from observations. And they all
Okay,
come
so
from
who observed the Earth to be a sphere instead of looking at the sky and then assuming that the Earth was a sphere? Who observed the Earth to be a sphere? Shane.
Who observed the Earth to be a sphere? I'm not
Yeah.
asking to do that because that's.
I asked you to do that. I asked for a globe Earth model that makes predictions, and I want to know where the values come from. And you're giving me sidereal bullshit based on speculation. I want to know what the globe Earth model is. I want you to present it, and I want to know where the values came from.
I gave you all of that.
No, you didn't. Show me where it says globe in here, and then where the values came from.
Have you clicked any of the links?
You haven't even given a link. You've got a bunch of copy pasta here. Where's the links?
I copied 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links.
Great. And any of those links, is it going to give me a globe model, or is it just going to talk about stars?
They absolutely all are based on a globe model.
Oh, based on a globe model. No. That's the thing I want. Where's the globe model at?
What do you want me to send you?
You see, you just admitted to me. Hold on a second, Shane. You just admitted to me that you didn't present a globe model. Everything that you gave me is based on a globe model, and the globe model is the thing that I want values came from. So can you post that?
In 140 AD, they didn't have the concept.
That's fantastic. I don't really care about 140 AD. I want the globe model, and I want to know where the values came from. Is that hard enough or easy enough to understand? You're not going to give it to me. There it is.
I completely understand, and it's been given to you.
Okay, where is it? Where does it say globe model and where the values came from? Just in all the copy pasta that you gave me, where is it?
Click any link.
Which link?
Any link. All of them.
Okay, there's one there. It says P-bar. Is it pbarbier.com? That's one link I got.
Links
Is that
to
the one that you want me to click on?
Any one of them. You want to click on the? How about axial tilt?
Axial tilt. Terrific. Where's the? Okay, let's click on that. Let's go check that shit out. In astronomy, okay, so that's not science. Axial tilt, also known as obliquity, is the angle between an object's rotation axis, blah, 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 blah. I'm not seeing a globe model in here.
You're looking at. You don't see a globe right there in the images. I mean, I don't know how.
No,
it's not
there's
a globe
some
model.
spheres. Are the spheres, are those, is that where you think you live, on those spheres?
I'm just giving you the model. I mean, give you exactly what you asked
There's
for.
no model here, dude.
That's exactly what this is. What is the
No,
name
it
of that
isn't.
model? The axial tilt?
They're talking about axial tilt, and the axial tilt that they're talking about is on a sphere, and apparently they're pre-assuming that the Earth is a sphere. So are you talking about this idea of a sphere being a model, and then where did the values come from? Remember how I asked about the values? Where does the value for the sphere come from?
Where does it come from? It comes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 23.44 is the axial tilt. The
No, I'm
values come
asking you
from
for
all
the
of the
value. I
prior.
would say it was 20. So according to what? What is that at 23.4 degrees? According to what? What is that angle measured against, Shane?
Observation.
Observation, just generally observation. We just generally observe. Okay, in your everyday life, do you observe a 23.4 degree tilt?
Yeah.
According to what? Okay, measure it against what? What are you going to measure it against?
I can measure it against star catalogs. I can measure it against a.
Do it.
Yeah, we do it every day. Everybody does it
No,
every day.
you do it. You do it.
What makes you think I haven't? I mean, why
You
couldn't
said we do it. I'm not talking about whether or not you have or haven't. Just go ahead and do it for me.
Okay, I'll look up right now and figure out where is the Big Dipper. I'll go outside and
Oh
look.
my
And we'll see
gosh,
where the
dude.
Big Dipper is.
How about let me dumb this way down for you, Shane. Let me just make it like kindergarten level. Maybe you'll get it. You think that you live on a sphere. Where did the
Done
value
responding
for
to
the
you.
curvature come from, Shane?
Done responding to you. However you think you won, you won.
Oh, I did. I know I did. So you're going to go away, or do I have to mute you?
Won. I mean, I'm just trying to participate, man. I'm not.
You're not trying to participate. I'm asking you direct questions, and you won't answer the last troll that we had, and I let him go for about an hour.
I gave you the answers.
So
I gave you the
no,
answers.
you didn't. Okay, so where did the curvature measurements come from? That value, where did they come from?
We want me to recite the history of it? What is
No,
it that you're
I
looking
want you
for?
to tell me who measured the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, Tychos would be a good example of one person. That
Great. How did he do it?
Related to the axial
How did
tilt.
Tychos measure the curvature of the Earth, please, Shane?
Observation with his eyes.
No, I want the method, Dick Brain.
With his eyes.
So he just looked at it and saw it curved. He's the only guy that could do it because everything I look at, especially when I go to the ocean, flat as fuck. You're terrible at this, Shane. You're a failure. You should go on mute and just give up.
Sure, cool. I'll wait till there's
Yep.
a more a person who's willing to converse.
I'm willing to converse with you. I just need you to go ahead and answer the questions honestly, and you won't do it. You're not here in good faith. All right, ZZ, you're up. Give us something. or anybody else that's new.
So you think the Earth is flat?
No, I don't think that. It's just measured that way by everybody. I mean, don't shoot the messenger.
How do you measure it?
Well, like, if you have a building project and surveyors come out, they have a theodolite or whatever, they measure the Earth flat. But the crazy thing
But
is
how
that
do you
they
measure a
reference.
building flat?
It's weird. I was explaining it to you, and then you just cut me off. Are you going to cut me off when I continue to explain it, or are you going to shut up?
Whoa, cope. Why are you coping so hard, bro?
Oh, he's still this guy. All right, back on mute. Anyway, everybody who is new, don't be afraid. I'm just dealing with a handful of trolls that are, obsessed with us. But if you're new, if you have any questions, concerns, comments, we're talking about the Earth being flat, the globe being a complete mathematical fiction, and then everything after that based on that mathematical fiction, like old Shane showed us earlier. But anyway, welcome. Shane, that's an excellent point. I'm looking for a predictive model too. I've been asking for a globe model for all this time, and nobody's been able to. I mean, no one can present it. No one can show me where the values for the globe model even come from. No one's presented a globe model at all with predictive capabilities. They will show me star charts. They will show me the sky map and all the relationships to where we can observe the stars from. That being a flat plane, especially their elevations, the elevation angles to the stars. Stellarium, all elevation angles. That's a celestial sphere model, and that also is measured from a flat plane. So, are we going to have any globe models that you can prove where you got the values from, or are you just going to talk about the sky being a sphere and that's the end of it? Like, I guess the sky is a sphere, no problem, but the Earth definitely flat. I can't find a star model that is globe centric as well, Shane. So I guess you and I are in the same boat. There's no globe model that will show us anything predictive about the stars.
That's kind of funny. So that guy's globe model, right? You asked him for a globe model. His globe model was 2 links to 2 different Wikipedia sites, and Stellarium, which is basically just a celestial sphere model, which was created by flat earthers centuries before anyone even thought the Earth was a globe. So he had a globe model, which was Wikipedia, and a celestial sphere that was made up by flat earthers.
Yep.
Would you like me to explain why I use those?
Well, okay, so do you understand the celestial sphere originated from cultures long before anyone even suggested that the Earth was a sphere? And that's what
Yeah.
Stellarium essentially is. It's a mathematical model based off the celestial sphere.
Based on your location on that sphere, on the interior sphere.
No.
It's determined by your latitude. It's your
No,
angular
the
position
celestial
on the curved
sphere
surface.
was created long before anyone suggested that the Earth was a sphere, right? All they did was they inverted the celestial coordinate system into a terrestrial coordinate system. It doesn't mean it exists in reality.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
It was like the ancient Babylonians, the ancient Indians. They needed a convenient way to map out the skies, so they invented an imaginary celestial sphere, so they could make a coordinate system, so they could predict things, in the sky. And then people like Pythagoras, Aristotle, Plato, they came along and they inverted that into a terrestrial sphere over time. And that's why, that's where the equator comes from. Well, it comes from this guy. It comes from the celestial sphere. Same with the celestial poles. They became terrestrial poles. And so on.
So is it
It's
a
actually
directional problem?
Can I say something real quick?
Please.
Yeah. So, do you know how we know that what DJ just said is true? Because if you can't see the sky, you can't find your latitude and longitude. You can't use totally solely terrestrial references to find your latitude and longitude. It's impossible. If I said, hey, dude, you can't use the sky, you can't use the star, sun, moons, planets, anything to find where you are, you can't find where you are. Not within the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I agree that if you can't see the sky, it does make it pretty damn impossible if you don't have some other means, but yeah, it definitely does. It tells you where you are, latitude and longitude wide, based on what you see above you.
Yeah.
At what time?
Latitude is based, or longitude is based upon the sun. And we use the clock to figure out where it is, right? And the longitude system is, well, because we have the Greenwich Mean Time, right? And when it's noon in Greenwich and where you are relative to that time tells you your longitude, and latitude is based upon where the celestial equator is in the sky. North or south. So if I can see the celestial equator, which you should be able to see everywhere on Earth, right? If I can see that, if it's 45 degrees above the horizon, I know I'm at 45 degrees. Pretty simple. If I look at my watch, I know I'm at -5, right? And it's 5 o'clock in Greenwich, then I know it's noon where I'm at. And I know what longitude I'm on. It's pretty simple. But independent of the sun and the stars, you got nothing. You just can't even find where you are. There's no way to find your latitude and longitude.
But if we don't account for the curvature, how do we do that? How would we continue to do that same thing? Like look at the sky and determine our latitude and longitude.
Yeah, because you're under a section of the sky. You're under the section of the sky at a certain point in time. And we can look in the nautical almanac and figure out what part of the world that sky is over.
In the future? So we could, like, predictively?
Yeah. Sure. But it doesn't assume the Earth is a globe. Not in the mathematics. In fact, it doesn't assume you're on anything. It's an observer-centric model. So the viewer, you, person making the observation, is at the origin of coordinates, right? You're in the center of the coordinate system. You're in the center of the celestial sphere, which is assumed to have an infinite radius. And if you want to know where you are, you calculate how that sphere rotated around you. That's how it works mathematically. Now, you can say that you're on the rotating sphere, which is, and everything is so far away, you can assume the Earth is a point. You can do that if you want, but that's just a mental gymnastics.
And according to his data that he posted, right, it is this celestial bodies that are rotating up the Earth at the same time. So he has to do that calculation at the same time. That doesn't even make sense, but whatever. The other thing is, whatever you are on the planet, right? Your coordinates are always the same. So if you are rotating, that means your coordinates should not be the same all the time because you are spinning around at the same time. Does that make sense?
In the past, in the 1800s and stuff, when people were better educated, they explicitly would say things like you're under the equator and you're under the tropics. They wouldn't say you're on them. Only in modern times do they say you're standing on the equator or you're standing on the Tropic of Capricorn. We know from surveying that that the so-called terrestrial sphere doesn't match the celestial sphere. And they do all sorts of things and band-aids to compensate for this, such as curving plumb lines, saying it's an oblate ellipsoid, saying that there's, a wobble to the Earth and there's precession and there's all these other things, right? All these band-aids that they have to add to it.
I was talking to Shane, by the way, but yeah, I
Oh
get
yeah,
it.
I know. I was talking to him too. I was just adding on to what you said.
Oh, okay, got it.
Like, so I guess my answer to that is, like, the usefulness of the celestial sphere is that it's only as accurate as you knowing what your terrestrial sphere geometry is. So let's say like a star that's at like a 45 degrees. And it's visible at 45 degrees north, but it's not visible at 80 degrees south, like south latitude, right?
Yeah, why would it be? You'd see a different
Where I
sky.
am as an observer. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I
Well,
missed
yeah,
that.
yeah, certainly. I mean, yeah, of course. Of course. We've put places on Earth and we've mapped, we've given it a coordinate. And that coordinate designates something where it's going to be because this celestial sphere moves, right? So it moves over time. So we don't have just a spatial coordinate. We have the coincidence of space and time. Right, and we know it is coincidence of space and time by the motion of the celestial sphere is observed from, say, New York City, that you're going to see a regularity of occurrence of, say, the Big Dipper, or not the Big Dipper, say, Orion over your head, every, who knows what it is, every freaking 48 days or something, let's say. And there'll be one place on Earth where that happens, and there'll be another place on Earth where something else is observed. But the relationship between points on Earth are not spherical.
So how would we account for something like if I was I mean every example I have is something I can't just like do right now, right? Like I can't just like look up at a star and walk away from it and then see it get dimmer or something, or for the perspective to shift on
Sure
it,
you
or
can. They
for it
get
to
dimmer on the horizon.
get
They
down
get
on the
dimmer as they get
horizon.
closer to the horizon, and they slow down. So, in say celestial navigation, they don't do any observations below 30 degrees, right? For navigation at least, and none above 70 degrees. So they're looking at basically a ring within the celestial sphere for navigation, and that's good enough for practical purposes. That'll get you within 15 nautical miles per day, and that's pretty much close enough. If you're within, say, you're trying going from, I don't know, the Congo to, well, not the Congo, Lagos, Nigeria, and you're going to sail to New York City. If you're within 15 nautical miles of New York City, you can see it. We know there's no dispute on whether the celestial sphere model works for navigation. Of course it works. That's why we use it. It's not the only method that works, but it's the most I guess it's the easiest and kind of, well, it's just ubiquitous at this point. We just use it. Just like using meters or feet or something. It's just a convention. But that's the sky, right? But when we go on the ground, right, and we actually try to measure the ground, the Earth, and we do surveying, and we run around and we go, okay, I'm supposed to be at this coordinate based upon my astrogeodetic surveying, right? I look at the star and go, well, the almanac says I'm at this coordinate. But if we take, say, so they actually did this. So they, in the 1927, they did the North American datum, and they started at one coordinate. They did 6 months of astrogeodetic surveying and got themselves a latitude and longitude coordinate based upon observation, making nightly, daily observations. They said, okay, this is our coordinate, latitude and longitude, blah. And then they started surveying out from that point. Okay, they surveyed all the way to the East Coast, all the way to the West Coast. And what they found out is that even though they're measuring the ground directly through triangulations, they're pretty much measuring it as directly as you can measure it at long distances without doing like ridiculous chains, which would be, probably could do it, but be very difficult. They found out that they don't match. If they assume the Earth is a terrestrial sphere and they map coordinates, and then when they go some distance and they look at the sky again and go, well, our ground coordinate is this latitude and longitude, but the sky says we're at this other latitude and longitude. And in fact, in 1983, when they did that North American datum, when they compared the surveys, they found systemic errors that increased as you went to the West Coast, meaning the geodetic markers that they had placed in 1927 that are stamped with coordinate and they hammer it into fucking rock, right? And you can just go there. It's a geodetic control point and you can read the coordinate. Instead of moving it on the new survey, they just stamped it with a new coordinate. And as they went from the Ohio River Valley west, the spacing got further and further apart. And as they went from the Ohio River Valley east, they got closer and closer together. This shows that there's some systemic error in their assumption. And that, they've actually known since the 1400s that the ground doesn't match the sky. People just think it does. It does good. It's enough. It's close enough for us to use it. Doesn't have to be super accurate. Because we
How do
course
we get
correct. Whenever
something
we
like
go somewhere between A and B, we course correct constantly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Um, that's interesting. So what did they say to explain why those were in the wrong places or that they were not?
I don't think there ever was an explanation.
And so the
Hey,
ones that they're at
Indy,
now would be more
I'll post
accurate.
a graphic that shows it. Hold on.
I
Yeah, that's
thought the
interesting.
explanation was that on the globe, latitude and longitude, the spaces as you get closer from the North Pole to the equator, the spaces all get wider.
No,
And
what I'm
then
talking about is
and
two different
taller.
surveys done in America, one done in 1927 and one done in 1983. And when they compared the surveys, they didn't match. And the error, the difference between those two was systemic, meaning it wasn't. So the 1983 one is based upon the International Terrestrial Reference System, which is based upon the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid, which is a datum, right? Whereas the first one, the 1927 one, they assumed the sphere, but they didn't start with the quote unquote center of the Earth as the origin of coordinates. The origin of their coordinates was the surface of the Earth, not inside the Earth.
Okay.
And when they did that, there was a mismatch, which I'm going to post the graphic to in a second. Because whenever you map something, you got to have a start, right? A starting point, an origin of your coordinate system.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the first measurement you make has to be the right one, right?
Yeah.
To be your most accurate one.
Which makes you wonder how they got the distance of the stars with a radius they can't measure.
With a radius they can't measure.
Yeah, how would you measure the radius of the Earth?
69 miles north over and over again. Polaris 1 degree.
Yeah. Has anyone actually measured that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Show me.
It's always show me, man.
Yeah,
I love
because
having
you're
like we were
you're
having
like
such a
the
great
300th
conversation, then it became
glober. Well, no, because you're like the
another
300th glober that has said this 69 miles per degree, and not a single person has ever come up with a measurement that this is actually the case ever. So you can be the first one. Measured
okay.
baseline, please.
No one's been able to show that to you?
No, it's a claim that doesn't have evidence. It's just repeated over and over again, like a myth. Like the same myth as like if I shoot I gotta account for the Coriolis effect to be a sniper and shit like that. It's
Yeah,
just a
I'm not a
myth.
sniper. I don't know that one.
Well,
I mean, I know the concept. I've heard it several times, but it's not something I've used, in order to do anything.
or that insane with like artillery has to do this, all that. Like it's just a myth that like if you ask for the evidence of it being true, okay, then you just get bupkis. Here's another one. Things way less are way less at the equator than the poles. You ever heard that one? Because the spin of the Earth.
I've heard things like that before. I don't remember that like
Completely
modernly.
not
I
true.
remember that probably like elementary school, but I don't have anything modern that says that. There's a lot of stuff I was told in elementary school that is shifted and changed.
Oh, of course. So Neil deGrasse Tyson was telling people for 30 years that this is the case. Now think about it, this guy's a PhD. You figure he went and actually looked up the evidence that this was true, the data, the measurements that someone actually made to demonstrate that something weighs less at the equator than at the poles. Well, about a year ago, he said, shit, I was wrong. He said, because there's a bulge, there's more mass at the equator, and that would exactly cancel out the less gravity from the spin. So no, they wouldn't measure. And he said that, and he doesn't have data for that either. You see, these are just like myths that have made it into, the modern consciousness. There's no basis for any of these things. That's why I asked you, okay, where's the measurements of the 69 miles per degree? Never gotten them. And I guess I'm not going to get them today either.
What context would you want it in? Like you wanted
A measurement of the
video's not-
baseline. No, a measurement with a measuring device.
a measurement with a measuring device.
Yes,
But,
that's how you
like,
measure
it
things
still
with
has
measuring
to-
devices.
But so what I'm trying to ask you is, what would be a method like in a document or in a video? Like I don't think a video would be that compelling. It'd be pretty easy
It
to
doesn't
just
matter what it needs to
point
just be. Look, man, the format of the medium and the media, it doesn't matter to me. It can be on fucking cuneiform. I don't give a shit. It can be on papyrus, vellum. I don't care. YouTube.
It's just got to be repeatable, right?
Yeah, like you just evaluate the method, right? Like, how did they do it? What instrument did they use? What were the sources of error? What were the assumptions? The same way you look at any experiment, measurement. How many times did they do it? How much is an extrapolation? Meaning, did they actually measure the entire 69 miles? Did they measure some other shorter distance and then extrapolate to 69 miles? How did they measure the angle of the stars? Which stars did they measure? Were they on the horizon? Were they above the horizon? Like, how many measurements did they take? This is just something that's said. And maybe it's approximately right. I don't know. I've just never seen any evidence for it. I don't think I should have to believe it if nobody can produce the evidence. Though I have been accused of. Usually, the normal response we get is, "Are you claiming we can't measure things?" No, my claim isn't that we can't measure things. My claim is nobody did measure it. They could, but they didn't. What my claim about the radius?
Yeah, there's one guy that says that qualifies us as solipsists.
What? Oh, I saw that this morning, dude. I saw it in the side chat. We're solipsists if we ask for evidence. Yo, that dude was cooked. What was his name? Fen. He has that freaking Lord of the Rings name.
Fenrir or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I was in here just looking at the side chat skanking, and I saw that.
Aren't you talking about flounder or floundering?
No, it's like
Oh,
Fenrir.
he said it too. Yeah, Fenrir. I think Fenrir has too. But
yeah, he was in the
floundering as
side
well.
chat, and floundering was saying it in the VC at the same time.
Okay. Yo, flounder. Mic check.
Yeah, it cut out for me too. That was weird.
Whoa.
We all get
I was just saying, yeah.
Get out for
Floundering's been
everybody.
for the last 2 days, dude, and he's fucking something else, man. It's crazy.
What the?
Started an event, by the way. Who measured the
Okay.
radius of the Earth? Should be a fun one.
I can't find my map thing. What the hell?
Hey, India, I've got a challenge for you. Check the side chat. Which one of these is the real one from Artemis? All of the rest of
Oh,
them
boy.
are made in ChatGPT.
Okay, let me clear my mind of garbage. If that's possible. God damn. Took way too long to find. Which one? Oh, jeez. Good question. Which one is from NASA? Well, obviously the real one is. So all of them. It's got to be all of them, man, because they're all real. I can't believe they dude, that was a total cock up what they pulled. Like I find the globe earthers like they're on X, like spurring out and shit. They're like super. It's triggered them because they know that it looks that bad.
Yo, X. Oh my god, how are you, dude?
How am I?
No, XPX.
Huh.
The guy, I haven't talked to him in so long.
So I post the longitude datum shift. These are not like these all shifted. These the plus and minus. These aren't lines of longitude. This is these north south lines are the shift lines. So why it would compress at one side and stretch on the other, I mean, that's a mystery. I don't think they ever figured that out. That's what I got in here. I got all sorts of stuff on maps.
So Shane, what you posted is more like a how would you measure the radius of the Earth, not someone who did measure the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, how could you, even in
the first one
principle?
was no, the first one was a peer-reviewed study where they replicated the stick and shadow method. And then the second one is also another peer-reviewed study on the along the Catalan coast in 2005. None of these are like how would you do. I mean, they definitely have their methods in there. They actually have their data in there, and that's why I thought I was being asked for was something that showed the data of someone who actually did these types of experiments to determine the 69 miles one degree.
Okay, maybe you're not understanding. They calculated a radius. They didn't measure any radius. It's not even possible in principle. Because you guys think the core of the Earth is a molten iron core. So who the fuck's going down there to measure the radius? Nobody. Can't even be measured in principle. So nobody's measured the radius of the Earth. Now, you should be wondering, why do they say people measure the radius of the Earth when they calculated a radius, when they measured other things? For instance, the sticks and shadows, what was measured there? The length of a shadow. Which presupposes that the rays of light are in parallel, presupposes a globe. And I doubt they even have a directly measured distance. I'm sure their distance came from using their coordinate system and the Haber-Sign formula and doing a calculation on what their distance is, which makes that all circular.
Both of those were. You're right. Yeah, isn't that like are you asking like did they take a tape measure and like
Yeah,
measure from
that's
one point to another?
yeah.
Okay, so like if they took a tape measure, let's say 69 miles, and then they showed the 1 degree of change in tilt.
Yeah, that would be
Would
that'd be a
that would
good
be
start. That'd be a
Okay.
good
Okay.
start,
That makes
dude.
sense.
Doesn't mean
That
it's
makes sense.
uniform.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that so we wouldn't be able
Look,
like
these guys, they pay $2 billion to measure gravity waves. You saying they measure with a precision of 1/10,000th of a fucking proton diameter. Okay? I'm sure they can measure 69 miles for less than 2 billion instead of measuring fucking
yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah,
You
you
see
could
what I'm
go to like
saying?
the
Is like
shoreline or
the
something.
fundamental things that all this shit is based on, right? They claim to be doing all this high science, right? And it takes all this money and they're measuring all these things with precision. But then when you apply it to the things ostensibly that is the foundation of their entire endeavor, it's a bunch of trash. They're measuring fucking sticks and shadows. That's their high science. We stuck some sticks in the ground and measured the shadows. You know, everybody didn't become a flat earther with Eratosthenes, even if he ever lived. People weren't convinced during his time.
Yeah, I don't think he thought. I mean, I don't think he was like trying to prove a globe Earth, or I don't think that was his approach.
It says the most accurate circumference produced in the experiment is 38,674 kilometers. This exceeds the accuracy of Eratosthenes, although not of the modern recreation of the experiment between Syene and Alexandria. This experiment described in the paper might form a useful model for cooperation with schools in different countries. Let's see what they did. Yeah, they didn't measure their distance between points at all.
Now I understand more. So you'd be looking for more something like a U.S. transcontinental traverse, which was that was over a very long distance. You don't really need
Well,
that. We'd looking for something a little bit.
Well, the thing is, well, I mean, all these things have problems. They all presuppose the Earth is a globe, and when they do their calculation, they're calculating from that position. They use what's called a reference ellipsoid, which is a imaginary mathematical surface. So they take measurements of the surface of the Earth, right? And they have angles that they make a triangulation network using theodolite measurements, right? Measuring angles, azimuth angles, elevation angles. But they have to take these measurements and put them where? They map them to a reference. You have to think about it like this. Imagine you had a plane and then there was a sphere underneath the plane, and then you took the points on the plane and then you mapped them to the surface of the sphere. Well, that don't work. So they presuppose with this reference ellipsoid that the angles are tilted, but they also have to rotate the azimuth, and the azimuth is if you don't know what azimuth is, it's the angle, the compass, right? North, south, east, west. Azimuth is the direction you're pointed in relative to fucking north. So they're not doing any measurements of a globe either. They're just doing calculations based upon what they presuppose the Earth to be. And we run into this over and over and over again. That we presuppose the Earth is a globe, we look at something in nature, and then we shoehorn that observation into our presupposition.
So if let's say something like like the well, that's too hypothetical. Never mind. Not even gonna bring it up.
Well, I mean, do you think that that's a valid method to do science, is come up with a presupposition and then take observations and try to make it fit what you already believe is true?
Okay, and I can go down the hypothetical. So, but well, I'll take it out of that framework. I don't think that that's how we arrived at how we
Is
arrived at
exactly.
how the radiance
Yes.
occurred. I don't
Yes,
think we
it is.
started with that.
Yes, it is. It's exactly that. Eratosthenes presupposed the Earth was a globe. He presupposed the sun was very far away and that the rays were hitting the Earth in parallel. He had to presuppose those things. This isn't my opinion. It's in academic fucking journals. Here, I'll post one. Uh, the hell? Oh, they just deleted all that text. God damn it.
Even I saw the warning message it gave for some reason. Yeah.
Okay.
I saw what you started to post and it immediately deleted and said, "Hey, this is too long." And
Did I post that backwards? What the hell? What did I do? Okay.
Mitchell's scientific study.
I mean, all this shit comes from the cult of Pythagoras, dude. It doesn't come from fucking any type of scientific endeavor. See, the practice of the natural sciences now is way different than it was then. And people, they project what we do today on what they did then and how they came to their conclusions. Things
Yeah, I mean,
like
undoubtedly we were nothing without those before us, undoubtedly.
yeah, but they
And
came
some
to
of
their
that could be wrong.
conclusions using logic, which we would find shaky at best.
Yeah.
Confirmation
Totally agree with that
bias.
statement.
They didn't even know what confirmation bias was. They didn't know what cherry picking was.
It's probably a good, useful tool for them for quite a while, and still is today.
Cherry picking and confirmation bias?
Yeah, it's a useful tool for a lot of people. Not for me. I try not to
It's
play
a
in those
useful
realms, but
tool,
definitely a useful
I
tool.
guess. If you don't want to know the truth, yeah, sure. I mean, you don't have to be freaking. It's like what is it? The rational actor problem, where you think everybody else is a rational actor, and what they're doing is they're being rational, and then you try to tailor your behavior around what you think is their supposed to be rational motives, and then you get confused when someone does something irrational because you
Yeah.
assume that they're going to be rational, and then you sit there, rack your brain trying to figure out why they did that. If they did it because they're irrational, there was no reason.
The document you produced, I'm reading though I don't was that you that put that in there? The observation data and scientific verification
Yes,
PDF.
yes. Talks about Eratosthenes' assumptions, and that he used different assumptions, he would have reached a different conclusion. See, we could equally say that Eratosthenes measured a flat Earth. We could just say, well, sun's local. He measured diverging rays, so the sun's rays diverge, so he measured a flat Earth. And the Chinese actually did this. The Chinese did not think the Earth was a globe. They did the same methodology that Eratosthenes did and reached the Earth is something like 10,000 miles across. I got a citation for that too.
With this
In fact, the
document that
Chinese
you
were
gave,
flat earthers into the 20th century.
this document that you gave, it's so you're saying the presumption is what drove him to his conclusion?
Yeah. He doesn't know whether look, what good are? Do you even know what they're saying he did? Do you understand the geometry? He's intersecting them at the center of the earth. He has to. He's intersecting the angles at the center of the earth. He has to presume the earth is a globe.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah. It truly amazes me how many you guys actually argue for Eratosthenes. It blows my mind.
Yeah. People seem to have this misconception that he was just fucking around and went, "Oh shit, look at that! That's a globe." Oh, from what he was doing, but that's not how it works, right?
It's also really crazy how little evidence there is of these mystical characters like Pythagoras and Eratosthenes. If you listen to the experts in like the mathematical historians, they say we don't have any evidence of these people doing or saying any of the things they're credited with. And they kind of explain how the Greeks seem to love making up these characters that did these things. He said there probably was a Pythagoras, there probably was an Eratosthenes, but whether they did or said anything, there's really no evidence for that. Right? He's like, we don't know anything about them, especially Pythagoras. He says everything that you get taught in school about Pythagoras is just nonsense.
Oh yeah, that was a great video.
Yeah, good one.
is that an attribution error or an error with the information? Like Socrates, Plato. Is it an attribution error or is it that?
It's just made up bullshit. People make shit up, dude. I don't know, like what world you're living in, dude. People make shit up.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And this guy he's a scholar, an expert on the cult of Pythagoras. It's basically saying
It could have even been that.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, it could have been that he came up with the thought experiment, and then over time, Chinese whispers developed that into he actually did it.
Yeah, or like
if he
what
existed,
if he was just the guy in charge, right? Like at a university when you're doing research, you don't get credit for any of the research. It's whoever has the most tenure to put their name at the top.
This goes to what I was just saying earlier. You're applying our ethical mores to people in the past that didn't have problems like to us in modern day. We think that if you write down a history, it's supposed to be factually accurate. That's us. It doesn't mean that's how they felt when they wrote down a history. Maybe they thought it was supposed to be entertaining.
Yeah.
And that was their priority, to make this entertaining. Or maybe they made composite characters. It wasn't even like a standardized language back then. There was no dictionaries. There was no Greek dictionary.
But didn't some of them still believe that you could go to the altar in Delphi or whatever and pray to the fucking god and like get divine knowledge from it? Like a voice spoke out of this rock or something?
Yeah. We attribute all sorts of modern things to people in the past that feelings that they didn't have. These people weren't scientists. They didn't do anything what we would consider science. And Eratosthenes, the first mention of him is like 1,200 years after he was supposedly alive. The first written record is like in 1200 AD. Discovered in 1200 AD. Let's put it that way. There's supposed to be Cleomedes who supposedly read Eratosthenes, but we don't have Cleomedes, so we have Pliny the Elder who talks about Cleomedes, who talks about Eratosthenes. But then we didn't have his shit until fucking like 800 years after he was dead. And you notice about these Eratosthenes these replications. There's a famous one. It's got millions of views on YouTube. I proved the Earth was round with my bike. He did the same thing, and he had inadvertently filmed in the parking lot that the sticks and that the shadow lengths were different lengths in the parking lot when they're 3 feet apart. Well, that doesn't work because they should be the same length in the parking lot. They should only be different lengths when he's far apart. The artist formerly called Pythagoras.
So, hey Fox, what's going on this group? Which kind of discussion are you discussing? May I know about it?
What are we discussing? We're discussing the cult of Pythagoras and how they foisted a ball earth on everybody. But the question is, who measured the radius of the Earth?
Did you see the link that I threw in there? It wasn't extremely compelling for me, but so it may not have much value to you on the longest continual measurement of 210 miles.
What'd they measure that with?
Let's see. Pull it back up again. I wasn't too compelled by their
My
the style
my
of the
information was
measurement,
7
but-
miles is the longest directly measured distance.
What is?
7 miles. Done in the 1800s with a chain. With a 7-mile chain.
Let's see here.
And then they extrapolated the rest. Where's the link? I'm looking for it.
I'll post it again. I'm not too compelled by it, so I'm still reading through it.
Longest line. The American Surveyor. Oh, this is like the 3-peak triangulation. Yeah, I'm familiar with this. But this is the same problem. They're assuming the Earth is a globe in the first place. They're using like I said, all these measurements. At first glance, they seem like they're just measuring something, but they're doing something called reduction of the horizontal direction after the measurement, which calculates a different value than what's actually measured. So let's say I measure a 100-mile line of sight between the top peaks of mountains. Make a isosceles triangle, 100, 100, 100. Well, that's not going to be the arc length between those 2 points. I measured 100 miles. I measured 100 miles.
I think
I'll
they're
calculate
using
it
those
100
mountain
miles.
peaks. They're using those mountain peaks because I mean they're because you could see the 2 mountain peaks at that height.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but okay, that's great, but the line of sight isn't the surface of the Earth. You understand that, right?
The site is not the correct. Yeah,
Okay.
I see where this fell.
So how do you get
challenge
that
is.
line of sight to the surface of the Earth? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They project that planar triangle onto a reference ellipsoid and then use that arc length as the distance.
Yeah.
So if I had a plane above a sphere and I took it and I just projected almost like a shadow, like say we have a triangle and we're just casting a shadow, the shadow cast on the sphere, if I measure the length, like with a string, of the projected shadow versus the actual triangle, the projected shadows side lengths are going to be longer than the planar triangle because it's curved, right? So it's going to have a longer length. It's going to have an arc length. So that's what they're calculating. They're not actually measuring that. I was talking about an actual measurement. Like,
Yeah,
what
you're
did they?
talking about like actually having something that's.
Yeah, the longest is like 7 miles.
Yeah.
It was done. I think it was done in India or something during their little survey. Though they used, I mean, directly measuring with a chain. I'll give them credit, man. That must have been a real pain in the ass. I wouldn't want to do it. We can leverage other
It would only
things,
really have
right?
value if you did both, right? If you did, like, if between those two mountains, if somehow you were able to get into like the center of those mountains, well, then it'd be hard to calculate that. But it'd only be if you could get towers or something with open feet on them, so you could lay down like a fishing line or something, I don't know, something that you could get with that amount of with a good distance on it and do the visual surveying and carry the two or carry the two together. Or would the visual knock it out of the realm of because it would still have to make the assumption of the curve? Because you'd have to have two tools, one that's on the ground, one that's above, right? Because you, like you said, that the triangle's above. I don't know how you'd make like a 7 mile long truss system or something to span that to cast a shadow to then run the physical measurement against the ground.
I mean, there's other things that we can do which are a lot simpler. I mean, like just measure the earth, dude. It's simple. It doesn't take all this. Look, like I said, dude, it's like they have an idea what the earth is. They go, fuck, dude. We need to make these measurements and we're gonna assume that the earth's a ball and we're gonna take our measurements, we're gonna make it fit onto a ball, and that's just the way it is. It's what they keep doing. You know, they could have picked something else. I mean, they just happened to pick a ball because, and they had their reasons for that, right? I go to the cult of Pythagoras and Plato, where it was an aesthetic reason, meaning they thought spheres were the perfect shape. That was the reason. It's what Copernicus says, what Plato says, what Pythagoras says. Well, maybe not Pythagoras himself. But Plato directly in the Dialogues of Timaeus and Copernicus directly in the Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies say of all the shapes, the sphere is the most perfect. So quite naturally, the Earth must be a sphere. Does that sound scientific?
Repeatability sounds scientific to me. So the historical documentation leading to repeatability, but then I'm stuck now at your question of the measurement over the physical but also having some type of a straight line that doesn't account for the that remains straight, like the truss or the something else that remains perfectly straight.
Yeah, you'll hear this stuff all the time. You'll hear like things like spherical axis. Oh, surveyors measure spherical axis. They couldn't because they're not on the surface of the Earth. They have a theodolite, a telescope, and they're looking out and they're looking at something else. In that place, let's say they got a telescope there too. So we got 3 points of a triangle. They all have telescopes. They're all looking at each other. Those are all lines of sight.
Yeah,
they're not curved They're not curved lines of sight, right? They form a planar triangle. And this is what's actually being measured. This is the device, the actual measuring device. What they're actually measured, they never measure greater than 180 degrees. It's not possible. So what they do is, because they think the Earth is a globe, they do a calculation. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. They assume the Earth is whatever reference datum they're using, WGS 84, the Bezel spheroid, the Clark ellipsoid. There's a couple other ones. There's a custom one they use in frickin' Australia. They have like over 100 datums. So they just pick their datum, right? Which is their baseline, the horizontal. But, on a globe, the horizontal's curved. And they have to converge the plumb lines, right? Because they think that the plumb lines of each locations are tilted away from each other. Right? So they have to change everything. They have to, through calculation, they change the measurement into a calculation and just map it to a globe. It's not complicated. It's very simple to understand what's happening. And it's like, it's not devious because all the people doing it think the Earth's a globe. They're not trying to deceive anybody. They just actually think it's okay to do it. Now, the reduction of the horizontal direction means they're reducing the measurement to sea level, which is the geoid, which is something else than the reference ellipsoid. It seems complicated, but it's really not. Like I said, like the projection of the triangle, that's mapping it. That's the dropping it to sea level. Just think you have a triangle that's hovering above the surface of the Earth. You just drop it onto the Earth, right? And if the Earth's curved, then the triangle is going to wrap around it, and it's going to form a spherical triangle. Then if you went to each corner and measured the angle, it would be greater than 180 degrees. But that's not what they're measuring from the tops of mountains or even at sea level with the theodolite. Even if the theodolite's 6 feet above sea level, they have to reduce it from 6 feet to sea level. Wonder how they mapped the frickin' Dead Sea. That's under sea level. Shouldn't the Dead Sea be like have concave plumb lines? Shouldn't it be a big divot? Ever seen images of Bolivian salt flats?
Yeah, I've seen images of it.
How is it that the reflection is not distorted and it's perfectly symmetrical?
Oh, the reflection's nuts.
The reflection, so you got the sky, right? A bunch of clouds in the sky. And then there's the reflection of the sky, a bunch of clouds reflecting in the water. And if you measure the distance between them, right, half of the halfway point, the horizon will cross through it, meaning it's symmetrical. It's a symmetrical reflection. That's impossible on a sphere. The reflection should look squished compared to the sky, right? Because A, there's more surface area. B, the rays of light diverge. And C, if the surface is curving down, then, your angle to seeing that surface is going to compress it even more. But we don't see that. We don't see anything like that. We just see a perfect symmetrical reflection. If it was a convex mirror, it wouldn't look like that. You can run through the fucking AIs, the ChatGPTs, the Gemini. They all say the same thing. It's to certainly be visible on a 3,959 mile sphere, especially when the sun reaches from your viewpoint, the horizon. You'd only see the sun. You wouldn't see the reflection of the sun. But we've all seen reflections of the sun in the water on the horizon. Because the sun only takes up half a degree. This to me is the strongest proof of flat Earth because There's no refraction, there's no gravity, there's none of these other confounding variables, possibly confounding variables. And you just have a reflection. You have the law of reflection, and that's it. You can just do the calculation. Should I see this? Should I see a symmetrical reflection? The answer is no, but we do. Now, the only argument against this is it's a flat spot, or Earth too biggy. But Earth too biggy is not actually valid. And it's a flat spot. I mean, if you say so. How many flat spots make a ball? Yeah, I love pictures of the Oblivion salt flat. It's so beautiful. I mean, literally, they should just like the Bolivian salt flat should be like a historic site or something, like one of those UNESCO sites.
Oh. You guys a little silent?
I was just talking, man. I was just talking like 30 seconds ago. I've been talking for like an hour straight.
Oh, okay.
Okay, no, I'm talking to you. What's up, bro?
I'm just chilling. I'm kind of learning how to talk in English.
Oh, you came to talk in English?
Yeah?
What is the best story you've ever heard in English?
People generally don't talk to me, so I haven't heard a lot of stories in English.
Have you ever heard Jack and the Beanstalk?
Yeah, I have seen the cartoon.
Cartoon. Dude, you gotta read it,
Yeah.
man. It's a classic.
Oh, okay. I
Fee,
will
fi, fo,
someday.
fum. I smell the blood of an
Okay.
English mum.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so let's look. If you want to learn English, the best thing to do is do what English children do, or American children. Read children's
What
books.
they do?
Read children.
Okay.
Will you
Oh.
read children's books?
Oh, but that's like really basic. I want to do something advanced.
Okay, like what?
Suggest me, like,
Can you
seems like
can you prove the Earth is a
you
globe?
gotta. What?
Can you prove the Earth is a spinning space ball?
It is a spinning space ball.
Yes, globe. GLOBE, globe.
Actually, I cannot prove it. I mean, I have just seen it onto the pictures and in the movies and by saying of some scientists. So I cannot prove it personally.
Okay, good for you. I mean,
Yeah.
I appreciate that you're honest. A lot of people fight that. They just don't want to admit that they don't actually know. But thank you for being honest.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hmm.
I mean, I don't know how advanced you want to get in English. I mean, what are you trying to do, man?
I also don't know my purpose of learning English. I guess I can communicate well, but still,
I
I
could teach you
forgot
how to swear.
forgot. Oh, swear.
I could teach you how to
Uh
swear. I can teach you idioms, cliches. Those are like
huh.
things you would only learn if you were like a native English speaker.
Yeah, teach me.
What's a good?
What's the good?
I don't know. It's hard. It's
Yeah.
hard to think of them. Like I have to be talking really to think of them.
Oh, okay.
And
Where are you from? Are you American?
yes, I'm American. Yeah.
Can you do the Donald Trump impression?
No. Don't make.
Oh,
What are you trying to
okay.
do to me, man? Come on. Ugh.
His accent is really cool.
I don't do Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. Ah, what
Why
do you
would you
think?
want
Where
me to
am I
do
from?
Donald Trump impression? Ugh, gross. He's so man. He's a crazy person. Why do I want to imitate a crazy person?
Yeah, that's why.
He needs to be locked up somewhere.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah, he is in his own way, I
Yep.
guess.
And what do you think that where am I from?
What do I think you're from? Somewhere in
Yeah.
Southeast Asia.
Okay, guess the country.
Oh Jesus, that's a big choice. Let
Just
me
make a
think for
guess.
one. Let me think for 1 second.
Okay.
Malaysia, Nepal, or Indonesia?
You're pretty close, but not the exact one. Closer to Nepal.
Closer to Nepal. You're Tibetan?
No.
Indian?
Yeah.
Burmese?
And yes, I'm an Indian.
You're Indian. Oh, so you're Northern India. Are you Northern, Eastern?
Yeah, I'm Northern Indian.
So you're white.
Not white, but kind of like a coffee color.
Coffee color. I like that. I
Yeah,
like that.
the
Call it
milk.
coffee
The
color.
milk. Yeah, the milkish coffee.
The milk is coffee. Extra cream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We call
That's right.
we call that the Steph Curry.
The Steph
Oh,
Curry.
yeah. Just call me curry color.
Man, I can't believe how dark some of the people in southern India are. They're dark. Like, jeez. They can be straight
Yeah.
out. Just their skin color is just really, really, really dark, man. Like, I swear
Yeah.
they're darker than some Africans.
Yeah, they might be Indian niggas.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
So what do you do in northern India, dude? What do you do? Are you a student?
Oh, yes, I'm a student doing the obvious thing, computer science engineering. What else I can do? I'm an Indian. Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna end up working in a call center trying to rip off my grandmother. So stop playing. I'm kidding, man.
It's fine.
Computer engineering, hardware or software? You coding, writing code.
Yeah, it's software coding.
You know you're gonna be obsolete. The AI is gonna put you out of a job, man.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing cybersecurity. Previously, I was into the web development and then the machine learning and deep learning, and then I've shifted my branches to the cybersecurity.
Why can't the AI do that too?
There are a lot of AIs like Strix AI. It can find out the bugs in the machine and even can do the intrusion detection. But there are a lot of stuff in the cybersecurity. It's not even close.
You
It
do
hasn't put
network
its hand into
security or just network?
I'm just learning it. I've started it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I guess
Well, I'm
it's
gonna
loads.
test you on IT security. What is the number one way people get into somebody else's computer or computer network? The number one way.
Through the IP address. I mean, I'm just beginner at
Oh
cybersecurity. I
no
just
no no
started
no
learning
no
it.
no 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 no! It has nothing to do with a computer. Social engineering. They get people to tell them their password. They call them on the phone and say this, that, the other thing. It's the number one way. Social engineering.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I guess it's a lot talking now, and it's been really nice talking to you. And
Yeah.
I gotta go back to work now. And bye bye. Take care.
All right. Have fun at work.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, flat Earth is my job. Dude, just say Magellan. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, hello. What is that awkward silence?
We're all just thinking about how stupid the globe is. Who said that? Identify yourself.
Wasn't me.
The voice sounded familiar, like he's been in here before.
Why? What did he say?
He said, "What's up with all the silence?"
Oh. Who said that? Was it you, Yon? Did you say that, Yon? Valley? Was it Valley? Come on. Who's the culprit? Own up.
Oh,
No,
I'm
it wasn't
guessing
me.
KO, or how the hell you supposed to pronounce that? I'll call you K.
Was it KO?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that because his mic is
Yeah.
open. I don't know. We scared him off that easily. How disappointing.
What's that you posted there, Shane?
I'm sure it's something you guys have seen before. I was just thinking more about the what Indio had proposed and trying to find something where it's gotten close to that type of thing, or at least where that's been tested, and running against the same kind of struggles that that he mentioned. Just a modern take on this, as everything was like 1700s or around then that I keep finding when it comes to like laying something, like having some type of a physical thing that you would span between two spaces, measure that distance, and then uh, um, see what the calculation would be. But it still doesn't get to his question of comparing that to a straight line above that span between that same distance that isn't on the ground, and then being able to compare. Now this one's just like they use like glass rods to measure the distance between two observatories, and then check that data against. Well, it's been. I mean, they keep doing the measurement, but they're checking the data against what the radius would be to account for what would be the
Cool.
straight line of sight versus the physical measurement. But I see so
Did
many
you say
problems in
glass
this.
rods?
Yeah, so they tried to do chains, but they kept changing in length with when it would get warm or cold, because it took them a very long time to span the English Channel. And so they ended up moving to glass rods because they had less variability.
Like linked glass rods? Like
I think
like chained?
They were each a meter long. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, how do they connect them together in order to not get back into the same situation of they just have them touching each other? It'd help if they would just have like photos of these damn rods.
So there's a bunch of like glass rods lying at the bottom of the channel, or what?
Let's see.
Or how did they use them?
Yeah, this is really weird to me. Manufactured, they're 20-foot links. Okay, so they're 20-foot links, 3 calibrated rods. Supported on trestles, and the ends aligned to the accuracy of 1/10 of a part of an inch. Whatever the hell. So they did it almost like a leapfrog thing. So it wasn't they had to repeat it 1,370 times. So they had like 20-foot rods that they would then move one at a time across a trestle they had built to measure it. Or they were actually supported by trestle.
What?
So you had like two, almost like a sawhorse. I guess I'm trying to explain this to myself at the same time I'm explaining to you. but it sounds like they had almost like a sawhorse, and in order to support it as straight as they could, and then they'd set one down, then they would carry, then they'd set the next one down, touching in the end of that one, and then they would carry the first one forward to the next one, or to the other end of the second one.
It's almost as good as how they measured the depth of the ocean in the 1800s in flimsy little wooden ships. with tons of chain aboard or wire.
Come on, Globers. Defend the globe. Tell us how proud you are about the Artemis mission. They just touched down this evening, right? That's what they say. What about you, Princess? What about you, Valley?
I'm not a Glober.
voto LeBron, bebé.
Con extranjeros, playa.
Hi. Nobody here. Hi. Hello.
No, pero todo el mundo está silenciado.
Oh, you listen, my friend. You're thinking you very clever, man, with your spinning ball and NASA plan. But in the earth, coming with their footsteps. अरे बाबा wait zoom कर दिया horizon straight no cover coming only flat plate the globe हैया now it's too late Indio 007 destroying the globe dreams 24/7 laser beam from 1111 sending curvature hiding from me India smiling very calmly perspective only beta ji Masegarabi floating ocean spinning faster than emotion but water sitting without commotion where is your rotation gyroscope not even dancing airplane not backwards glancing Glepiari slowly collapsing India 007 enhancing India 007 Not so sharp like kitchen churi weapon You bring CGI imagination He brings zoom lens Mere bhai, listen carefully. Karvat hiding permanently. Refraction doing magic trickery. But in the seen clearly. Oh, Roberta, don't you cry. Your ball is falling from the sky. You trusted pictures flying high, but never asked the reason why. NASA on thermal animation, big rocket presentation, but ground level observation giving you frustration. Theodolite on tripod standing across the water, truth expanding 6,000 feet, misunderstanding, globe argument disbanding. Hey bhaiya, check your calculation, refraction, variation, level station to your spinning imagination. India. Sending globe to early heaven. Dreams collapsing 1 by 7. Three foot stronger than 11. Flat horizon looking steady. Globe excuses always ready. In the 007 heavy globe logic, very spaghetti. Indio 007.
It's the email. What? The email. Hey, Strongbad, you like techno at all? If you do, what kind? Silent J. Oh, that's very clever. Well, it's not really my style, but I heard a techno song one time that went like doom, 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 doom. And then this other part came in and it was like doodle-up doom, doodle-up doom, doodle-up doom, doodle-up doom. And then there's always some kind of high-pitched noise, or like a siren that's like doodle-up doom, doodle-up doom, doodle-up doom, doodle-up doom. And of course they have to put in the obligatory old movie quote from some sci-fi movies like the system is down, the system is down, the system is down, the system is down, doom, 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 doodle-up doom, doodle-up doom, the system is down, the system is down, the system is down, doom. The cheat is grounded. We had that light switch installed for you so you could turn the lights on and off. Not so you could throw light switch raves. Now let's go break open that glow stick and pour it into Homestar Runner's Mountain Dew. I heard they have to pump your stomach when you drink that stuff.
Still nobody talking. It is. It is a very sad story.
Yeah, we're all sad that the Artemis 2 mission is over.
Yeah, I just heard on the radio. Next year they're gonna do like a crude mission. I don't know if they meant like CRUDE, like or CREDEWED. You know, a crude mission to test docking and potential whatever this and that, blah 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 blah. Right, landing sites or something. I don't know. They plan to land with men there. Well, people, I should say, because they could be a woman. 2028.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not holding up. I won't be holding my breath for that one. But all the anti-flat earthers think, oh, flat Earth is dead now. They sent a capsule around the moon. Except nobody can verify that. Nobody can verify there was actually people inside it.
You know, it reminds me of when they finally got those astronauts who were stuck in space, right? They got them back, and they did the whole splashdown thing and everything. And dolphins came out to meet them, and like even though they were supposed to be like 30 minutes away, there was a chopper there immediately, and yeah, it was. And everybody, even the normies, criticized how like CGI it looked and set up and fake, you know, all that, and pointed out things about their outfits and whatever, you know. And the normies are doing that again this time as well. Like they're pointing out inconsistencies and errors and whatever, the fakery. The diehards, they're you can't sway them. Ones that they could literally do it in cartoon form and tell them it's real, and they believe it.
Well, how many minutes of live video did they record?
Well, it was supposed to be 10 days worth, but it wasn't.
Not that I watched it very much, but the only time I saw live video was about crew members talking inside the freaking capsule. Sorry, I'm not interested in listening to you morons talk. Tell me what's outside the window.
We were watching it there one day in here, and there was like, it was inside the capsule, and there was a couple of astronauts there, and then it faded out and quickly cut back, and they were gone, and this different lady was there in front of the camera with her big head and hair, like in the camera, and yeah, it was like, how'd that happen? What happened there? I thought this was live and uncut. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, and I also find that they're using like this outdated equipment. Not that the Nikon D5 is a terrible piece of kit, but I get the feeling that the reason why they use these old types of cameras is because they've already learned how to crack the firmware on them. Whereas the newest versions might take them a little while before they can crack that firmware.
I think it's kind of funny how they try to make it seem to the normies like it's a little more realistic by saying, "Oh, it didn't go entirely smoothly. The toilet blocked up twice."
Well, space toilets are an enigma for NASA. Like the new toilet they're using on the ISS, that one only cost $23 million to design and build. And apparently it's the same toilet on the ISS and on the Artemis too. And the high cost is due to specialized engineering required to operate in microgravity. including improved odor control and automatic startup shutdown sequences. I'm pretty sure if you gave it to some high school students, they would build it for like $2,300.
Filme que escolhesse uma mulher linda e abençoada. Como que pode? Vem com a bola. Meia altura, Luan, facilita o trabalho do Gomes que mete a bola. Todo mundo virou o zagueiro, canto de intermediária para.
Eu sou streamer, eu sou casada, eu não quero ouvir sua cantada. Se você for comentar que coroa linda.
Vocês viram isso aqui, pelo amor de Deus?
Eu sou streamer, eu sou casada, eu não quero ouvir sua cantada. Se você for comentar que coroa linda, gordinha linda, eu espero que você tenha diarreia até seu rabo explodir. Se você não gosta de mim, me bloqueia, porque daí eu não tenho trabalho de te bloquear. Se você me seguir, eu te sigo de volta. Eu sou streamer, eu sou casada, eu não quero ouvir sua cantada. Se você for comentar que coroa linda, gordinha linda, eu espero que você tenha diarreia até seu rabo explodir. Se você não gosta de mim, me bloqueia, porque daí eu não tenho trabalho de te bloquear. Se você me seguir, eu te sigo de volta. Eu sou streamer, eu sou casada, eu não quero ouvir sua cantada. Se você for comentar que coroa linda, gordinha linda, eu espero que você tenha diarreia até seu rabo explodir. Se você não gosta de mim, me bloqueia, porque daí eu não tenho trabalho de te bloquear. Se você me seguir, eu te sigo de volta. Eu sou streamer, eu sou casada, eu não quero ouvir sua cantada. Se você for comentar que coroa linda, gordinha linda, eu espero que você tenha diarreia até seu rabo explodir. Se você não gosta de mim, me bloqueia, porque daí eu não tenho trabalho de te bloquear. Se você me seguir, eu te sigo de volta.
Vocês viram isso aqui? Pelo amor de Deus, presta atenção. Eu vou te explicar o que tá acontecendo. Qualquer pessoa entende. Imagina que alguém roubou a sua casa. Você chama a polícia começa a investigar, descobre quem foi, acha as provas, e aí no meio da investigação, o ladrão olha pro delegado e diz, acabou. Para a investigação. Cara, e o ladrão vai embora e as provas somem.
So quiet. No debate happening here.
Hello.
Hello. Why this server is so quiet?
I think they are sleeping right now.
Well, because nobody's talking, that's why.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they don't
Does
have
everyone
any
inside
evidence.
know with flat earth here? Oh. My bad. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, he's gone. Never mind.
So, uh, where is the age of the Earth?
Yo, huh? What's going on?
Hello.
What?
I have a question for you guys. Do you actually believe in flat Earth?
It's not a belief. It's a lived experience.
What do you mean by that?
It's a lived experience. So the world you experience outside when you go outside into the real world, into nature, it's an experience of a flat and motionless place, not
So
a
you're saying
curving,
that,
spinning place.
okay. So you're just saying that you can see it's not round, so that's why it's not round. That's
Well,
the only
that's
thing.
one part of it, because that's what makes it not a belief, because you don't need to believe that, you experience it, right? Like, you don't believe the rain, you can stand in it and get wet. It's not a belief, right?
But then what about the science behind it? Like, we have proofs and everything.
What sort? What kind of proof? What's the proofs?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure there are. Gravitation and everything.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
But you'd want to make sure, wouldn't you?
Like, no, I don't know, to be honest. I'm just kind of, it amazed me that people actually think that flat Earth actually exists. So I just want to know the reason, like the science behind it. Is there any science behind it?
If there's science behind, well, there's
Or is,
geometry. I
or
don't
is
call that
it just
science
a
though.
reason?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's science. I'd say it's more of it's empirical. I mean, we observe it and measure it and use it. But I wouldn't say that makes it science, like natural science, like experiment, like, trying to find the cause of an effect, like cure cancer or something. It's not like that sort of science.
But like we have pictures of Earth from space, which,
No, we don't. People claim to have, like, not you, not me, some guys, some people. Like,
okay, but
that's not we. That's not we.
okay. Okay, you can argue on that, but things like we know that if we dig deep inside Earth, then we have these layers, right? Like the rock and then lava and things like that, and we have a gravitational force in between pulling everything towards it, something like that. But that kind of proof, like it proves that Earth is round.
That's a story. That's not proof. It's just a story. It's just a claim. What's the proof of that claim?
The proof of the claim.
Yeah, I mean, like, the deepest hole ever dug was by the Russians in, I think, Siberia, and it was to a depth of about 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers, something like that. And that's nowhere. That's like a tiny, tiny fraction of what they say is the actual radius value of the Earth.
But you cannot just make a story like that, right? Like they got proofs also. Like I'm not really. If you ask me what kind of proofs again, that I don't really have an answer for that.
Yeah, nobody does. Not even the people who's we're told have the answers. They come in here and they don't have the answers anyway either. They just have stories as well. No proof. No proof.
I don't think so. I think like
So,
people, like scientists and all these peoples, they can verify this thing.
well, they can't. They told
Like,
us that the Earth's a sphere, which means that it has a specific curvature rate because of the size they say it is. And then when we go to test for that curvature rate, it doesn't exist. So we see further over water than we would be able to if the Earth was a sphere with a radius value of 6,371 kilometers. Yeah, we send light and radio waves across the surface further than would be allowed if the Earth was a sphere. We see further. We have horizon distances which exceed the geometric restrictions of a sphere in orders of magnitude, right? Like there's a lot of different proofs for flat Earth and globe debunks.
Okay, so you are saying that a curvature exists, but it's not exactly spherical.
No, there's no curvature. The surface of water at rest is flat. Surface of water over long distances, even when it's a little bit turbulent, is just mainly, it's horizontally distributed with waves, of course, waves and
But
currents and things like that.
if you use an advanced telescope, you can see the curvature with your own eyes.
No, nobody does.
No,
Nobody does.
I'm telling you, if you buy a normal telescope, you can see it.
See it where? Like you zoom into the horizon and you see it.
Yeah, I guess.
No, you don't see it. And that's what people did, and they found out that they watched a ship disappear, right? They're standing there on the beach, watched the ship disappear. Then they whip out their telescope or their high-powered zoom camera or binoculars and zoom in to where they last seen the boat, and the boat's still there. It's just that their human eyes couldn't see it anymore. But the boat is still there and not being hidden by the curvature of the Earth like they said it would be.
I don't know.
I guess I need to gather more proofs.
It's worth looking into exactly what the globe claims, right? And what evidences they say they have for those claims. So they specifically say that the Earth has a radius value of 3,959 miles, or 6,371 kilometers, giving it a rough circumference of about 40,000 kilometers, right? They also say that it spins on its axis at 23.4 degrees at a rate at the equator of 1,044 miles an hour. I don't know what that is. That's like 1,600 kilometers an hour or something. And they also say that it orbits the sun at 66.6 thousand miles an hour, while the sun goes around the galaxy. So the Earth's chasing the sun because the sun's moving around the galaxy as well at a rate of about 500,000 miles per hour, and the whole galaxy is whizzing through the universe at something like 1.3 to 2.5 million miles an hour or something ridiculous like that. So there's all these motions and vectors going on that nobody observes, nobody experiences.
So do you think all planets and all stars, they all are flat?
No, we're not saying that Earth is a flat planet. We're not saying that Earth is a flat object within a universe like you've been told.
Specifically Earth, just Earth.
No, we're not saying that Earth is a flat planet. We're not saying it's a planet. We're not saying that planets are worlds. We're not making claims about what the sky is or isn't, right? Beyond that which we can observe. They are light. That's what we observe, light. We don't observe surfaces of dust or gas or ice or anything like that. We don't observe plasma balls burning, big nuclear reactors in the sky. Nobody observes that. We see light, and people interpret the light as being those things, even though they have no physical evidence for it whatsoever. The whole story about the universe that you live in is probably a lie. Like, I've got no proof of what it is, right? But they don't have any proof of what it is either. They just tell you a story about it, and you believe it. Everybody believes it. Everything you see in the sky is moving, right? That's what. So you experience the Earth motionless and the things in the sky moving, not the other way around, right?
I don't know, they always give a solid proof each time, so it makes me believe.
No, they don't give you solid proof. They give you stories. That's what they give you. With fancy lingo and some numbers on a board. and then say somehow that proves that they understand what the universe is. They don't understand what the universe is. And some of them even admit that they're just guessing. That it's their best guess. They don't have everything figured out. And like you too, right? So them, even the experts believe that the government agencies are sending people into space and sending satellites out into space and all that sort of stuff. They just believe it just like everybody else, right? They can't confirm it. They can't do it themselves. They can't prove any of it.
So you don't think
It's just a trust.
So you think there are no satellites in space sent by us?
No, I don't think space exists as you've been taught, like as an ever-expanding, infinite volume of a vacuum, right? Of a vacuum, near perfect vacuum. I think that's thermodynamically impossible because we have a gaseous pressurized system here that we all breathe. Now that requires containment, right? If there was available to that gas an ever-expanding infinite volume for the gas to fill, the gas would fill it because that's what entropy dictates it would do. That's what we can demonstrate and measure, and that's what we understand about gas. That's gas's natural behavior. Nothing stops gas expansion except restriction of volume with physical containment.
I don't know, but there has to be things of which you cannot find answers of, right? That makes me believe in God, you know?
Yeah, we'll let you know. We'll be honest. If we don't know something, we'll tell you. But the globe side, on the other hand, they claim to have all these answers, right? That nobody else can prove. That nobody can prove. Like, how do they know the distance to the sun? How do they know what a star is? How do they know the planets are going around the sun? Nobody observes that. Not one human in history has ever observed something orbit another thing in the sky. Not once. But yet, that's the cartoons that they show you on the TV. You know, big sun in the middle, little Mercury, Venus, and Earth, and all the other planets going around the outside of it, right? In an elliptic plane.
But then I'm trying to think, like, things like Google Maps that entirely works on satellites, like how these things works then. Like, it's not possible for Google Maps to give all this information without having a satellite in space.
They're on balloons, bro.
Balloons?
Yeah, it's documented. Woman was talking about she was piloting a balloon that was like the size of a football stadium. It's the balloon itself, and they just saw one traversing the moon the other day. It was literally a satellite on a balloon. People have seen them crash like in other countries. Normally they track them down and grab them, but some of them landed in like crazy spots, and so people are finding them with the balloons attached. I mean, it's been a joke for a long time. The Simpsons made fun of that like a fucking long time ago. And that's why you can see them up in the sky. You see a satellite going by, you see a little blinking light. If they were actually in orbit at the height they're saying, there's no way you could see that light at all. It would be outside of your
Okay, so it's
spectrum
like
of
you don't.
vision.
So it's like you don't believe in pictures taken from moon of Earth or take pictures of moon.
It's not that we
But-
don't believe in pictures. We
but
do
like, but you
believe in
believe-
pictures. The
but you
hard bit is
believe-
you verifying that is exactly where they came from.
No, but then you're saying you believe in all these kind of things, like all these balloons pictures that people are posting on.
Because we've got photographs of the balloons. That's
Yeah.
why. There's video
then-
footage of the balloons.
But
There's
then how can
no.
you-
See,
how can
your
you
problem
believe
is, Yash,
that, but not
you believe in photographs that are taken from a very specific place. How are you and me, as just random guys on the internet, how are we going to verify that they're true?
Like, you can detect a fake image. That's possible.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
all the
and
all the
that's
all the
great.
images
You
and
can
satellites
detect
you
a
see
fake
online.
one, And there's been heaps of NASA ones that have come out as fake. So you've just shot yourself down there gloriously.
Wait, I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to have a debate. I'm just trying to understand.
No, you're not trying to have a debate. The whole passive-aggressive thing, what you're doing is you're just throwing shit at a wall and hoping something will stick so you can have some self-gratification. That's what this was about. At the moment, you've got a cool story. All we're asking you to do is back up your cool story, prove it, show that it's true and correct. And you can't do that.
I'd like to point out something to him. Hey, Yash, have you ever seen a horse with your own two eyes?
Yes.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not it's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
I'm not saying a human eye can tell if it's a real picture or not, but we have
No,
machine.
I'm talking specifically about reference points. So you said you've seen a horse, right?
Mhm.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not it's a realistic picture of a horse or not? The answer is yes, right? Because you've seen a horse.
Yeah, you have a mental image of a horse already, so you know what a horse looks like. You're familiar with them. If someone shows you a picture, you're going to have some kind of reference, right?
That makes sense.
All right. So then the next question is, have you ever been to the vacuum of space? So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to whether or not it's a realistic picture or not?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, but you just cannot prove something like that, right? I mean, if something is not true, then it doesn't mean that thing doesn't exist.
That's true, but you can't say that it does or doesn't until you get more information. It turns out, since they're showing us curved oceans and curved lakes in those images, right, that we go to the oceans and the lakes to see if we can find that curve, and it's not there, it's not present, it doesn't exist in physical reality when you experience it directly, right? Yeah, it looks great on the screen, but unfortunately it's not present in reality when we test it. So that's more information that you can gain in order to be able to say whether that image is an accurate representation of reality or not.
Yeah, the one they did with Lake Tahoe this time around, they pointed it out on the Artemis stream. They had Lake Tahoe was like curved as a motherfucker. Down and to the left and the top right said bottom left was curved as shit. And then they showed a picture of Lake Tahoe, flat as shit, no curve. The picture they showed Artemis, that shit was curved though.
We're not disappointed with you coming in here with these cool stories. You're not the first person, so please don't be offended by it. Yes, I sound aggressive, sound like I'm going to jump through the microphone and bite you. No, I'm not. They do feed me at home. It's all good.
And okay, and like my mentality was that like I want to understand you guys. Like, what do you think? Like, what?
Okay, why don't you just ask the correct question? Hey, check this out. Hey, T-Dub, why are you a flat earther? Or T-Bag, I should say.
Like, I wanna understand.
That's why.
Like,
I'll tell you why. Because
science.
Yeah, because there is no observed or measured curvature, and we don't utilize the Earth as if it is curved and spinning.
Mm-hmm.
So, Yash, it's not a question of science. It's a question of geometry. You've jammed yourself into a category error because you're not sure of it. You've thrown yourself into a category error. You're coming from one angle, and it's totally the wrong place. Yes, we do use some scientific principles, but it's not a question of science. If you're claiming that it's a sphere, this is just a question of pure geometry. Mathematics. Let's go and measure it and confirm that it either is or is not what is claimed. That's it.
Yeah, so when we attempt to observe and measure the surface, it doesn't display or measure to have any curvature rate that they claim it does. So that's why we're flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. You know what? I'm gonna research about it, and I'm gonna be here tomorrow at the same time. Thank
Hey,
you,
that's
guys.
great. When you come back, we can go through some observations, laser tests, and things like that with you if you like.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure talking to you, Yash. Thank you.
Oh, good man. Should have warned him to look up logic first. Oh well, he'll be alright.
Yeah, he's gonna chat GPT it or whatever, and he's he's gonna find eclipses and climb a tree and boats over horizons.
The top 7 or whatever it's called. So yeah, I got my new toy.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome, man. I saw, with the IR. Yeah, nice.
That's one thing I did want to show. I've just got the last one's loading up now. Very good. I just did a batch conversion. Photos are taken in RAW, and I was just converting them over to JPEG so I can chuck them on here so you guys can see them.
Hell yeah, dude, let's go.
But I'll show you what they look like when I just go slapping photos.
Why is Roland, my bowler in the side chat, poisoning the well after I specifically told him to pull his head in and give him a mute earlier for the exact same thing?
Is he inside chat? In VC? No, he's not in VC. It's easy. Just right click, delete, and then when he cries about it, just go FT mute, no more noise from you for 8 hours. This is why I don't like
Maybe
him
I'll
in
just
here,
give
because
him-
that's all he does. He just sits there just typing shit.
Yeah, I might give him half a day's spell or something.
What's he got? It's unusual for anyone to talk about the flat Earth here. That's all we... I hope that was just him being sarcastic. You'll get a bunch of short-range laser YouTube videos that strawman or ignore refraction. In what way does it strawman refraction? And in what way do the tests ignore it when some of the tests they actually calculate for it, and we've had some of the globetards come in here crying because it wasn't done correctly? So if we're not allowing for it, how can we be accused of not doing it correctly? Most folks is Roland, just roll. Be on your way. You're a clown.
Riley B, why don't you open your mic and talk to us about it? Riley B, can you mic up? Or what? Yeah, I just gonna sit in the side chat and keyboard warrior. Wait through.
So what I'll do, T-Dub, I'll post in the side chat here. I went for a little stroll. That's why I've been not around. This is what my camera sees with its full spectrum view. So that's what the camera sees now without the filter on it. So just standard, straight up, chuck a lens on it, go and take photos, and they come out that red. They get this reddish tinge to them. Anyways, when you click the put the filter on in front of it.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, they come out pretty, don't they? When you chuck the filter in front of it, there's a JPEG there. Get over there. It automatically, well, it doesn't automatically. I've got to adjust the white balance, but they come out as that one zoomed in a little bit. But that bridge, from where I was taking that photo, that bridge is probably about 400 meters.
Dude, the fucking detail on this is crazy.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's next level of detail. The photos
Holy
come out
shit.
so clean. I cannot wait for a
Bro.
bullshit hot day where there's TIR and shit like that across the road just to see how it rips it.
I can
Dude.
zoom in and read that sign. Side road closed. No right turn at Brisbane Street. Follow detours. Roadwork ahead.
Dude, you can read
I
that
can
sign
read that,
easy, all the way
bro.
zoomed in.
Now, just so you know, that is zoomed in with a 300mm lens. So it's got a 300mm lens and my 720 filter on front of that. So it filters out all the color and whatnot and only just leaves everything 720 and above for IR. But that moonshot that I did earlier, I re-grabbed that because the one earlier, I just took a screenshot of it just so I could get it on quick. I've actually done it as a JPEG now, so you can zoom in on it, and when it loads up, so you can actually click on that and zoom in a little bit. So that's just converted, left as it was, just converted to JPEG. That's all I've done to it. I should actually crop it so it makes it even bigger, so you can have a real good look at it.
It's weird you posted that earlier because yesterday I was looking at the sky parked in the street and I seen the moon and it was probably at about that orientation. You might have been taking that photo at the exact same time I was looking at it.
As you were gawking at it.
Because yeah, and because I was sitting there and I'm thinking, why is it they say again that you can't see like it just looks like sky, like it just blends in with the sky, the part you can't see. Like why is that again? Because like why does it look like that? Why isn't there some kind of silhouetting or something like a different shade? It just looks like just like in your photos there, man. I can't tell the difference between the color field in where the terminator line is and and what's on the other side of it, or what's everywhere on the screen, all that grey. Like that's what it looks like in the day too. Like it just looks like blue all the way to the terminator line and it's blue skies. Like,
well, I just
how
like the
can't you
comparison to the
see
two.
something? You know.
Well, what I'm interested in, T-Dub, and this is the bit that's most interesting. Now, I'll just click on the file so I can make sure I get the right time. That one there. Properties. So this photo was taken, details, at 11:23 a.m. Okay? Now, the problem with that is if you have a look at how it's illuminated. Now, this is what I'm finding is interesting. If you have a look at the moon, look at the top left-hand corner, how the light wraps around the edge of it. See how you see that last little bit where the light's wrapped around? If the sun is where it's claimed to be, that's not possible. At all. Because I took that facing west. What I should have done was put the video camera on, filmed it, then walked out the front of the house and onto the road and turned back and showed you where the sun was. And you'd look at that and go, hang on a minute, that shit don't line up at all. Because when that was taken at 11:23 a.m., the sun was not basically directly above me, but back east slightly. So looking at the shadow marks on that, basically it should have been afternoon and I should have been able to see the sun on the western side of my house up from the moon. But no, not even close. I might go out tomorrow and have another crack.
I do wonder. I have seen recently the moon like during the daytime where you can see the dark quote unquote unlit shape in the sky. I've seen that a few times. I know what you mean about it blending into the background, but I have a lot of
You've
times during
seen
the
it?
day it does. Yeah, I've seen it for sure.
I
My
haven't.
wife even
I
pointed one
haven't
out to
in
me
the
the other
day.
day.
I haven't
Yeah.
in the day.
I wonder
I've
if it's
seen
something
it.
in the atmosphere messing with that. I wonder if it is like the light or
Dunno.
something like that messing up. I don't know.
But that's
But
in
I have seen
IR.
it. I have seen it.
Did you see the photos I put in earlier, D-Town?
Yeah. That's
The
what I was the one
colour
commenting
one.
on like the zoom and stuff. Yeah, the color one. Yeah, I
Did you?
saved
No,
it
no.
if you don't mind. It's awesome.
Did you see the colour one I put in this morning though? I put them side by side, the black and white and the colour.
No, I didn't.
Right. Okay. Just hold on here. I'll just get rid of that.
Okay.
I'll
Was it
put
the
the
same
colour
as you
one up
just
for
put
you.
up?
I took two at the same time. I took a colour one, standard camera, and an IR.
Nice.
Just to compare, and yeah, quite interesting. Cancel that. Oh, what's this? Save your edit images. Yes to all.
Those pictures
Why is
are
it not
beautiful
showing?
though, man. Holy shit, man.
Why are we not showing?
I love the IR pictures, man. The one did you see the one where I took a picture of the rock? I got a picture, IR picture that had the Rockies in the very background from Lake Michigan.
I've seen heaps of IR stuff now, man. That's crazy. Where
Yeah.
it is? I think it's right down the bottom.
They were like, "That's the Rockies in the background," and they did the math. They did the map distance on it was 1,006 miles away, and you could see them in the very back. The whole thing too. That's crazy.
All right, so at the same time, this is what I think is absolutely mind blowing. What I'll do, I'll convert. That's that converted. I'll put the full thing in, so you can see it, and I'll do a blown up version, so you can get a good clear shot at it.
Whoa, this is the color of the moon.
That's the same moon shot, same time, just in full
see?
color.
Yeah, and see with the way that is, you can't. I mean, you really can't see anything.
That's right. So if I
Yeah, but
get
I've
that,
seen it. I've seen it
and
when.
Control V. There we go. There's a blown up version of it.
Yeah.
Look at the difference when you compare the two of them. Look at the difference in clarity between the two.
Between the two of them, I mean, the IR one is so much clearer and sharper too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
There's
we need the color.
the one underneath the first black and white moonshot. That bridge teed up. That's full zoom. That's as far as I can get.
And how far away did you say it is?
I think it's about 400 meters. I'll actually
Right.
check from where I
pretty good.
was. Where is Google Tide Maps? See what it says. Feels like it's about 400 meters. I might be wrong. Been wrong before. Probably will be again. Where did I go to? Down that street. And I was about... Where's that house? That one there. Standing right there. And distance to here. 484.84 meters. There you go. Nearly 500, just under 500 meters. So, yeah, not too further than what I thought.
And is that about how far away those signs are? Because you can read them pretty well. Like I can make out
From
what
where the
they-
photo was
what they
taken,
say.
correct, yes.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm just impressed with the clarity of it. Like, I was expecting it to do other slightly weird things, and I know IR does some cool stuff, but most of the time it's just people get it for the artistic value. But I have a very specific purpose for it. But I am just blown away by the clarity of it. It's just probably because it eliminates a lot of the excess other stuff, like blue, which is, as you can see with the sky shot with the moon, how clear it makes that by just eliminating that blue haze that we get.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see that it's cloud. It's hazy. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it just you can tell it's just removed a lot of that. Most of it. It's brilliant.
Removed it. It bitch slapped it clean off the picture. That's what it's done.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I'm very impressed with, and I can't wait to spend the next 6 months going to work and saving up money just so I can buy a lens that can see further.
Yeah, for sure, man. Even that's pretty good. Like, you could probably take some nice long distance shots with that.
Being that we're coming into winter, I'm not going to get much of the cool effects that we normally get, unless we get one of those extreme days where the ground is cold and it, you know, when it starts off really cool and it's like really cold overnight, and then we get a reasonably warm day. We get some pretty cool effects when that happens. But yeah, I'm pretty stoked with it actually.
Nice, yeah. I mean, you could potentially even, like, I don't know, get up to a lookout or something near you, and
yeah, I need to find one.
Yeah, even at night, and then you just look out over a plain part, you know, and see if there's like any lights coming from, you know, from Orange or something, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No, well,
Or
actually,
Parks.
there's what is it, Mugger Hill on the east side. I could probably go for a big drive up to that and have a look, take my tripod, but I won't be tonight because I just, after celebrating how awesome my camera is, I just had one beer, so I'm not driving now. But yeah, I think a few nighttime shots with the filter off, so they come out in red, and then put them through Photoshop so that I can basically detune them, just flick them back to monochrome, and yeah, they'd probably come up really nice.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But anyways, I'm probably going to harass you a lot in the near future with just random photographs and shit, showing you the difference between things that really stand out. I'll probably be pointing out. But if you do think of anything you want photos of, as long as I don't have to drive like bullshit stupid distances until I get my big ass lens that I want to get, which is worth about $3,000 plus a teleconverter, which is another $1,000. But yeah, till I get that stuff, I won't be going down to like South Australia to hit the dirt wall. Oh, I love that. But that would be a pretty tidy shot actually, to be able to hit that in black and white. So cool.
I'll build a giant ass, like, powerful laser or some sort of light, right? And I'll get up to the highest point I can around here and shine it in your direction one night, and you get up on your highest with your infrared and see if you can see it.
See if we can hit it. Yeah, I'm quite certain the nerds at the airport will be impressed with that. Hope you got a fast car.
Yeah.
They get a bit upset with it these days. When lasers and stuff first come out years ago, it was great fun. Every second numpty was just waving them around, having a great old time. Then all the do-gooders started crying about it. And those black and white ones too were done handheld, not on a tripod. So I thought that was pretty good.
It's a pretty steady hand, man. Yeah. Does it have?
My hands are shocking.
Does it
if
have
you adjust the
auto
settings,
stabilizer or something?
no. If you adjust the settings in the camera, and all the cameras, most of them you can do that anyways. You can adjust how fast basically the shutter speed happens. Faster it goes off, the less light that comes in, and you can adjust the ISO settings and how sensitive the sensor is. So if I crank everything up and do it fast, you don't have to have super steady hands. Whereas when you start doing time-lapse shots and long exposure shots, and you've got to hold still for 30 seconds, then get a tripod. Because even when you start getting to, say, 2 seconds or above, that is a long time holding perfectly still. And I can't do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, right.
But the only downside with the putting the dark lens on, because the lens is so dark, the camera thinks it's shooting at night time. And so you've got to have longer exposure times. So longer exposure times means you've got to be more stable. Whereas when that pretty red one that I put up, that was just basically hold the button down and just go tick, 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 tick. And it can crank out about 8 photos a second, I think it is, if you turn it up full speed.
Nice.
Sounds like a machine gun. Sounds pretty cool.
So you're gonna point it at the sky?
What's that?
So you're gonna point it at the sky some nights and see what you can see?
Not where I live, it's too bright. But probably if I go out to mum and dad's, I might take my tripod and get some blurry photos. I mean, star photos.
Yeah. You never know what else you might see, some weird stuff. Like, you'll be surprised just how active the sky is, when you go out at night, and just look up.
Oh, yeah.
Like, anybody, you've lived out in the country, so you know. But, yeah. Other people don't realise, like, we've had people come up here and just even with our town glare, right, have, like, looked at the sky and gone, compared to, like, Sydney, and gone, whoa, you can see, like, galaxies, man.
You can see the rift, yeah. You can see quite a lot of stuff. It's just mind-blowing. It's funny, though, like, you go down the city and you'll see one shooting star. And everyone's just like, oh, my God, did you see that? And you go out to the country, and if you don't see probably one every minute, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, Jedi's just popped in.
I stood out
So
in
in
the
the
field out there in the county and just had the Milky Way just stretched out above me, like front to back. It was awesome.
So yeah, Jedi, in side chat, you'll see from the pretty red pinkish photo onwards, I got my camera and I was just practicing me IR stuff.
Looks pretty cool, dude. I like it. You've been having fun, yeah?
Oh yeah, I'm giving it a workout.
Sweet, man.
Good timing too. Weekend.
Yeah, shame it wasn't last weekend, but anyways, you get that in these jobs. So the moonshots, Jedi. If you scroll down, there's a black and white, so that's in infrared, and then there's a color one right down the bottom, the very last shot. Both taken same time, 2 different cameras, one with IR on, one with standard.
Staring at the black and white one, dude.
It's pretty clean, eh?
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't wait to upgrade my lenses. It's going to be great fun. So for all the camera nerds out there, ISO between 100 and 200 is what I'm aiming for. F-stop. anywhere from 5 to 11, depending on what I'm aiming at.
What are you looking at the moon for, anyway? Some type of globe earther?
No, actually, it's the fact it was taken at daytime, and what I was actually looking at was the shadow of it. That was taken facing west. The sun was over on the eastern side, not above the moon. Slightly to the so if we're to have a vertical clock, I would suggest 1, maybe 2, 1:30 is where the sun
Right.
should have been. It wasn't. It was well back behind me.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
And what's really interesting is you can see the slight wraparound of the light, top left-hand corner.
Yeah.
That means I should have been able to just pan up and see the sun. That's how far forward it should have been. It wasn't. It was clean behind me. That was taken at 11 o'clock, 11:23 in the morning, and the sun was well behind me, over to the east by a long shot. I should have filmed it actually instead of photoing. Should have spun it onto film mode and done a quick shot just to go, hey, here's my sexy photo, and can anyone see the problem here?
I think it's a specific name for this.
Lunacy? Oh.
The lunar termination issue. It's where it looks like the moon isn't lining up specifically or precisely with the sun, so it doesn't look like the sun is causing that light on the moon.
Yeah, I've just always, every now and then it does, and then other days it's just like, that's out to shit, dude.
Dude, all I know is I was watching the Flat Earth Day video where you had the woman on that asked her AI all kinds of crazy questions and gets it to say what she wants by or say what it should by telling it to ignore like the normal, like what it's been told and just search by itself. And she asked it, she said, considering everything you know about the earth and the sun, what would the sun look like if it was 93 million miles from us? And the bot was like, the sun would appear to be about the size of an average star in the sky. And you would not feel any heat from it. And they asked about Polaris, and they said you wouldn't even be able to see Polaris. It'd be too far away. There's just no, it'd be the photons would be so spread out, we just wouldn't even get any of them. So this shit doesn't make sense at all as far as the measurements.
Fuck this shit, man. What the fuck? What? There is a lot of people in here.
Yeah, there are. Maybe if we whisper, they won't notice that we're here.
Mate.
Stuff like that gets me through the day.
That was funny. Your different story, it was like, oi, shut up! They're trying to sleep! And here's you whispering, and he's still bolted.
Glad he left. I couldn't pronounce his name.
Welcome. And another welcome. Whoever dropped in. I don't even know. Actually, T-Dub, now that the light's gone down a bit, I might go out and see if I can get some more shots. Because apparently the first and last hour in the day are the best times to do time long exposure. See how they come out.
Yeah, nice.
I'll go for a walk back down and get some more shots of that bridge. Alright, I'll be back.
What's going on here? Not much. D-Town. What are you playing Roblox, D-Town?
Hey, Roblox.
What are you playing Roblox?
I play fucking right now SpongeBob Tower Defense. I play that with my son. I'm just chilling and watching videos on X and listening to y'all and stuff. But and, just basically a lot of it's just waiting to plow through levels with your towers. So it's kind of almost like AFKing almost, but you do like a little bit every few minutes. And so
Yeah.
it's just something in the background to do. Plus it earns stuff for us, you know. To battle. We play a bunch of games there. It's about 10, 12 games we play on here together. He's 9, so we play a lot of games together.
Do you play that one called Steal a Brain Rot?
I never played it. He played it for a while. He hasn't played that for a while, really. We've been playing Rivals, and we played Grow a Garden together a lot. Gunfight Arena. Was it Forsaken, which is the Dead by Daylight clone. Things like that. We play a lot of stuff together. Car racing games and stuff.
Yeah, I'm in a couple servers. I just play sometimes with the crews, but not many games, just a few.
Yeah, most of it here is just with my son. Sometimes my other friends will come here and play with us, and that's cool and shit. Well, like mostly my other friends, that we play a lot of Rocket League and Counter Strike and Rust and stuff like that. That's what we roll with. My son and I, we play Minecraft and um, a game called Rounds. Let's just stuff together.
I
Everything we
kind
can
of like
Among Us,
the
stuff like
I kind
that.
of like the MOBA games, like the 5 versus 5, the fighter games. Like League of Legends. But I played the
Oh yeah,
one
okay, okay.
in the mobile, like Mobile Legends. Have you seen that one, Mobile Legends?
No, I haven't seen that one, but I know what you mean because I grew up with that stuff. Like I was there at the, you know, when Warcraft 2 came up with that shit. So yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I just haven't played something like that in a long time.
It's kind of fun. With team of 5 versus 5. It's almost like it's competitive. The Filipinos and Asians play kind of crazy.
Oh my god, it's too old for them. Make me look stupid and slow, which I am, but it's
I saw this. Was a lot of activity today in the VC, but it's been quiet down at the moment.
yeah. I was this earlier, like one of the biggest problems I've found with people, like that last kid that was on, like he was asking questions, but then um, Matrix kind of got upset with him because he was basically just trying to every time I gave him an answer about something and showed him stuff, he was just trying to like poke holes in it, like, and it's like, ask questions, sure, but like it I think everybody comes in here so disingenuous, like they want to disprove us, like that's what they just want to do. And if it and it just starts so many fights, I think it's made a lot of people tired. But like we really should be like this is a good thing for everybody, like that we know this shit. So I just wish more people wanted to like come in here and be like, hey, what's up with this shit? Like, can you explain some of this shit to me? Instead of being like, I just want to debunk you, you're wrong. It's like, God, just Jesus Christ, man. Like
So
It's
there's a
not pr
norm.
it's not
It is kind
productive.
Yeah.
It's not our
There's like
fault
a
unless we're
norm.
doing it
The
wrong.
people have a certain norm, and many times if something goes against the norm, they put the walls, the defensive walls up, so they resist the new information because it goes against their beliefs. You know how it is.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I have all of the things going on in my head with like autism and BPD and ADHD and all the things, brain damage. So like I have trouble when to like relating to sometimes to people because it makes sense in my head, and so sometimes I can't put myself in the perspective of somebody and see where they're coming from. Sometimes I can, other times I can't. I'm just like it's right there in front of you, and that's what frustrates me more than anything is that it's not that they don't get it, it's that they don't want to get it. They want to not get it. They just want to fight. Yeah. And it's like so when I actually when I was growing up, long story short, basically my childhood got flipped on its head. Now, the whole life was a lie and all this kind of stuff, and I kind of like, reversed from all this kind of mess, and then it kind of happened again later on in my life, and so and my life's back together, and then all these files drop, and then I've been a big conspiracy theorist since like 2003, right after 9/11. Oh shit.
Like whole life, your whole life is a lie. It's like a.
No, my headphone died.
Yeah. And when people say everything is a lie, I wouldn't use those statements. It's not everything is a lie. To convince people of the lies, you gotta mix it up with truth. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, I just like I've been a big conspiracy theorist, but I've been kind of just sleep on things, and I never got into flat Earth or anything. And the first time I remember really, because I had read not in depth, but I'd read some because I was homeschooled. I actually read some about um the ancient cosmology and stuff that we know now and stuff. And I was like, oh, and I was told, oh, they thought the Earth was flat back then. No, no, we know it's a sphere. Blah blah blah, the usual. Um, but my parents were really strict Christian, like Republican people. But like as we read the Bible and stuff, I guess. But they're all telling us about things, and I went back and read like Genesis, for instance, and it's especially King James version, before 1982. It just is like, oh, the Earth is flat. Like we know, like all the stuff we know is right there. Um, but like I didn't know any of that. But the thing was I just slept on all that. Slept on all conspiracy theories for a while. Files come out, and it was like all the things were true because I was always kept track over the years, not in depth, but kept track of the conspiracy theory, like Pizzagate, for instance. And it was like it's all fucking true, and I was like, it's all true. It's the best time. And I was having such a good time with it. And then I told my wife, I said, the only one that I don't know about is flat Earth because I mean, why does that matter? And she's like, I don't know. I was like, I don't either. I've never looked into it. And so I looked into it. I was like, oh my god, it's what the puzzle, all the puzzle pieces are making the puzzle of the flat Earth. It's like, oh shit, holy shit, it all makes sense. And it really just put everything together for me right there. I was like, there's no way. But I'd never given it that look. I never knew about it, never looked into it. But the moment I did, I was like, I mean, dude, it was like everything. I mean, just like when you see something like that you've seen so many times, like the whole looking at Polaris and all the stars rotating around it, for instance, dude, that's one of my favorite things to look at. It's beautiful. I've always loved that picture. Never seen it in real life, but I've seen the pictures and it's gorgeous. And then when I put it in the perspective of like flat Earth, I'm like, oh my god, dude, that totally makes sense. What the fuck? Things like that. Really blew my mind. The double rainbow thing is really cool. I like that one a lot.
Yeah. You mentioned that the other day, and then I saw people posting stuff about like in Facebook. People
Yeah.
just randomly seeing like double rainbows and triple rainbows. People just
Yeah.
wondering what's happening.
It's probably extra. If there's a triple rainbow, it's probably because the extra refraction from all the goddamn fucking metal particles in the fucking air. Bet money on that. But it's just like that, like the double rainbow thing. I'd never ever noticed that the second rainbow was in reverse on the colors, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And then I saw the different pictures, farther north and farther south, how the rainbows were higher and lower. And I was like, "Oh my god, it makes total sense." And then so I did a demonstration where showing the light through the water bottle and shining on the table and watching it do the same thing, and how light only refracts through water to the shape of the container it's in. It was like, "Oh shit, dude!" Stuff like that, stuff that you just was right in front of your face the whole time, and you just were told something else about it. But when you actually, because I'm always a very reason oriented person, I want to know why. I want to know. I want to understand why. Why was it done? What? Why did this happen? And so when you put that in front of me, I'm just like when you put together both this totally makes sense and also what they told me doesn't make any sense. It all falls together. But like I wanted to learn. I was open to that. So when I came in this, I was an attitude of I want to learn what's up. And then when I started actually seeing stuff, I was like, well, now I really want to know. But I wanted to know. I wanted it to be true. It's fucking awesome that it's true. It's the fucking coolest shit. We're living in the fucking movies, dude. Are you kidding me? We're in the fucking apocalypse. What a time to be alive. This is the fucking best. So like I'm having a good time with it. And so many people it seems like they just want to fight about it. I'm just like, yo, this is good news. This is good news.
That kind of happened to me as well. Like, actually, the globe doesn't make any sense. So you kind of acknowledge the reality for what it is. It makes sense. A lot of other things make much more sense away from the globe. I heard Toothless. Toothless was coughing into the mic. Are you okay, Toothless?
Ah, sorry, bro.
It's okay. Just checking on you. You got any questions
Thank
for
you, man.
D-Town? You got any question for D-Town about the topic?
Not right now. Maybe I have, but not right now.
Okay. So many other new people. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, following up what you were saying, like, for me, the math for me is the best. I like, as far as like I was saying, like a reason why and stuff like that, or like proving something, math is like the best. Now, if you plug in the wrong variables, we've shown that you can make a math problem work for what you're doing, yes. But when you have a formula and you say the earth is a sphere this size, and you're like, okay, well, the curve is this much, and they're like, yeah, and then you don't see that, that's pretty much like, well, that's bullshit. It's for me that putting their numbers and my eyes together, it's just not there. I mean, it's but at the same time, like you gotta have to be able to accept that though, and be like, shit's different, like shit's weird, but like cool, like I'm okay with that if that's how it is. But so many people have problems like just wanting to change.
Yeah, because they rely a lot into the mathematics of the, how do you say, their model on paper, but you can obviously check that math, contrast it and compare it to reality, and it doesn't add up in reality. So as long as you have a strong foundation and get the extra data and can check things for yourself, you can figure it out kind of easily that the globe on the paper makes no sense. Obviously, it doesn't add up to the test. Doesn't pass the water test. It doesn't pass the smell test. Gas pressure.
Yeah.
Smell
Oh yeah.
test.
The gas pressure. Yeah.
So it doesn't pass the water test, the smell test, the any test basically.
It doesn't. No. None of them work. I mean, there's a few of them that the test. If there's several tests, I should say. There's several tests where the test would work on both a globe or a flat Earth. It doesn't prove or disprove either one. There's a few of those you run into, but there's nothing that measurable that indisputably proves the globe. There's just not. I mean, Dave was offering like 2 whole fucking Bitcoins for anybody that could bring one in for like years, and nobody was able to do it because there's not any, there's nothing there. But like what you were saying about reality, all I wanted to say something there. Like, I don't know. So, I mean, myself, but also a lot of people I know, they always talk about how, like, much life sucks, right? That's like the attitude, life sucks, a lot of nihilism, and just this fucking sucks. And now it gets even worse because of all of this stuff going on in the world right now. It gets even worse, and it's the total shithole, and the world's ending and everything. And we're like, hey, yo, guess what? Like, you know, things are different, and you're possibly like meaningful in life and pretty awesome being. and stuff. So you should come over here and check this out because it's way cooler in this reality than it is in the one you've been living in. It's way cooler over here. It's a lot of fun. If I had a choice, I'd pick it every time now. Now that I know it's over here, it's available. And so, and the cool part is my wife and my sister-in-law, both of them, when I started showing them stuff, they're both also open-minded, and they both immediately were like, dude, the earth's flat," and they just jumped on the train, and they're with me on it too. Like, they're both just immediately flat earthers. It's pretty awesome too, like immediate converse, and I can talk with them about stuff too.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, if you can even have this type of conversations with your family, that's kind of like a gift. I mean, because a lot of people don't have that. So,
Yeah, I mean, she knows I'm crazy, but she also knows I don't like lie to her. And she also, when I showed her things, and also showed the math and everything else, and I showed her like the common sense type of things, you know, um, and being able to see some of it like yourself, um, and testable things like yourself is pretty sick.
yeah, as long as you have a meetings of the mind with your wife and you guys are on the same page, that's really good. That's a blessing.
Yeah, it really is, dude. Because like, it'd be hateful if I couldn't like talk with her about it, you know. But no, she I got like just a few days because we just were here for the weekend and stuff. But like Friday night, I like, or was it even Thursday night? I start hitting them with the things I found. Was I like just I found out like I'm a convert from like what is it fucking like 3 months ago. Oh, but space was like the coolest. But hey, I don't give a fuck if that's not true because space is like the thought of space and the fantasy of space because I know it's all created anyway. Like it's all digitized. I already knew all that. But like that whole fantasy was fucking cool. I had a good time with it. I still like Star Wars. It was never real, and that shit is the coolest, like cooler than actual space. And I'm still gonna love Star Wars. I'm still gonna love what space was. And to be honest, pretty cool what could space or outside of this could be still, because there's a lot of stuff we don't know. So there's still stuff we don't know. And we don't even understand a lot of the stuff that's here. So we still got exploration to do here, and that's a lot of fun.
And not knowing some stuff is okay. We don't have to know
Yeah.
everything. Or it's even worse to pretend to know and take advantage of people. I mean, I will say it's kind of part of the game, but they've been playing a game that is war game that they've been playing and scamming everyone out of their time, resources, basically invading people's I would say independent sovereignty in a sense.
Oh yeah, dude. With the shit they've been doing, this shit's fucked up, dude.
I will say if you have an idea and you believe in it, it's okay. That's all you. But if you're taking the reins of the education system and the governments and controlling the resources and just pushing that agenda for everyone, that's you're overdoing it. I don't mind if you believe in something, but if you want to push that belief and make people pay for it, I mean, that's too much.
Like they definitely like you mean as far as like the religious belief being pushed into law, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, look at NASA is being pushed in the TV. You have to pay taxes
Oh,
for
you
it.
mean
You
like
know, like
the propaganda? Okay. I got where you're coming from. Okay, all right.
it's you don't have an option not to,
Yeah, you don't
support
know.
it. Basically, you have to be a part of it. Basically,
You like see that's the crazy part is my parents actually their reason for homeschooling us was they wanted to keep us out of the secular school system, right? And it had that they teach, sex education differently, and they teach like evolution, and we don't believe in evolution. We believe in Bible story, and so like that's why and the school kids are a bad influence on you. And so that is why they said that. Then we have an area where we had a whole bunch of homeschooling families, like 300 homeschooling families in our area. So we all get together. So we had a lot of friends and a lot of other families a large amount of people that we grouped with. So it was only we were just alone by ourselves or anything. But I never got to go to real school until college. But even missing out on all of that, like getting to hang out with like high school kids and stuff like that, being friends with people in like public schools and stuff, as well as my homeschool friends. Um, I still very much got the same kind of education as far as that goes. Like we had so much that was different, but as far as like where we live at, like it was the exact same schooling.
Curriculum, basically. A
Yeah.
similar curriculum of information.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of other stuff was very different. I think a whole lot of everything was very different, but as far as, like, space and the planet Earth and
Yeah.
landing on the moon and all that, identical, completely identical. Most of history and stuff like that is, as far as the non-evolution stuff, is completely identical, so I had the same thoughts and everything like that as far as the way things worked, and I never questioned it, I guess. I thought it was really cool, but I never really critically thought about it.
Yeah.
Until I did, and then when I got into it, it was like, uh, just real like I said, a real awakening on things. Really cool. I've been enjoying it. It's been great.
Yeah, big communities coming together and having kind of like schools that are more family centric in a sense, community centric. Yeah, that I like that better than this public system that they decide a person that you never met decides what your children are gonna be listening to for 8 hours a day. I don't know. I think parents should have a bit more say on the education of the children and who's actually teaching them the stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wish I had, because I always wondered all the things. I wish I'd just been able to get all the information and decide for myself instead a lot of the information was hid from me. And so that's why, like I said, like my whole when I grew up, I was like everything I've been taught is like a lie. So that kind of prepared me for things like this when I was kind of like, just paying the bills and we're probably fucked here, having a good time. My wife and son. I was like, I'm just gonna do this until this world burns down. And then this whole, flat earth thing came along and it's been like rejuvenating for me. So it's been pretty awesome. But I don't know.
I think even this topic is big, but when you say paying the bills and the economics of the world, that's another huge topic that is barely brushed in this VC. Because money and the economics of how that stuff actually works. Basically, we're taught to be good slaves, good workers, and to just accept being that part of society, while the administrators cash in most of the wealth because they're actually learn a different way that the way we learn about economics. It's not the same. They operate differently. Money means different. Money works differently depending on what side of society you're at and the way you learn it. Because it's a huge change of perspective and the way money actually works when you read the mechanisms of money these days. It's not what you learn. It's not what you learn in school.
Oh no, no. I mean, the funny part is I thought I was taught nothing about that when I got into the real world, and then I realized all the public school kids around me have the exact same problems. I was like, okay, that's good. It's not exclusive to me. But they what were you saying? Shit. I just lost my third thought.
You're talking about the economics, the
The
money mechanics.
economics. Yeah, the money mechanics. See,
Yeah.
so like I'm an EPS guy, so I'm part of a union, so I know about that whole fucking shitty machine. But the point is they always kind of put it out right in front of you, right? So we have us over here, and we're union, and so we have the highest per hour rate in the entire thing in the entire business or whatever, and we have paid for health insurance, we have union backing us up and all this kind of stuff. And you have FedEx over here who's mostly contractor workers, no health insurance, no union help, all this much, and they're basically doing the same job. And right now they're so busy with all the heavy Amazon stuff, probably even worse than us. They like helpers. They've had like helpers on their trucks like every day. It's crazy. I don't use one all year. But they're talking about they don't get paid and stuff. Well, the conversation was about their stock because FedEx's stock, while they don't do as much as us, they don't have as much overall profit as us. Their stock price was higher than ours, and so the Wall Street Journal or whatever I think it was, one of the big newspapers was talking to a guy on Wall Street, and there was like, so they asked him the question. So UPS makes more money per year, and they have so much more volume, so much more market share, but their price is lower than FedEx's. And he goes, "Oh, well, see, the thing is that UPS pays its employees really well and gives them health care and has union and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of their revenue goes to their employees. And they're like, FedEx is able to actually undercut UPS on prices and all their stuff. So they're able to be competitive in pricing because they don't pay their employees as well and don't hardly offer any of them health insurance. And a lot of them are contracted workers, so they don't have any kind of pension or anything else. So because FedEx cheaps out its employees, they have a higher like percentage of like whatever percentage they have. It's a better stock because of that. I can't think of the words right now because I'm so tired. But
In
yeah,
the
so it's a
public
better stock
side,
because
and
of that. But he said that in the article. He was like, "Oh yeah, FedEx doesn't pay their employees like UPS, so that's why it's a better stock. That's why it's worth more." And it's just like, holy shit, they don't even fucking care. We're like cattle. I mean, like we're a product. We're a
and that
it's
what you're
terrible.
saying is just on the public side of things, because there is
Yeah.
another universe of economics in the private side that
Oh, I know.
we don't even
Yeah, I
learn
know.
about. So, like you say, your cattle, basically, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
The companies
that's what
make
it
a
is.
lot more money on the private side than in the public side,
Oh yeah,
because
yeah,
they're
for sure.
monetizing. They're serving as administrators of your account, and they're monetizing every single paper receipt that you see. That's a monetary instrument that they monetize, and every time so people make like a money order, or they get a check, or they switch money from their accounts to your account. There's money being made in the middle of that. They're making a lot of money just by even they make money by paying you, basically.
Yeah, I think it's funny that they just can manipulate it like that. What I've always said though is that in my position, like with what we've got going on and stuff, like I didn't. What do we always? My wife and I both always agree. We're like, well, we don't know like what we can do, and we tried doing stuff. We're not neither religious people anymore. At least we weren't. Even though I grew up in the church. But we also we tried to be political, and boy, that's been a shit feast. So we got out of that, and then we just been like chilling and kind of holding up because we didn't know like how like to do anything. Like, what can we do? And then this whole thing's come along and it's really pressed us to do stuff. But just been playing that game, like playing the game. I'm like, well, I can't really do much right now, but do the best I can in this stupid game. And I've been doing pretty well. I mean, we're comfortable. So I got a lot better than a lot of people. So I can say that, but like with the way things are going, dude, I already knew like in the end, like this shit doesn't matter like that. It's physical stuff doesn't matter in the end. But now seeing what's going on, I'm like, now maybe this is the time, dude. Maybe this is the time for everything to go down.
Stay motivated and keep doing your job. Obviously,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the same.
you're
Staying on
being a
track, but
productive member of society, and that's important in every society. It's just that the people in control are kind of like scamming the wealth out of us in a sense.
Yeah.
But still, what are they gonna do? Take it to hell? They're gonna die and take all the wealth. The wealth was put here by the creator. It's just that some people are smarter than others to be able to administrate the wealth and take advantage of that. UCK? Go ahead, UCK. You wanted to say something. Well, he left.
I don't know, man. Like, if like, that's what I was saying though. Like, I'm staying grounded. Like, I mean, I actually, being a driver, my job's really important. Like, I make the whole east side of a pretty darn busy town run. So like, I got shit to do, and it's really important. Plus, I gotta keep playing the game. I still gotta pay the bills, buy this crazy ass expensive parasite filled food, and try to raise my son to not believe everything he hears at school. Well, because we can't homeschool him in the position we're at. So, such is life. But I'm making every chance I can get to do something and spread the word and talk to people about it. I'm talking to a lot of people about it. So half of them probably think I'm fucking bonkers. But guess what? They thought that already, so I'm not losing anything. So it's gonna be
I want
fine.
to be a participant in society, and there's stuff that it goes to the public, like the job that you're doing, and there's stuff that you can keep in the private. Like your relationships with family, secrets, family stuff, and even this topic. You don't have to talk to everyone about it. You don't have to.
No, I'm not talking to everybody. Trust me. There's a lot of people I don't talk to, but I have like friends. That's what I'm saying. I have like friends, and it's come up with them. And I've had a couple people who just want to be like, "You're fucking retarded," but most other people are like, No." Other people are like, "Huh," and just listening. So it's not like I'm preaching to
At
them,
least
but
you can
like they bring it
filter. At
up.
least you can filter certain people, because obviously a lot of people are very superficial. And they're not real. They're just pretending to be kind of like friendly and stuff. You might be able to just with a few topics you can filter a lot of the fake people, a lot of the
I brought
pretender clowns.
I brought up eugenics in a big group text argument. It didn't go. It went over about as well as you think it would. So they already thought pretty bad about me anyway, but it's fine. It's cool, man. I was definitely a much more toxic person back then. But this is, like I said, this is definitely like a peaceful place for me. It's a good thing. So I'm having a really good time with it. So when I talk to people, I'm not getting an argument. The dude was trying to argue with me, and I was like, I'm not arguing with you, bro. Not at all. Not at all. I don't want to argue with you at all, man. I just want to tell you what's up. And if you want to come over here and see how cool it is, cool. If you don't want to, man, that's cool, man. I'm just not gonna have like some heated argument. I'm just not gonna do that. I don't need to.
I mean, you take advantage of the extra information, and at least you can tell the difference between certain, let's say, getting scammed, in a sense. I mean, if you don't fall for the NASA scam, that means that your filters are more acute to other scams. If you don't fall for the globe scam anymore, you might be doing a little better on that sense, not falling for people just telling you things and believe in it. Since you're down to earth, back to your senses. This topic gives you at least some power on that side.
Yeah, I think it depends. With me, I also believe in a lot of the I showed you even like the cosmological and old historical stuff too, and about the electromagnetic state of things and all that. So like that for me gives me a lot of excitement because that's stuff that's like tangible that I can like feel and experiment with as well. That's actually been a lot of fun. I was doing saltwater floating experiments after picking up negative ions from the beach last weekend. It was a lot of fun.
I saw a few people joining. Let's see. Oh, later, Bunny. Safe. All right.
I,
Some people listening.
were you here the other day when the dude talked about the globe with the about the navigation math that they use?
I've heard
Dude,
that conversation many times.
oh my god, but this dude said something more ridiculous than anything I've ever heard, right? So I was talking about how in all the manuals, all the flight manuals and everything, even NASA's fucking flight manuals, they all say you have to assume you're on a flat motionless plane because that's the math they're using, right? And I was like, they even tell you that the Earth is flat and motionless, but over and over again in the manuals they say these things, and they tell you the math you're using is for that, right? And so I was like, they even tell you that, and the words that came out of his mouth I never thought I'd hear. He said, they're using the flat Earth map because it's more accurate than the globe Earth map. That's the only reason they're using it. And I was like, bro, did you play what you just said? Just tell me, like, you just that's with math, with that
They
kind of
use it
math,
just
it's
to
right or wrong, and there's no better.
They use it just to simplify it, make things more simple.
I was like, you can't have better math. One works and one doesn't, bro. That's just the facts of things. But that was his argument. That's the only reason to use it is because it's better. I was like, yeah, because it's the only one that works. But yeah, shit.
In practicality, the globe Earth doesn't work for anything.
Well, see, that's the first thing that got me is when I started looking at those tests and started doing my own, like, get up on a height test and look at this. 'Cause I live up in the mountains up here, so I can see pretty darn far. And I was like, I should not be able to see that far. I just never really noticed it. I just never
The globe
really
makes sense
put
within the
together.
globe idea. It kind of like is consistent. It doesn't make sense, but it's consistent internally. But when you put it to test it in the physical and natural world externally, it doesn't add up. It doesn't work at all.
Yeah, dude, we have this spot of it that's like, here's this spot where you can see down. You're like 4,000 feet up, and you can see down the ridge you're standing on, but you can also see the other ridge on the other side going away from you, and then you can see the other side of that ridge because it's still starting low. You can see on the other side of that ridge into the next state over, and you can on a nice clear day you can see really, really, really far. And like going back and looking up there, it's like I should not be. There's no curve up here, and you can see that there's no curve. I just never thought about there not being a curve. That's just the difference. That's it.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah, there's so many times during my dive into this where I was like, "Oh my god, I cannot believe I did not notice that. What the fuck? That isn't what? Seen that a million times. Why the fuck didn't I notice that before?"
It's got Bianco that joined. Bianco, Anonymous, also in here. You guys want to ask any questions to D-Town about the topic? People are
Obviously, fuck you. It is coming into like extremist talking or something. There's only good times. There's only good times in here, guys. You won't find anything untoward.
There's a lot of people that cannot talk at this time. It's kind of late or early.
For me, it's 4:36 a.m. I need to go to bed. I might just stay up. You know what? Fuck it, dude. Why not? I'll go take my Adderall and some caffeine, and I'll be up all night. I'll snap tomorrow. Fuck it, man. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll play some more fucking SpongeBob and go take my Adderall. I'm not like I don't feel like falling asleep. Like I'm tired. I'm kind of stoned. I smoke some more, but like I'm not like falling asleep. So, I'm chilling. It's the weekend. I don't have to
You're
work the next 2 days.
energized.
So. Yeah. Well,
I
dude,
get-
I fasted for 4 fucking whole days, dude. No calories except the milk in my fucking coffee. That's it. No sugar in it at all. Fucking, that was it. It was awesome.
Yeah. I do fast sometimes, and it definitely helps when you're overloaded with too much food. Definitely fasting reduces like inflammation and stuff in my side. Yeah, but
Yeah, it does all sorts of good stuff, dude. It like resets all your cells and like mixes out proteins and their body cleans out all the damaged cells, and the problem is that damaged cells, they're the ones that, like, get targeted by, like, the carcinogens and shit, and they rot and die, and then parasites feed on that shit because they, it's just dead flesh, and they just eat it, and that's when they can replicate and shit like that. And so when you fast, your body goes in and cleans out all these dead cells and dead pieces, and it gets them out of you. And so they don't have anything to grab onto. They have no food.
Yeah, there's something
So it
to it.
helps with that. Yeah, it helps with that part of things. That's just what I was looking into with it. Plus, I mean, I'm not trying to lose weight. I don't need to lose weight, and I'm not going to do it all the time. But I think it's like 1 week out of the month, every month, I'm just gonna start eating like Sunday night, and then not eat again until Thursday night. Take 4 full days of no calories again. Because I felt great. I felt great the whole time. Like after like 18 hours, I was golden. After that, I wasn't even that hungry.
I know how it feels.
I was doing my job all week too. I didn't eat anything, dude. I was doing my job all week, busting my ass, 10-hour days and shit. So I was kind of surprised. I thought I might break down and need to eat, but I never did. So I'll take it. And now I get to eat all weekend. Woo! I've been eating all day today.
My goodness. Since the new people are being shy, I guess we'll just have to wait for curious people.
They were
Yep.
talking about gravity earlier today. Did you see the anti-gravity? I can't post anything on this thing. But yeah, the anti-gravity stuff the guys at MIT and stuff are doing, like the little ship they have that flies around being blasted by negative ions.
I think I've seen something like that before.
Yeah, they were able to with the electrostasis stuff. They also made it the little one's so easy. So they take a aluminum foil and they make take a little triangle out of it. Just the shape, but just it was kind of wrapped, several layers thick. And they laid it on the table face down, and then of course, negative ions coming from the ground. They hit it with more negative ions, and it literally jumps off the ground and hovers. And then the current off and falls back down on the ground. You hit it again, it jumps off the ground. And the guys at MIT actually built like a little mini UFO that moves on like the anti gravity of that same mechanism of hitting the thing with negative ions and keeping it bouncing off the earth. It's pretty fucking cool.
Label it anti-gravity, but probably don't even know what gravity means. It's just that they're manipulating certain things just to change the bias where the thing is going. Either it's going down or going up or staying afloat. Which once it's afloat, then you can use some mechanism to make it move forward or backwards or sideways.
Silent drone.
Silent drone.
Yeah, I think that's what MIT calls it.
That's cool.
Flies on ions.
I still saw something similar, but they were actually powering the aircraft from the ground with lasers. They have like an array of antennas, and they can the aircraft is being powered from the ground wirelessly. Imagine that. I speculate that Anyway, so is it Sunday? Yeah. Well, we can talking about that technology. I'm pretty sure they have many areas in the world that technology is very well developed and even used in day-to-day basics. But this might be like VIP sections of the world that you're not allowed to visit unless you're part of the club.
Jesus. Yeah, see, gravity doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Makes no goddamn sense.
Diana, welcome Diana. Diana. My goodness, what's happening? Okay. Wait, what? The heck? Huh. Capture options. 1 minute. If the new people want to ask any questions about flat Earth, you're welcome to do so. Toro, is that the name? I just joined? Check.
It's left.
Totoro.
The super interesting one, T-Dub, is that last one I put up now that it's night time.
You put more up?
Not,
Let's go.
it's not pink anymore.
Oh, dude, that is a sick shot. Let's go.
Yeah. The only difference is it's gone dark. And that is a, what, a 10 or 15 second exposure. But it's back to full colour. There's a couple of splashes of that reddy pink through it. But yeah, because there's no direct sunlight to throw the IR light onto it, it just goes back to normal colour.
It's a really, it's such a nice picture though. I love it. The lighting for me is amazing. Lighting.
What you guys talking about? What are you talking about, Matrix?
In the side chat, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's another picture. That's really cool, man.
Welcome,
see,
Abraham.
No, he doesn't want to talk. That's alright.
That's alright.
Yeah, anyway, Gem's in the side chat. I've got my infrared camera. So I've taken a couple of photos. One without the filter at all, just straight lens. One with the filter on. And the next one is the mono, where it's converted to black and white. And then the very last one that's down the bottom is the same as the first one, believe it or not. Only difference is it's a bit darker.
Let me get my glasses and jump on my phone, because I'm on the console, cannot see the chat.
Oh, fair enough.
Let's see.
So there you go. That's something else that I wasn't expecting. That's cool.
Now find like a very high position, like a high hill, high mountain, or a tall building.
And put my wide angle on. Yep. Not known for our really high spots around here.
Australia is flat. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, there's hills in some parts of it, but not where I am. Rolling hills, yeah, maybe. I know one shot would be good if I went down to Newcastle. They've got a little hill on the western side called Mount Sugarloaf, and that's where their radio broadcast towers are mounted. So if you're ever in the Hunter Valley and you look towards Newcastle, you'll see 3 towers, radio towers. Mount Sugarloaf is one of them. It's the tall one. And up there, there's a lookout on the west side where you can park and get your cameras and whatnot. And that'd be a pretty tidy spot to get some shots, especially late afternoon.
Hi, Mahajis. Welcome. However you say it. Why people are being so shy and quiet? I don't get it. It's a Discord. Hi, Mahaji has left. Okay, keep all of your secrets. D-Town fell asleep, even though he said he wasn't tired.
I'm playing Rocket League. I'm muted. I want you. Oh shit! I blew up.
Is your day off, D-Town?
I get the weekends off.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Just get some rest and do something with the family, bro.
We're going outside. We got all kinds of sports stuff, cornhole boards, baseball stuff. We're gonna go hiking with our bare feet. It's good for you. And
Get your
you might go do
feet
go-karts and
stronger.
stuff too. Yeah. We should be stronger, but also again, when you like, I'm all about the electrical field stuff. So like, when
makes you stronger too.
your heart runs on negative ions, and you pull negative ions from the earth when you walk with your bare feet. But when you put shoes on, you don't get that electrical grounding.
Yeah, because you're isolated with the isoles or the rubber, isolating you from the grounding connection.
We got one of those grounding mats for the bed where it attaches to your ground socket, like just your normal ground socket. And it puts it around your calves and stuff, and it just pulls a ground current from down the ground up into your bed. It's pretty cool. It's not an electrical current. So you just get a grounding layer of sleeping.
It's like completing the circuit, basically, Because the air is positively charged allegedly, right? And then the ground is negative, so you just completing the circuit.
Yep. That's what we do, man. We're little batteries.
Flow. It's flowing. Have you found any good shoes maybe that are grounded, like shoes that actually connect to the floor instead of isolating you?
Well, I mean, with my shit, like I can't do anything like that. I have to wear certain types of shoes for work and stuff, so I don't really get that option. But I have not. No, I will. Wow, I have not actually looked into ones for my own yet. I just do know that you can definitely walk around barefoot in the grass and get a whole shitload of that. Also, at the beach, you get a lot of it too because the current is brought up by the salt water to the beach.
Example, if you can put like a silver thread that is inside the sole, maybe a soft silver thread that is part of the inside of the shoe, and you can bring it outside, from the top and then touches the ground. You might be able to ground yourself even while wearing boots, as long
I
as the
mean,
connection is there.
well, it's not necessarily when you wear boots. It's that like I have certain requirements on the type of shoes I can wear. Yeah, but like they're not that bad. What's the bad part is that I walk so much, man. Like my short days are like 7 miles, but most days I'm walking 8 to 10 miles a day. So my shoes wear out fast because I'm walking on them so much. So I don't know what I could do as far as that. I mean, it's something to look into because I
You
never
doing
thought
it for
about
your
that until
job.
you just said it now. So
I'm saying like generally you could have like a thread that you could use with any type of shoes.
oh, with any type of shoes? I mean, okay, yeah, well, okay, oh, yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I don't know.
As a
I
designer
agree
perspective,
that
like
could be really
something that
useful,
can be
especially if you're
done.
like walking around in the park and stuff like that. You got to walk around in your shoes, you know? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Just completing the circuit with the shoe.
Yeah. Yeah, in the same kind of mode that they're already doing with the silver thread. That's what they do with those mats and stuff. The ones we use in silver thread and cotton. So that's not a bad idea, dude. That's a really good idea.
You can 3D print something.
Yeah, dude, you can 3D print all kinds of stuff.
Have you bought any 3D printers?
No, that's not my thing. But I definitely have a few friends who have them, and you can do some crazy stuff. Plus, I've seen the stuff that people can make with them that we know we can make, just like we can, just like a private citizen can make. Imagine what they can fucking make, dude.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
And
Hello. Hello.
Hi guys, how are you? Are you fine?
Good morning.
Good morning. I hate man. I hate man. I hate man. I don't like man. Just I
What?
love girl. You motherfucking nigga. This.
Ah, a child.
Child, no child.
Yeah.
I'm
You're
18.
you're a silly little girl.
I hate you.
Uh-huh. What country do they raise such immature children?
I don't speak donkey. Ha ha.
You must be in an Arabic country.
Yeah, I'm from Iraq. You know?
Oh, why do they raise their children so immature there? Or is it just you? Are most children there mature?
Shut up. Zip your mouth. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. Oh, what are you saying, Abe?
We have a silly little
Assalamu
girl.
alaikum.
Hey,
What?
buddy. We have a silly little girl in here. I'm not a mod, so I can't silence you.
I don't
Why?
speak
Why do you want
English.
to silence her?
Oh,
Freedom of speech, man. Freedom of speech.
nah, she's being a child.
Hey, woman,
I
don't be a child.
no child, no child, no child.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I am woman, you know woman.
Uh-huh. Right.
What
Well,
you
you
saying?
don't act like one.
Oh, hey, whoa. You
Who?
can't
You are
speak to women like
donkey.
that.
Donkey. This donkey.
Yeah.
Don't speak to women like that.
You motherfucking nigga. Well.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had mod powers. I'd silence you.
You can't. You can't though.
I can't. I do not have mod powers.
Can't do shit.
Well, that's true.
Oh, holy
That is
shit.
true.
Holy shit.
But okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
Where can we troll? Like, we don't want to troll you guys. We want a server to troll people, man. We want
Uh-huh.
Indians, like, people are trolling.
I don't know. I don't know how you do that. I really don't.
Well, we're fucking bored as fuck, so we want to troll people.
Ah. I don't know where you would do that. Maybe they have a spot for that. I don't know.
So, what is the argument here? Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah. Yeah, we talk about the shape of the earth.
I think it's obvious.
Oh, yeah, that it's flat.
What the fuck? Are you a retard? I can't convince you otherwise, man. I don't know how to convince people, but like, the Earth is not flat.
Isn't it? Where do you measure
Yeah, it's
curvature?
not.
Where can you measure curvature?
Scientifically, I don't have a proof, man. But like,
Scientific.
didn't people go to the fucking moon and show the Earth that it's not flat?
Nobody's been to the moon. That's all a movie. That's all theater.
That's a
Our
lie,
government-
then. The US
Oh, yeah.
didn't go to the moon.
No, our government does nothing but lie, and they're lying
Oh
about.
shit! Oh shit! I totally agree. Fuck Trump, huh?
Well, I'm not going to say that, but yeah,
Yeah.
our government.
Why wouldn't
Well,
you say
I
that?
mean,
Just say it.
well, not because I'm a supporter, but because that's just there's no point in saying that. But
Okay.
Yeah, there's so moon, yeah. So we, you look at some of that footage, and it's easily demonstrated to be CGI, blue screen, augmented reality. It's theater, and it's not even very well done. Hollywood could do a better job, but
Yeah, it
NASA.
makes sense. I saw some videos about even the flag. Like, yeah, I saw some shit about that, but like, I don't understand it totally, to be honest. But
Sure.
still, I don't think the Earth is flat. I don't know. I don't have an argument. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah. Well, so one thing to do if you really want to know the shape of the Earth is to examine the claims of its dimensions or the measurements, right? So we measure that the Earth because if it's 71% water, the water would have to be curved, right, on a ball.
Huh?
Yeah. So on the water, because the nature of water, bodies of water at rest is to seek and find their own level. If the Earth was curved, that water would have a consistent curve rate. So it's not really a matter of science to prove the Earth is round. It's a matter of geometry or taking measurements of a shape of the sphere. So when we go out to measure the curve rate over water, I'll explain that. Yep, if he's interested, and he's not. Kids. It's almost painful talking to him these days. Couldn't outsmart a head of lettuce. Sharp as a marble. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Morning.
What's up, my flat earthers? Is there any flat earther here?
What's up, flat earthers?
Are you alive? Is somebody here? So, nobody here. So you're not alive. That's
Good morning. What's on the spit for today? Good morning.
Good morning.
What's happening?
I just woke up. What about you?
Roger that. I know the feeling. I've been up a couple hours, but it's early morning here. Just sipping coffee and looking for a bull session. What part of the world are you in that it's morning?
Oh, I'm in Toronto. What about you?
Oh, nice. Idaho, USA. Mountain time. Let's see, Toronto, that's Alberta?
Eastern.
Eastern. Toronto is what is Toronto? Toronto's a city, so what
Yeah.
province? What province is that?
Ontario.
Ontario. Okay, that's what I couldn't remember. Yeah, you're way east.
I live like an hour from the border.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've got a friend up there, probably right in your neck of the woods. I think he's an hour from the border.